The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, present. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, present. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mark Senator Carrion as present.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you have any correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed with reading the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance for Thursday, May 13th, 2021 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewetz Legislative Conference Room, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will consider the following bills. Bill number 34-0004, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 91, relating to the payment of fuel taxes to change the time for remittance of the tax to the Bureau of Internal Revenue and for other related purposes, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Joel Lee, Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue; George H.T. Dudley, Esquire, Attorney, Dudley Newman Furzik, LLP; Yolanda Valdez, Tax and Insurance Manager, Total Petroleum Puerto Rico Corporation; Denise Rodriguez Flores, Esquire, Legal Manager, Total Petroleum Puerto Rico Corporation. Bill number 34-0058, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 34, by adding a Subchapter 3 to establish the Virgin Islands Catalyst Fund to provide loans to eligible entities to promote economic resiliency and to support the retention or creation of jobs, to provide for the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Corporation, to administer the program and the fund, and to provide criteria for making loans and making an appropriation, proposed by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Invited testifiers: Matthew Wexler, Director, National Development Council; Kirk Tuning, Co-founder, Partner, Cane Bay Partners; Marjorie J. Roberts, Tax and Corporate Attorney, Marjorie Rawls Roberts, PC; Richard DeFeedy, Owner, Gold Coast Yachts; Peter Chapman, Executive Director, University of the Virgin Islands RT Park Corporation; Justin Moorhead, Owner, Ceclia Virgin Islands Securities; Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Bill number 34-0060, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 21, Chapters 1, 2, 3A, and 4, amending Title 29, Subsection 87, 191B, 191J, and 945, amending Title 33, Chapter 7, Subsection 130, and repealing Title 21, Chapter 1, Subsection 4, and Title 29, Chapter 1, Subsection 191F and 191G to enact the First Time Home Buyers Program Act and making an appropriation of $4 million from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund to the Homestead and Home Loan Fund, proposed by Senator Kurt A. Violet. Invited testifiers: Oran C. Roebuck, Senior Vice President, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico; Darrell Griffith, Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. We're going to go straight into hearing of the bills, and we'll begin with bill number 34-0004. So we're going to allow those individuals who are testifying on that bill to put their name and title on the record, beginning with Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Good morning. My name is Joel A. Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Thank you so much. Who's representing the law firm of Dudley, Newman, and Friesig?
Good morning. It's William McConnell here on behalf of George Dudley for the law firm of Dudley, Newman, Friesig.
And Total Petroleum?
I'm Denise Rodriguez Flores. I'm the legal manager for Total Petroleum Puerto Rico Corp.
Okay, and we also have Denise. Okay, Denise, Yolanda Valdez. Can you put your name on the record?
Yes, good morning. Good morning. I'm Yolanda Valdez. I'm the tax and insurance manager for Total Petroleum.
Okay, thank you so much. So before we go to the testimony, we're going to allow the bill to be introduced. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. This morning, I bring before you again Bill number 34-0004, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 91, relating to the payment of fuel taxes, and to change the time frame for remittance to the tax to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and for other related purposes. Now, this measure came before the Finance Committee, I believe on about March 26 of 2021, and or prior to that, and moved on to the Rules Committee. We received correspondence from one of the attorneys that represents one of the fuel providers here in the territory, outlining some concerning issues, and in my infinite wisdom, to ensure that we are not moving legislation that creates issues for us down the road, I asked my colleagues to send this measure back to the Finance Committee so we can properly vet it in the committee process. We did receive testimony from the OMB director, from the IRB director, and I have been in discussions with the IRB director, I want to say, for well over 2 years regarding this particular issue. However, we've hit a bump in the road. However, that's not going to stop us from moving this along. We just need to hear all sides of the coin. We need to make sure that we're not moving legislation that's not good, and that legislation that also creates issues with other areas in the Virgin Islands Code, which was brought to our attention. So the purpose of this bill for the listening audience is to ensure that all relevant taxes are collected immediately, and that's fuel taxes, and properly for all gasoline imported into the territory that is to be taxed. It is our responsibility as legislators to ensure that if we are in a position to ensure that all the funds, that no funds rather, are left on the table. So hence the reason for this legislation. There are some nuances around it, and I'm looking forward to hearing from all of the parties regarding this particular measure I am concerned because I did take an opportunity to look at some of the testimony, particularly from the individual from IRB, the director who I've been in discussion with. There is some change in the discussion this morning. So we're going to listen. We're going to listen, and we're going to amend this measure. It is going to be amended, and we will move forward. But at the end of the day, this is good for the people of the Virgin Islands, and it's good for the coffers of this territory. So, Mr. Chair, without further ado, I look forward to hearing the testimonies.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. We're going to go straight into the testimony, and Mr. Lee, we'll allow you to go first.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, members of the committee, all other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joel A. Lee, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Thank you for your opportunity to present testimony on Bill number 34-0004. This bill seeks to amend Section 91 of Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code. Since 2012, pursuant to Act 7360, the 14-cent fuel tax is paid at the time of importation at the Bureau's excise locations on St. Thomas and St. Croix. St. John's fuel is cleared on St. Thomas and barged to St. John's gas stations. In 2012, the system was upgraded to reflect this change in the Bureau's processes. The main change was the acceptance of upfront fuel tax payments. Form 721FD is the deposit form that allows for the upfront payment without a tax return being filed. The upfront payment is the prerequisite for the release of the fuel by customs. Please note that as a matter of law, no goods are allowed to be cleared by customs without first obtaining the clearance from the excise tax arm of the Bureau, as mandated in Title 33, Section 42A of the Virgin Islands Code. I'm going to actually repeat that sentence. Please note that as a matter of law, no goods are allowed to be cleared by customs without first obtaining the clearance from the excise tax arm of the Bureau, as mandated in Title 33, Section 42A of the Virgin Islands Code. This law applies to all goods imported, whether personal goods or for use in a business. It applies to cars that pay the highway users tax in lieu of excise, and in this instance, the upfront fuel tax. The upfront fuel tax collection is completed by the filing of Form 721FD, which is the fuel tax deposit coupon, Form 721F. The fuel tax return is due 30 days after the close of each month. Also of importance in the processing of fuel tax returns is the impact of the exemptions from fuel tax. Title 33, Section 93 provides the list of sales that are exempt from fuel tax, which include sales to the government, sales to fuel aircrafts, motorboats, and yachts, and sales of fuel for industrial purposes. With the change in the law to collection of the fuel tax at the time of importation, the Bureau had to designate specific staff members whose purpose is to monitor the fuel tax returns and process the returns. Currently, the Bureau's tax system reflects that there are only 14 taxpayers who filed fuel tax returns. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I am available to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Director Lee. Attorney McConnell. You're on mute. Please unmute your device. Thank you so much.
Good morning again, Senator Viale and other members of the Finance Committee, other members of the 34th Legislature in attendance, fellow invited testifiers, and members of the viewing and listening audience. My name is William S. McConnell. I'm a partner in the law firm of Dudley Newman Fierzik, and I appear this morning in place of my partner, George Dudley, and on behalf of Total Petroleum Puerto Rico Corporation. This morning, I am accompanied via Teams by Denise Rodriguez, Total's legal manager, and Yolanda Valdez, Total's tax and insurance manager. We are here to testify on Bill 34-0004, the proposed amendments to Title 33, Section 91 and 94 of the Virgin Islands Code to provide for immediate payment of fuel tax on entry into the territory. Total does not oppose the intent of this legislation as articulated by Senator Fred Gregory, but there is some concern with the practical aspects of the implementation of this legislation if it's enacted in its current form. But to emphasize again, the purpose of the legislation appears to be to provide for prompt payment of all fuel taxes required to be paid. Total certainly wants to pay all the taxes due and wants to pay them as quickly and efficiently as possible. Section 93 of Title 33 Virgin Islands Code exempts the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands from the payment of fuel tax on any fuel sold to the government. However, of course, if the fuel tax is to be paid immediately upon importation of the fuel into the territory pursuant to the terms of the bill, that necessarily means that the tax is imposed prior to the sale to the government and will be an embedded cost of the product when it is sold to the government. Currently, for the process for Total to pay the fuel tax is as follows. First, the volume of fuel is measured upon arrival and offloading at the port of delivery, and that data is then communicated to Total's tax department with a request for payment of the amount of tax due. Total's tax department reviews this data and prepares a request for a manager's check drawn on a local bank for the tax amount due made payable to the government. Once the payment request has been approved by Total's management, the check request is transmitted to Total's local bank for preparation and issuance of the check by Total's U.S. Virgin Islands Bank. At that point, the bank issues the manager's check, which is delivered to Total's office in St. Thomas for remittance to the government. The foregoing process does take several days to be completed, and this is extended if there are intervening weekends or holidays. The committee should be aware that Total does not know the exact amount of fuel to be delivered until the fuel is actually offloaded. This is due to the fact that the tanker may have more fuel than is actually destined for the Virgin Islands port, and the total amount of fuel to be delivered may depend on tank capacity. Obviously, how the language of Bill 33-0004 is to be interpreted and applied has several logistical implications that are of concern to Total. I do again want to stress that Total is not opposed to what we believe may be the purpose and intent of the legislation. We are just concerned with how the legislation is to be interpreted and implemented. Based on the foregoing, we would suggest the following clarifying amendments to the bill. First, provide that the fuel importer must pay the fuel tax within 10 days after arrival of the ship in the territory, fuel offloaded from the vessel, and the amount imported is determined. Second, we suggest establishment of a system within the government for the payment of the taxes due to the government to be paid by electronic wire transfer to a designated account of the government, as opposed to the current practice of paying via manager's check. This would allow payment to be made considerably more quickly. Finally, we suggest that providing a mechanism whereby any fuel sold to the government without the fuel tax is to be accounted for, and the tax is paid at import of the fuel and applied as a credit against the payment of any taxes due to the government by the importer for fuel subsequently imported. We respectfully submit that the foregoing modifications to the bill would preserve the intended purpose of the legislation while recognizing the practical concerns that Total has for the enactment of the legislation. Denise Rodriguez, Yolanda Valdez, and I are prepared to answer any questions that any member may have with respect to this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and we're hoping that at the end of today's testimony and questioning that we'll have total clarity as to exactly what is taking place when fuel arrives on the island of St. Croix. So, and St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, the Virgin Islands as a whole. we are going to go to a round of questioning, and we're going to begin by recognizing Senator Blyden. Before I recognize Senator Blyden for a 5-minute round, Senator DeGraff, thank you for joining us. Madam Clerk, please put Senator DeGraff as present. Senator, I forgot even my good honorary finance member, Senator Norval Francis. You're always here, so I just assume you were already checked. Thank you for coming. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewer and listening audience, staff, central staff, and good morning to the testifier, and thank you so much for your testimonies. Let me go directly to, let me ask you Director Lee first. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yep. Do you currently have a system in place that is prepared to accommodate the provision of Bill 34-0004?
Yes, we do. And so far, we haven't had any problems with it.
Okay, so basically you do have the staffing in place. So what you did, you basically restructured within?
Correct. So
Okay.
what the bill is doing, it's codifying what we are doing anyway, which I think is necessary.
Okay, thank you for that. When it comes to Bill 34-0004, and it spoke to exemptions, how are the exemptions applied?
Well, when they file a return at the end of the month, within the 30 days, they then indicate on that return the exemptions. The fuel rate is charged on the capacity, quantity of fuel, gallons of fuel. So when that return is filed, there's a mathematical equation that gets factored in. You back out those exempted gallons, and that's how you kind of got your total. Now, granted that you pay the fuel up front when you bring it in, but then you'll get that credit when you file a return, which you can then apply to future upfront payments.
Okay, and Mr. McConnell spoke to the gasoline processing in terms of the manager's check, which takes a number of days for different reasons, and he suggested that a system of electronic transfer be utilized instead of requiring a manager's check, as is done presently. This suggestion, do you agree with that?
No.
And what's the reason for you not agreeing with that?
The issue that I'm a little bit perplexed about is the attorney indicated there's an unknowing of the quantity of fuel. Maritime law requires identifying what is being shipped. So they would have to declare what's being shipped before it leaves the port. At that time, they would know what the quantity of gallons are, and they can simply calculate the 14 cents per gallon that they're shipping. So when the tanker arrives, a check is available to clear.
2 minutes.
And honestly, I'm not familiar with how the clearing is happening after how the payment is happening after the clearing, because the law says Customs is required to have our stamp of approval before it gets cleared. So then we're raising a whole nother issue that I'm concerned about.
Okay, thank you for that, and I appreciate your explanation. But Mr. McConnell, can you expound on as to why you made that statement?
Yes, Senator. As I understand it, the issue is that when the company knows the capacity of its tanker, but it is possible that not all of the fuel in the tanker will actually be offloaded at will not actually all be imported into the Virgin Islands, and that under their current process, they do not have an ability to know the exact amount of fuel that in fact will be imported until it actually is offloaded. I'll offer, if it's okay with you, Senator, the opportunity to either Ms. Valdez or Ms. Rodriguez to add anything to that they think is
Please.
appropriate.
Please. Please state your name and move forward with your statement, Mr. Rodriguez.
I would like to clarify and add additional information to what Mr. McConnell said.
Please state your name.
in
Please state your
terms-
name for the record before you speak. Thank you.
This is Yolanda Valdez from Total Petroleum. In terms of the documentation received prior to the arrival of the vessel, we received a bill of lading with the volume of the product that is gonna come into the tanks of Total Petroleum. But at the time of importation, that volume should be considered what is the tank capacity. If the tank has no capacity to the full volume that was originally provided in the bill of lading, which was shipped, then those volumes will not be delivered to Total. It always have to measure their tank capacity prior to discharging the vessel. So that may create a discrepancy, and it's always a difference between what is in the bill of lading and what is actually discharged to the tanks.
Time.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, just one follow-up question. I understand what you're saying there, and also, were you referring to also a time you're saying, even though the bill basically said, okay, there's 100,000 gallons, but at the same time, all 100,000 not for this district or territory? Can you clarify for me?
If there's 100,000 gallons in the bill of lading and the tanks has no capacity to receive that volume, then it will not be delivered the whole 100,000 gallons.
So what happens to that, the difference?
The difference, if we already make a check for the payment based on 100,000 gallons, we are paying in excess of the volume that we actually receive. And we have to wait 30 days until we prepare the return in order to allow us for a credit in the return.
So hence that is why you're stating, hence that is why you made a statement in terms of the electronic system.
Yes, because if once we know the actual volume delivered to the tank, we can provide the payment of the taxes quickly if it's through an electronic payment system.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the leniency, and thanks for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, but I honestly don't know if anything was clarified for the question that was asked. How are you shipping the fuel to the Virgin Islands? Is it being shipped in those ISO tanks?
This is Yolanda Valdez. Most of the time we ship in vessels.
What type of vessels?
In compartments. Mhm.
What type of vessels?
Medium type of vessels that have is a tanker.
So Total is bringing their fuel to the Virgin Islands in tankers and then offloading it into a large tank that has capacity of X amount?
Yes, that's the way we usually deliver.
And what's the next way you deliver?
In ISO tanks, when we don't have a vessel available, we put the volume in ISO containers.
Because I know, especially on St. Croix, and my colleagues can probably speak for St. Thomas, where we have a large number of ISO tanks that are shipped to St. Croix on a regular basis. What is the difference between, if you receive 1 million gallons a year, what is the difference between how much is shipped on ISO tank versus how much is shipped in tankers?
10% will be in ISO containers and 90% will be in a vessel. The point of doing an ISO container, if we have any problem with reaching a vessel, so it's quite not an efficient way to deliver the volume. So we usually do it through a vessel.
So when you do it in ISO tanks, you pay the 14 cents one time since you can determine the volume before it leaves?
Yes, in that way we can determine the exact volume that's going to be delivered to the tank. That's the only way that we got the exact number.
Okay, I'll go to Senator Saro because I have some more questions, but I'm sure they're going to come out from my colleagues. Senator Saro, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to those listening and viewing. Director Lee, just briefly, on the April 2021 collections report, the fuel tax for FY 2020 has nothing in that section for St. Croix. Can you tell me why?
This was raised in the last hearing. I personally went through all of these numbers, and I could tell you it's a timing difference. What happens in St. Croix I got in a little trouble because it's illegal for me to disclose or discuss a specific taxpayer, whoever they are. But I could tell you this, in St. Croix, it's unique because we have an option to buy fuel off a rack, and it's based on what I've learned. The gasoline chooses based on what the market rates are. If market rates are cheaper off island, factoring shipment, they will buy and bring it in. However, if based on timing that it's cheaper to buy off the rack, they will then do so, which then we will not have a charge directly, but we do have a timing difference that gets caught up. It only occurs in St. Croix because of the nature of that situation. So we do collect it, I assure you, but it's a timing difference.
Okay, so so how do you report to reflect that for the entire fiscal year, you just have a dash? How do you?
Yeah, well.
Go ahead.
No, these are based on actual cash when it comes in. It's not based on an accrual system. So on an accrual system, yes, it would reflect numbers in here, but generally we tend to do things. These collections reports is based on cash that we receive, that we deposited into the bank.
Okay, and then I read some part of your testimony when you indicated that payment of I don't know whose testimony, but payment of the tax up front would mean that, it's Mr. McConnell's testimony, page 2, where you said that the tax imposed prior to the sale to the government will be an embedded cost of the product when it's sold to the government. Are you implying that, Mr. McConnell, or Attorney McConnell, are you implying that via this legislation, the unintended consequence would be an increase of gasoline for the government?
As I understand it, I think, Senator, that in fact there is, as I understand it, a practice in place
2 minutes.
Where in fact there are credits given for fuel sold to the government, and the suggestion is that be made a part of the legislation, so that it's clear that Total or other importers can claim a credit against future imports, and the government therefore does not have to pay the tax as provided by the law.
Okay, so Director Lee, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, this is unfortunate because what he's saying is he's passing on possibly a tax to us as the government and then getting a credit for it on the back end. So I'm a little confused as to why he would then charge something that he's not having to charge. And so I'm just really lost by what that point you raised, Senator.
Okay, Mr. Lee, I share your sentiments, and I'm proud of you today. You know, we go at it on the floor, and I was going to say that, so I'm happy that you said it for me. Now, let's talk about your exemptions. I don't know who wrote this exemption or when the exemption bill was written, but we have exemptions to fuel aircrafts, motorboats, and yachts, and sales of fuel for industrial purposes. Those are all the industries that can afford to pay a fuel tax. And the middle class and the common man is paying 14 cents. So, Mr. Lee, have you done like a cost analysis of those exemptions?
No, but I will tell you it is significant. You know, unfortunately, I'm in the enforcement side. You know, I try to stay out of the policy side. Obviously, it is a point that you're well raising, and I would suggest that, you know, it's obvious that, you know, we
legislation needs to be
would
crafted.
appreciate those funds.
Time.
Okay. As I conclude, Mr. Chair, we have a boating industry out of this wall coming back, and we have, when you look at the runway, especially in the St. Thomas and John district, we have a lot of private jets and private planes, and we're missing something here. And when you look at the reports, are we collecting a fuel tax in FY 2020 cumulative for the territory? 2020 was 2.9 million. It's the same in 2021, 2.9 million. And the fuel tax, the territory is really not benefiting from it. Really, you just have high gas prices for the common man when the industries that could afford to pay the 14 cents tax, we gave the exemptions to. So you know, Mr. Lee, if you can attempt to do a cost analysis for us so we could see the difference, and I will strengthen our argument as we amend the legislation on the exemption portion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saro. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney McConnell, I don't think you responded when the good senator asked the question around the statement that you made in your testimony as it relates to, I think it's on page 3, where you spoke about fuel sold to the government. Specifically, what government entities are you selling fuel to? For clarification purposes, please.
For clarification purposes, I'll have to have Yolanda answer the question on which government entity they're selling to. But I did want to clarify, I believe that in fact, you know, Total is not charging the government for the tax currently and doesn't intend to do so in the future as long as there's a mechanism
Please tell
to receive
me
credit.
which government entity you're referencing. That's what's important in my point of inquiry.
Okay, this is Yolanda Valdez. Total has agreement with the Department of Property, DPMP, and sold the gasoline and diesel through fleet cards, and no tax, no fuel tax is charged to the government agency.
Okay, so tell me what tank you are putting, where these tanks are that you are placing fuel in for this government.
The tanks are located at the airport, the Cedar King Airport. All the volume sold in the service stations of Total service stations are in those tanks.
So at Sika, at Hera as well? Hera is
In the Cedar King Airport.
Okay, I'm gonna do some research on that. I'm a little confused as to how that becomes government.
So
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Total Gas Stations and St. Thomas, they have a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands for fuel. Does Total Gas Stations, are they the contractor for fuel for government vehicles?
This is Yolanda Valdez. Yes, Total Petroleum has a contract with the government agency for fuel.
No, I was being specific. You're saying that Total have gas stations in St. Thomas? How many gas stations do you have in St. Thomas?
5 stations.
5 stations, okay. Are any of those 5 stations or are all of those 5 stations the site where government vehicles go for refueling?
I have to verify them, but in my best knowledge are 3 service stations that are serving the government employees.
And when you serve the government entity, you're saying that you're charging them 14 cents less than what is on the pump?
Yes, there's an agreement with the government entity, and we're charging 14 cents less that correspond to the fuel tax.
And then you scrub the numbers after the month as to how much fuel was provided to government vehicles, and that's how you come up with the overall cost for that month?
Yeah, we report the exemption in the fuel return at the end of the month.
And how much are you supplying fuel for any of the hangars on St. Croix or St. Thomas, or any other fuel suppliers at the airport on St. Thomas and St. Croix?
We may supply fuels to service stations plus to any other industry.
Okay, then answer the question. I try to get specific. I'm looking at the exemption portion, and colleagues, I'll move on. Senator Francis Dominic. I'm looking at the exemption portion. Are you supplying fuel for marinas or hangars at the airport?
Not for marinas. We're supplying fuel to service stations and to airlines at the airport.
And you're claiming exemption for the airlines and for the government vehicles that that purchase the fuel?
At this point, the airlines are not subject to the tax. The fuel tax is only for gasoline and diesel. The jet fuel is not charged, is subject to this tax.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, as well as good morning to the testifiers. One thing that is clear to me this morning is that I believe that this piece of legislation has certainly opened our eyes to a number of things that's going on here, and there's some great disparity as this discussion continues to mount. I wanted to ask Ms. Valdez, in regards to the you mentioned that the capacity varies for the tankers that bring the fuel into the St. Thomas area. Is it your testimony that the fuel, 100,000 that was purchased in January will be different than 100,000 gallons in May? When you say varies, can you speak specifically to what varies?
This is Yolanda Valdez. What varies is the capacity of the tank at the point the vessel is going to be discharged. We may have estimate that our tank will be lower because we estimate our sales, but if we don't sell the volume, if we don't deliver to the service stations, then our tank capacity at the moment the vessel arrives, it's going to be higher than what we priorly estimate.
So why should that be? Why should that be the problem of the government of the Virgin Islands? You purchased the vehicle, and you indicated that you have storage tank at the Seacare Airport in regards to the fuel that's purchased, and you have a bill of lading. So if that vehicle, if those fuel wasn't sold to the gas station, what happens to that fuel? Will it go back to Puerto Rico?
Yes, if the fuel is in the tank, it's not going to be in the vessel. It's not going to be delivered to Total in U.S. Virgin Island. It goes back to the point of this origin from the vessel. So the point that we're trying to address here is we should know exact amount of volume that is imported into Virgin Islands to make the payment. If not, we're gonna be paying based on estimate that could be lower, it could be higher. Most of the time, it's gonna be higher than we actually deliver to U.S. Virgin Islands tank.
So you chew it up at the end, what will usually happen, but I will say that I believe that you have the best of both worlds. Certainly when you purchase the vehicle, you have purchased the fuel, you have a bill of lading in the amount that have been purchased, correct?
That's the bill of lading of the amount that it was in the vessel at the time, at the origin point.
2 minutes.
Very well. And during that time, from the origin point to the point of the Virgin Islands tank, there's an evaporation process.
Yes, it could change through the evaporation process.
And that evaporation occurs by what element? What caused the evaporation?
I'm a tax person. I'm not an expert in chemical, but the temperature.
Okay, so let's use some logic then. The fuel that was purchased in January and brought over to St. Thomas, will that evaporation process differ because of the month of the year?
It depends on the temperature. If the temperature fluctuates, that's where the volume can be higher or lower. Depends on the temperature of the tanks.
Okay. All right, let's switch to a different issue. In terms of exemption, you talk about that you exempt the 14 cents for government vehicles. Are there any other exemptions that you give for any other companies?
At this point in time, BI Port Authority buys some volume, and the DPNP, the Department of Property.
So you also waive for the Port Authority, VI Port Authority?
Yes.
And you said you also exempt for the property and procurement.
Right.
So how would you determine the other fuel that have gone into your tank that will be going elsewhere to other vehicles outside of the government of the Virgin Islands or Port Authority?
Time.
How is that assessed?
If every other sale are to private customers, and they are subject to the tax. So only those entities, government agencies, are exempt. So every other sale are subject to the tax.
Mr. Chair, if I may conclude. And how is that amount remitted then? Every 30 days?
Well, we have a prepayment at the point in time, at this point in time, and by the last few months, we have an overpayment because we pay at the beginning, we make an upfront payment. We calculate the credit for the exemption, but we already make the payment at the beginning of month. So we're reflecting a credit in our return.
So I say, I believe that you get the best of both worlds. So in regards to the amount that have been remitted to the government of the Virgin Islands, who then makes that calculation? Who determines the calculation that's owed and due to the government of the Virgin Islands, which is subsequent to the inspection that's being made by the excise tax inspector?
We determine in-house, and we have a broker that assists us to make the payment.
Therein lies the issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. We're an honor system, and we have to rely on the very same individuals to then make the determination how much will be paid to the government of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much for your questions. Ms. Valdez, when you purchase fuel to come to the Virgin Islands, do you tell the company that you're purchasing the fuel from that you're going to pay them 30 days after you ship the fuel to St. Croix and you determine the volume and you ship it to the tank, do you tell them we need to recalculate the figure, so we're going to pay you after? Or do you get a credit from them after you recalculate, because you're recalculating for the government?
There's separate agreements with the supplier. Sometimes the supplier charge you for whatever volume they put in the vessel or the amount of volume that is discharged. So it depends on the agreement with the supplier. Most of the time is whatever is discharged into U.S. Virgin Islands, that's what we're gonna pay.
And shouldn't that be what you pay when you land? In terms of the 14 cents, if you're paying the supplier exactly what they said they put on the vessel, that means you know how much they put on the vessel. So then, if that is destined for the Virgin Islands, shouldn't the 14 cents be on that amount?
Because we're gonna be making payment of a volume that does not arrive to Virgin Islands.
That doesn't make sense to me at all. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Director Lee, quick question. You mentioned in your testimony that there are 14 taxpayers who file fuel tax returns. On an average, how much they contribute to the government coffers annually? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, we have a collection report that's available for the public. So it's posted to our website for all to see. I think Senator Sirot indicated, I have to pull it up, I think about almost about 3 million. So far this fiscal year, I'd have to look at the previous years to see. But it's all posted and available. I just don't have the totals for the year in front of me.
Okay, thank you. And can you, because I'm going to get back to that in a bit, but what are the pros and cons of a manager's check from a local bank versus an electronic wire transfer based off of the testimony of the gentleman earlier today?
Well, once again, in order to get it cleared, that transaction would happen right then and there. And even though the Total Petroleum is indicating a wire, we take credit cards. There are other fuel vendors that have been business as usual, so it's not something that's cumbersome. And I think the cumbersome part is just noise. At this point, I mean, they know what fuel is being shipped. I'm not quite sure what it means. When you have a bill of lading, it's asked how much are you shipping, not what's the quantity that you can carry, and then have to determine what you actually brought. It's very clear. Maritime laws are very clear. You have to indicate what you're shipping, what quantity, and what have you. So this is why we need to codify this thing, because exactly of what's going on in this hearing today.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And
my apologies for getting a little too aggressive, sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you, Mr. Lee. And Mr. McConnell, how did you came about with this whole manager's check from a local bank versus electronic wire transfer recommendation to this committee?
My understanding is that the Bureau currently requires a manager's check, will not accept a wire transfer. I did hear the director say that a credit card is another option. I doubt that's practical for Total in its payment systems, but I'll let Ms. Valdez comment if that's something that could be considered.
Okay, thank you. And I do agree with some of the comments of my colleagues regarding the whole concern with exemptions. But while we speak about exemptions for several individuals who benefit from that section of the Virgin Islands Code, we have to keep in mind that Title 33, Section 3039A speaks to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Generating and Infrastructure Fund. The fund shall consist of all sums received under the fuel tax system established by Title 33, Section 91. And the intent of that fund was to help the Water and Power Authority to become more energy efficient. And as we know, to run a business in the territory is very costly. Just to have a home is very costly. So I feel as if we mess with that section of the Virgin Islands Code when it comes to exemptions, we might not be able to bounce back and attract several individuals. Because as you see here, during COVID-19, we benefited from the aircrafts that came into the territory. In lieu of the cruise ships, we benefited from the motorboats and the yachts that came in. So I want us to be very mindful that for us to be more business friendly. But while we're being more business friendly, we need to make sure that the Water and Power Authority gets their act together. And that is why I asked you earlier on average how much they contribute to the government coffers annually. And Mr. Lee, do you have any idea of when it comes to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Generating and Infrastructure Fund, how much goes in there annually? Is that the same amount that the 14 taxpayers contribute to?
Unfortunately, I don't. I tend to stay in my lane with those things. Those are distribution questions, and that's better left to probably finance or OMB. I kind of just focus on bringing it in and depositing it where they tell me to deposit, and then they do the distributions at that point. I don't keep up with.
But I just want you to keep
money.
in mind that Title 31, Section 3039 says the fund shall consist of all sums received under the fuel tax system. So when I hear tax, I know that's you. So you're saying that you're not aware of the amount of funds?
I bring it in, I don't spend it.
All right, so since you're putting it in, I'm asking, do you know how much goes in there annually?
Once again, I don't have the charts in front of me, but we post all our collection information to the website for all to see.
All right, I would just wrap up by saying I understand the intent of the legislation, but as we speak about the overall conversation of fuel tax and exemptions, we know with COVID-19, we want to remain competitive with our other neighboring islands because they're monitoring us, they're seeing us being all excited, and if you continue to reinvent the wheel and mess with things that shouldn't be touched, they will go to the other islands most definitely when the place open back up. So I just would like to make sure that while we contributing to the fuel tax, that WAPA at the end of the day doing their part to make sure that the monies collected are actually used to fix the Water and Power Authority so we can reduce the cost of living in the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator James. Director Lee, my colleagues missed your response to my question, and I hope that they're listening again before I ask the question. Sure. So I will give my colleagues some 2 seconds so I can I can restate the question. In Total's testimony, where they said that pursuant to the terms of the bill, it means that the tax is imposed prior to the sale to the government will be an embedded cost of the product when it is sold to the government. Remember that question we had earlier?
Absolutely.
Can you restate your response for my colleagues and for the chair specifically?
I'm not sure if that was a bargaining chip or a threat, but any fuel that gets sold to the government or any of these exempt organizations are not supposed to pay the fuel tax, which is why we have an exemption. So if the suggestion is if this bill gets codified, it will then be passed on to then get a credit on the back end. It would almost seem like a double dipping best of both worlds. Not only you get the benefit of passing it on per the embedded statement, you also get a credit on the back end because you weren't supposed to charge it in the first place. So
okay, so Total.
I'm hoping that clarifies.
Okay, so Total right now provides gasoline to specifically in the St. Thomas and John district to Gottlieb gas station, what we know as Gottlieb, and government cars refuel at Gottlieb. Is there, how do you differentiate between the government cars and the private cars? Are they being charged out the same 14 cents? And is there any credit given back to the government for that? How does that system work? Oh, sorry, Director Lee, and then Attorney McConnell.
I think that question might be too specific for me to be able to answer. You know, I don't have a power of attorney to speak on Total's behalf. But from IRB's perspective, once the month-end tax deposits are filed and the volume of taxes are calculated, if you sold it to an exempt entity, you then are able to back that out of your total tax that's due.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. Wouldn't the best bet be to just get rid of the exemptions? And I mean, we have to make the decision, so I'm not going to ask anybody to answer, but the 14 cent is paid to the government of the Virgin Islands. So not exempting us, and we pay the 14 cent, it has to be remitted back to us anyhow. And then we're not going to have the issue to try to determine who is getting what and recalculate after. Just charge the 14 cent and everything coming in. And the additional funding that we have is going to be remitted back to us anyhow. So, and it will close that loophole where we no longer have to worry about a credit, because you're calculating, you're paying on the front end, and then you're calculating how much you provided to the government, and then you're applying that as a credit. Is what else? Wouldn't it just be easier, just charge, and we ain't got to worry about no credit and no coming back to recalculate?
That's a matter of government decision, the exemptions. Whenever we sold the product to the government agency, we provide them the volume sold, and the tax of the fuel tax is not charged in this invoice.
And you're located in Puerto Rico?
I'm located in Puerto Rico.
The fuel tax in Puerto Rico, is it paid up front?
No, we have a system of bonds. We report the volume delivered and we pay next month.
Are there exemptions?
There are exemptions.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Good morning to my colleagues and viewing and listening audience. This bill clearly would help to expedite the process for payment of fuel taxes in the territory, especially by helping reducing the time of remittance of said tax. I believe this is a very important bill, as the monies that are taken into IRB and serve various essential purposes. But furthermore, this bill would help to provide greater clarity to the process of the payment of fuel taxes and allow for a more detailed record of such payments. I'm very much in support of this provision, as they not only ensure that everyone is paying their fair share, but it also brings a greater transparency and reduces the likelihood of potential gaps or not really following the honest system that most taxes require. And I think that's what we're looking at here. How can we ensure that monies that are due and owed to the government come into the government? And so I am in favor of of this bill, but I do have some questions based on the testimony. And there's always room for improvement. There's always room to make things better. I want to commend the sponsor of this bill, Senate President Adana Fred Gregory. But let me ask you, Director Lee, and thank you for your testimony this morning. Because it seems like you're in support of it, but you have what is specifically your concern? Your concerns with this bill?
I don't have any concerns. I fully support it. I think it is a loophole because although in practice we do it, it just takes one savvy attorney to challenge it. And because it's not clear in the code, we could lose, honestly. And I think it closes that gap. There's no misunderstanding. Once you bring it in, you're required to pay it before you are able to deal with it. It needs to be cleared. We need to clear it before it gets to customs. So I'm still a little lost as to how the mechanism is happening for gas to be cleared and then come back to us to be paid. Because once again, the law requires us to clear it, whether it's a business or personal, before custom clears it. So there's something that I will have to investigate.
2 minutes.
And yeah, and that would be. I think that would be good for you to look into it and see. So with regards to, you're saying you're actually right now, you guys are following that same practice, just that it's not codified, correct?
Yes, it's codified for excise goods. So we've just been following that practice for fuel, but we would like it to be codified similar to excise goods.
So what's the purpose then for Form 721 FD?
Because once again, there's an exemption scheme and I mean scheme not in a negative way. There's an exemption element to the whole process. So it allows the seller to then recoup whatever cost that they would have lost, during the exemption for the exemption process. But so it's kind of a truing up mechanism.
Okay, so that's
a good question.
So that's in order
it's similar to payroll taxes. Payroll taxes operates in the same way. You do your estimate monthly, and then quarterly you file a payroll tax return that hopefully in a perfect world, all your estimated payments equal to what's due when you file your return. So.
What currently is due within 30 days, is that correct? Of the close of each month?
The filing of the return, yes.
Okay. Now that leads me to ask Attorney McConnell, or Ms. Valdez. I wasn't too clear with the explanation that you were given with regards to the capacity of your tanks here locally and what's being delivered and how that affects your payment of taxes. I'm not clear what's the discrepancy that you're reference to.
Time.
Can you clarify that?
Yes, this is Yolanda Valdez. The point that we was trying to address is that if, and by example, a vessel stated in the bill of lading that it's gonna deliver 100,000 gallons, and at the point it comes to the terminal, the tank has not capacity for the 100,000 gallons, only 90,000 gallons. That's the amount that's gonna be delivered to the U.S. Virgin Islands, 90,000 gallons. And that's the amount that at the end of the day, the vessel is gonna sell total. The 90,000 gallons are the ones that be supposed to pay the fuel tax, not the 100,000 gallons. That's the point. And what that happens, because the vessel departs from a port, and Total estimate what the tank will have capacity to receive, but that could change.
So let me just to be clear, are you having that problem now, or you're saying that you are concerned that you're going to run into that problem once this bill is enacted?
Every time we have this situation every time. The point of this bill is that said that it's going to be paid immediately, the tax. And if it's immediately, we don't have time to recalculate the tax and make an extra payment if that's the point, or do a lesser payment if we don't receive the total amount that was supposed to deliver to the tank.
Ms. Valdez, but let me ask you, right? So you're reporting what's coming in the vessel, or you're reporting what you're dispatching into your tanks?
What we purchase is what is dispatched to the tank.
So what do you purchase? Do you purchase what is coming in the vessel, or are you purchasing what is being dispersed?
What is being discharged into the tank.
Okay, so you discharge into the tank. Do you discharge first into the trucks that drive to your tank location? Is that correct?
No, we have a vessel coming directly to the terminal. And it's discharged in large tanks located at the terminal.
So your tank is where, so the vessel comes into where you have your tank located?
Right.
Okay, so you have a tank located at the port?
At the airport.
But the gas is coming through sea, right? Through a vessel.
The gasoline is coming through a vessel.
Okay, and you have the tank at the airport.
We have the tank at the airport. The vessel dispatched the volume to the tank. So the volume dispatched to the tank is
So
the
is there a pipe is there a pipe at the port, the marine port where the vessel arrives, that takes the gas from the port to your tank at the airport?
That's correct.
Okay, now I'm understanding a little bit what you're saying. So, but you report what goes into the tank.
That's correct. That's our purchase of gasoline into Virgin Island, and that's our importation of volume.
Oh, I'm sorry, my time was called. I didn't even realize it. But thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence and your leniency.
You had a good line of question, and we need clarity as to the offloading of the fuel in the Virgin Islands. But I still have issues with the explanation, because you can't purchase 80,000 gallons and then it come and you're saying it's only 60,000, or we don't have capacity for the volume that we ordered. You have to know what your capacity is before you order. So whatever is on that bill of lading is what you need to pay taxes on to the government of the Virgin Islands. What is the size tank at the airport?
I don't have that information with me.
Okay. And a matter of fact, I think that we had something to do with Total being in the airport. I think that at some point we did something with that particular measure. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Okay, Director Lee, you already have a system.
Yes, sir.
Does this bill enhance your system, and you support of this bill?
Yes.
Good. That's clear for me. I vote yes. That's clear. Now, Ms. Valdez, good morning. Right now, the tankers that come to take the fuel, do you own the tankers?
No, that is a contractor. That's from the supplier.
Okay, good. So regardless of what how many contracts do you have in the Virgin Islands to supply fuel for? How many contracts do you have?
From supplier of a product?
To supply fuel products, correct. How many contracts do you have with the government, whomever? How many contracts do you have?
I not really can tell you that. Most of them are service stations. We have 5 service stations, 2 entity of government, and a few other customers, industrial customers.
Okay, so when you send fuel to the Virgin Islands, if you sell 90,000 gallons to a contractor with a fuel tanker, you can clearly say that you are sending $90,000 worth of fuel to the Virgin Islands, correct? Or you don't know how much you're dispatching?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. So at 90,000 gallons of fuel, let's say, for instance, we just apply 14 cents to it, and you do a calculation. Is it that simple? Can I just do a calculation that way? 14 cents to the 90,000 gallons, $90,000 worth of fuel, and that would be the payment to the government. Would it be that simple?
Yes, will be that simple. Can I make a clarification of what our concern is with this bill?
Yes, you can make a clarification as to what your concern is. Correct.
Okay. Irrespective of the volume that we're paying, our clarification for this bill is what is immediate payment. If it's once arrived the vessel, if the vessel comes on a weekend, if the government is going to be requesting the payment on a Saturday, on a Sunday, that's a clarification that we want to receive from the government. When the payment is going to be due.
You hear that, Donna?
Okay, that's one. You have any more concerns?
I have a few more concerns, but that's the major point, because once we understand if the vessel arrives Saturday, we cannot discharge the volume, and we have to wait until Monday to make the payment and then put the volume in the tanks.
2 minutes.
Okay, good. The bill sponsor, she could address that when she gets to that point. But what I'm trying to figure out now is, when you send fuel to the territory, like I just gave an analogy of $90,000 worth of fuel, not 90,000 gallons, $90,000 worth of fuel, you know automatically is that 14 cents applied to that $90,000 worth of fuel?
Yes.
Okay, and then that's the money already before that fuel even gets to the Virgin Islands. You know how much taxes you have to pay the Virgin Islands, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then the issue comes now, is that $90,000 worth of fuel, does that entail the exempt entities as one set amount of fuel you're sending?
It's going to be included there.
Okay, so in the separate contracts that you have, you don't send out separate fuel for each individual entity. So the exempt entities are coming as a part of that $90,000 worth of fuel.
Right, and we pay up front for all the volume that we're going to sell. It's taxed to taxable entities or to the government exempt entities. We pay the 14 cents of fuel tax up front for everything.
Right. So and then the issue comes now, once it's separated for the fuel stations, the government, the exempt entities, and then the fuel station at the 14 cent, then we have the whole confusion, basically.
Time.
So one, I do agree with my colleagues in terms of remove the exemption, charge of 14 cents, make it easier based on what it is, Ms. Valdez is saying. And if I may, Mr. Chair, just one final.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Okay, and then Director Lee, what is considered immediately to you? 24 hours, 48 hours, or as it arrives on the payroll?
As it arrives.
As it arrives. Okay.
And if I could follow up on the weekend concern.
Yes, go ahead.
There've been two brokers. There've been two brokers who actually we have that situation with. It's not every week. It's once every couple of months. They call us and let us know ahead of time, and we accommodate them on the weekend. And we settle up on the following Monday. So
okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We should know it's coming. They let us know, and we accommodate. But so far, there's only been two brokers that do that, and it's so infrequent. They just call us ahead of time.
Is Total one of those brokers?
Once again, I can't get into that, sir. I can't discuss a taxpayer situation, unfortunately. But if she's welcome to say,
Total, do you notify Internal Revenue when you have a ship that's coming on the weekend?
I'm not in charge of that process. I can follow that through, but definitely.
Who could answer that question? That's an important question for us, because we're trying to determine as to whether or not ships that are coming on weekend, we know exactly what's the volume, we have the bill of lading, we know exactly what is coming into the Virgin Islands. Who from the company can determine?
Can I jump in, Senator, real quick?
Yes.
To clarify? By their admission, they are saying they are bringing the stuff in and getting it cleared through customs and then coming back and paying. So they're somehow bypassing what we require or what we have put in place anyway. So I guess if the concern is going forward, how they handle that, I will tell you that you just make a simple call and we will accommodate.
Yeah, but that is a simple solution. But I want to know what has been taking place before as to whether or not Total, that is a major player in St. Thomas, as to whether or not if they have a ship that is docking on the weekend, if they're notifying Internal Revenue or any other government entity that a vessel is coming in.
I assume that's that's been the case, but I'm not in charge of that process, so I cannot certify you that at this moment.
Can you have somebody from your company provide you with that information so that we can know?
Yes, sure, I will call.
And there's a young lady there, I'm sure that she can get the information while you're waiting. Mr. Lee, and then we're going to go to the bill sponsor.
Yes, Senator.
If Total comes to you and say that for calendar year 20, the government, we provided 100,000 gallons to the government of the Virgin Islands. Are you matching that up with what PMP has? Does PMP provide you with the monthly receipts so that you can verify the exemption that they're claiming?
Well, they have to submit those. In order to get the benefit, they have to submit the receipts. So in essence, the burden is on the taxpayer to make sure they have everything they need, because if not, they then will have to pay the full amount.
But what I'm asking, if you could go back last year and you could see that Total, they submitted exemption for X amount of gallons. And then we could look at PMP as to how many gallons were utilized by government vehicles to see whether or not those figures correlate.
We can do that, but a part of the filing, we have to have specific documentation. So it's not just based on word. They have to have a support to defend the exemption that they're requesting, which they would have gotten from the various government agencies, to include PNP, for example.
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, let's take a quick 1 minute recess. This committee will stand at recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just start by saying that I don't really have that many questions because I think that my colleagues have circled the wagon in as much as possible. And I really believe that what we're going to have to do is to get additional information or clearer information around exactly what's happening as fuel comes into the territory and how we are appropriately taxing our fuel that's coming into the territory. But let me just ask Director Lee, do you have an audit mechanism by which you're utilizing for these fuel tax areas that are exempted? The areas that are exempted from fuel tax. Director Lee looks like he's...
You said a audit mechanism for the exemptions?
Yeah, what's the system that you have in place?
There's a certificate that has to be presented. So not everyone gets that certificate. They have to get that certificate that gets awarded, to another government agency to grant them the exemption. As long as they have that, they're exempt.
No, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I mean, once you collect from, let's just use Total as the example. Once they file their, what is that thing? The
return.
The return, right? Once they file their return, how are you truing that up? Or are we just really operating? And if you are, you are, because let's be fair in this discussion. This whole exemption legislation was enacted about 36 years ago. So if you are, you are. But let's, just keep it real. How are you truing that up?
Yeah, currently we do have an audit mechanism, but currently we have been going with the honor system. We have been trusting and that's with every tax return that gets
So you
filed.
have an honor system. And you know what honor system does in communities like these, right? When folks see that we have honor systems, they take advantage of it. And I'm not saying that this is happening in this instance, but based on the responses that we received today, I clearly recognize that the loopholes are huge. They're deep and they're wide. And our responsibility as legislators is to ensure that the people of the Virgin Islands are benefiting 100% from whatever it is as it relates to this tax. So we have to close this loophole one way or the other. We're willing to work with Total and all the other providers, but we have to get what is the fair share that belongs to this territory. So I'm going to ask Total again, because I am still concerned about the differentiation. How do they differentiate? When they provide the fuel to Gottlieb, how do you differentiate between what's the government's portion and what's the consumer's portion?
2 minutes.
I don't think that was answered in earnest.
This is Yolanda Valdez. When we deliver the volume to the service stations, that's total volume. And whenever we sold at the service station, we sold with the 14 cents to every customer, except to the government agency. The government agency will receive a bill without the fuel tax.
Yeah, but I'm talking about your actual delivery. So whatever that volume is that you deliver, how do you differentiate?
The volume delivered has the 14 cents. Every volume delivered to the service station has the 14 cents because we prepay the amount with the upfront return.
So listen to this, right? Is there a separate tank, a separate pump that the government goes to?
No, there's no separate pump. They have a fleet card.
So when it says $25, so the cost is $25 for that particular transaction. So once you do the true up, do they subtract the 14 cents per gallon from that $25?
The employee from the government agency does not make a payment for the fuel that he brought into his car. He used the fleet card, Total fleet card, which is similar
understand.
to a credit card.
I understand that. I understand that, but when that individual goes to the pump, the pump says the pump is inclusive of the 14 cents. So I'm trying to establish is there a credit? How is that true up at the end of the month or whatever that period is?
Time.
How is that reconciled?
Whenever we summarize the invoice, when we issue an invoice for the government, there's going to be a credit for the 14 cents. Not fuel tax will be shown in the invoice. And at that point, we take a credit for the volume sold in that service station.
Okay, so you take a credit for the volume sold. So if we look at the invoice, if we are to look at an invoice, we will clearly see that if I paid $25, we will see the credit for each 15 cents, each 14 cents, per gallon, for whatever that number is at the end. All right.
That's correct.
I think my time has been called, and like I said, my colleagues, I think they've circled the wagon. But one thing that I know that came out of this discussion today is that we really need to look at the exemptions from fuel tax. We see that there are a number of exemptions here in the territory, and based on the responses from the IRB director, we have an honor system, and that does not work for the people of the Virgin Islands. We have to make sure that every single dollar comes back to the people. So we are going to have to address this in a different way. So colleagues, this is like the second time that this bill is being held, but I think it's good stuff. It's good stuff, and I think that when we bring it back, I'm going to ask my colleagues to hold it today, if they're in agreement, and because we always try to talk about amending in rules, but this has a lot writing on it. So I believe that we should work together on this. And this is an economic development bill as well. We do have the economic development subcommittee. So we can do some work on this and move it forward at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair. So thank you for your responses. And I don't know that any of us can say that we've left here feeling any better about what's happening in the territory as it relates to the government of the Virgin Islands generating the appropriate fuel tax. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gregory. I think we have received some very pertinent information that would help us to shape our decisions moving forward. The last question that I wanted to ask is, under exemption, there are three different categories. One, we spoke about a lot, which is the government of the Virgin Islands. Two is a purchase of fuel for aircraft, motorboats, yachts, or any other motor vehicle not operating or intended for operation upon the public highway. Do you submit any documentation for that exemption to IRB as well as?
Yes, this is Yolanda Valdez. Whenever we submit the monthly return, we submit a letter together with the evidence of the certificate of exemption signed by each agency and a copy of the invoices.
Outside of government, do you, for motorboats, for yachts, do you submit for an exemption from paying the tax for fuel that was utilized for those vehicles?
No exemption. We don't sell to motor yachts or to the Marines, so no exemption for that.
Aircraft?
The aircraft are not subject to the tax. The tax is only due on gasoline and diesel.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. Like the sponsor of this bill said, we have received a lot of information that definitely will require us to convene a separate meeting where we can have the players.
Senator?
Yes.
Senator, excuse me, can I respond to the question about the broker?
Yes, please do.
Okay, I got the information that the terminal manager in U.S. Virgin Islands notifies 48 hours before the vessel arrives to the broker. So yes, we are making the notification and the broker are making their part.
Okay, thank you so much for the information. Like I was
Thank you.
saying, we are going to have a couple more meetings with the individuals that are going to be affected so that we can craft a bill that would allow the government of the Virgin Islands to rightfully collect what is owed without us having to recalculate and credit here and credit there. I definitely know that it really doesn't make a difference whether or not we have the 14-cent exemption for the government, because if we pay the 14 cents, it's coming back to us anyhow. And that would close one of the largest loopholes that we presently have. But we will reach out to members of the industry before we come back with this particular bill to make sure that we have a bill that is crafted that meet all the concerns that we heard today and the concerns that the Senate is trying to close for legislation that was written some 36 years ago. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. I'll allow you 30 seconds to put a closing statement in the record. Mr. Lee?
Good day, Senator. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm kind of making it really plain and simple. Everyone who receives a paycheck has taxes deducted upfront out of their check. When year end comes, we file a return. Ideally, if we're short, we have to pay a little. If too much was withheld, we get a refund. There's no difference in what we do in our personal journeys as employees than what we're expecting from businesses. Could you imagine if all employees did not have to get taxes taken out of their paycheck? Could you imagine the impact that would have? That's codified, that's law. So to me, it's that simple. It's not an unusual expectation that you, I, and whoever who gets a paycheck goes through. So that's kind of my 30-second 2 cents.
Thank you, Director Lee. You're batting on an A+ today. Attorney McConnell?
Thank you, Senator. As I said in my opening remarks, Total has no problem with the intent of this legislation. Total has no problem paying all the tax that it's required to pay. Total has no problem paying that tax as soon as its amount can be determined and it's able to be paid. The only concern here really is that Total not be asked to pay tax on fuel that it, in fact, never imports into the Virgin Islands, and that there's a mechanism in place that allows Total to make the payments when it's due. Total wants to pay when it's due. It certainly doesn't want to be stuck with penalties for late payment. It wants to be in compliance with the law. I'm confident that working with the good senators and Mr. Lee, that we can come to a system that accomplishes what the government's looking for and that allows Total to and the other importers to pay their fair share of tax. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for the individuals that came with Total to explain exactly what is going on. This committee will take a 2-minute recess before we go to the next bill. This committee stands in recess. Thank you, testifiers.
Good day.
Thank you.
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, read the second item on the agenda, please.
Bill number 34-0058, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 34, by adding a subchapter 3 to establish the Virgin Islands Catalyst Fund to provide loans to eligible entities to promote economic resiliency and to support the retention or creation of jobs, to provide for the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Corporation to administer the program and the fund, and to provide criteria for making loans and making an appropriation, proposed by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Invited testifiers, Matthew Wexler, Director, National Development Council; Kirk Tuning, co-founder, partner, Kane Bay Partners; Marjorie J. Roberts, tax and corporate attorney, Marjorie Rawls Roberts, PC; Richard DeFeeti, owner, Gold Coast Yachts; Peter Chapman, executive director, UVI RT Park Corporation; Justin Moorhead, owner, Ceslia Virgin Islands Securities; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We have a who's who of testifiers today. Who speaks to this bill? You recognize Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you and my colleagues. I'm pretty excited about this measure that's before us today, Bill number 34-0058. Rebuilding, diversifying, and expanding the Virgin Islands economy would take a multi-pronged approach. Bill 34-0058 would be another tool in our toolbox for economic development. This bill creates a catalyst fund to provide loans to eligible entities, local and off-island, which ultimately supports the creation or retention of jobs and promotes economic resiliency, which is critical to both our post-hurricane and now post-pandemic resiliency. For those who will say that the Catalyst Fund duplicates the already established programs at the Economic Development Authority, be assured that is not the case. This program is designed to complement, not compete with the EDA. At the appropriate time, I will introduce an amendment that will further recognizes the collaborative relationship between the two agencies by placing a representative from the EDA on the Catalyst Loan Board. As the sponsor of this bill, I also appreciate how it aligns with the critical initiatives such as the South Shore Trade Zone, since this fund can be utilized to support the advanced manufacturing and other high-growth sectors. In this time of global competition for revenue, our mandate to grow our economy is clear. We must be more strategic and creative about addressing the financial needs of existing local enterprises, as well as those of our employers seeking to establish new operations in the Virgin Islands. Finally, I'm confident in the RT Park's ability to effectively manage this program and fund. Under the leadership of Mr. Chapman and his team, the RT Park has accomplished a level of fiscal discipline and accountability and addressed the inherited problems that previously plagued that organization. Again, this is another tool in our economic arsenal. We can't continue to put our eggs in one basket. We saw what happened under those situations. Our own pathway forward is to diversify the economy. I ask for my colleagues' support on this, and thank you in advance as you continue to vet this very important piece of legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. I'm going to allow the testifiers to put their name and title on the record, beginning with Mr. Chapman.
Good afternoon. Peter Chapman, Executive Director and CEO of the RT Park Corporation.
Sunil, OMB.
Good afternoon. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. Moorhead?
I don't think Mr. Moorhead is here, Senator Violet.
Okay, no problem. Mr. DeFede?
Good morning, Richard DeFede, President Gold Coast Yachts, Managing Member, Blue Economy Fund.
Attorney Roberts?
I'm Marjorie Roberts, Tax and Corporate Attorney, U.S. Virgin Islands.
Mr. Trewin?
Good morning, Kirk Tuning, founder of King Bay Partners and private citizen.
And Mr. Wexler?
Good afternoon, Matthew Wexler, Director with the National Development Council. Thank you.
So we'll begin with Mr. Chapman, and then we'll go to Attorney Roberts. Mr. Chapman, you may proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator Violet and senators of the Finance Committee, other senators present, fellow testifiers, and those in the listening and viewing audience. I'm honored to be here today to testify in support of Bill number 34-0058 regarding the creation of the Catalyst Fund, which would be administered through the Research and Technology Park Corporation, also known as the RT Park. My name is Peter Chapman, and I'm the Executive Director and CEO of that organization. The RT Park is an economic development organization established by the legislature via Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code nearly 20 years ago for the purpose of strengthening and diversifying the regional economy by growing the cluster of technology, knowledge-based, and agricultural research enterprises. We also have responsibility to engage in other activities that will help improve and enhance the entrepreneurial ecosystem of the Virgin Islands. And this includes providing businesses with access to capital. I would first like to outline some of the basic characteristics and operating guidelines for the Catalyst Fund, and then briefly explain why this financing program is important to the diversification of the Virgin Islands economy. The Catalyst Fund will serve as a much-needed source of patient, flexible financing for business ventures and real estate development projects that enhance the entrepreneurial ecosystem or otherwise help make the USVI a more attractive destination for high-impact economic development projects. A keen focus will be placed on providing financing to businesses, both existing local enterprises and new-to-market firms with the potential to create jobs for Virgin Islanders. The fund is intended to be used in combination with other sources of financing or funding and will serve as a bridge between the amount that the borrower can obtain in the private market and the amount needed to support a project or business. For example, a borrower may be able to obtain only 60 to 80% of project financing from conventional sources and thus requires another lender to fill the gap. This is where the Catalyst Fund comes into play. The Catalyst Fund will primarily be used to provide gap financing to advance or support working capital and furniture, fixtures, and equipment for operating businesses, construction and rehab, including tenant improvements of commercial, office, and industrial or manufacturing projects, rehabilitation of mixed-use property, improvement and rehabilitation of nonprofit facilities, and disaster recovery lending to qualifying businesses. We will place a special emphasis on businesses and projects related to growth industries and sectors, especially IT and communications, healthcare and life sciences, sustainable development and alternative energy services, financial services and financial technologies, business process outsourcing and corporate centers of excellence, sustainable agriculture, marine industries, advanced high-tech manufacturing, the visitor economy, and the creative economy. And I should also point out that many of these sectors, if not all of these sectors, are called out in the recently completed and promulgated Vision 2040 collection of concepts. In addition, in accordance with economic and community development lending best practices, all loans made via the fund will be thoroughly underwritten by experienced financial services professionals and secured by third-party collateral and/or guarantees. Before a loan is issued, a business will be required to supply evidence of the following at minimum: a USVI business license, financial statements and cash flow projections that demonstrate sufficient revenue to service all related debt, and adequate collateral and/or guarantees to secure the loan. This is not a grant program. This is not a giveaway program. The RT Park is a technically proficient economic development entity that was recently designated best in class by the International Economic Development Council, but we plan to augment our very capable staff with nationally recognized development finance experts in administering the Catalyst Fund. Notably, to ensure that we have the proper underwriting support, the RT Park will leverage its strategic partnership with the National Development Council for additional technical assistance. NDC is one of the largest and most highly regarded U.S. Treasury certified community development financial institutions in the nation, and is also one of the country's most respected development finance technical assistance providers. And you'll hear from Dr. Wexler in a little while. Our ability as a territory to attract new enterprises and facilitate the expansion of existing firms is dependent upon a number of factors, including K-12 education, quality K-12 education, the presence of a skilled workforce and talent pool, affordable electricity, the appropriate transportation and transit options, and an adequate supply of decent housing options for people across the economic spectrum. Additionally, the availability of capital for expanding and new enterprises is an extremely important factor that impacts our ability to attract and grow businesses that can provide quality jobs for Virgin Islanders. And that's ultimately what this is about. However, we have observed that far too often, enterprises with solid business plans cannot secure their required financing from existing local institutions, which places the Virgin Islands at a competitive disadvantage. Indeed, the RT Park has lost business attraction projects over the years because we did not have the financing tools available to address the project's front-end capital needs. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, we lost an important and potentially impactful enterprise from our business attraction pipeline because we could not address their time-sensitive need for gap financing to support establishment of a Virgin Islands operation. This Maryland-based sustainable agriculture company was planning to build a manufacturing facility that would produce an environmentally friendly fungicide used for food production by commercial farmers internationally. The company projected that this operation would create 80 to 100 livable wage job opportunities, most of which would have been accessible to Virgin Islanders without a 4-year college degree. At present, we have additional potentially catalytic new business development ventures in our pipeline, and at full build-out, they could produce approximately 2,800 new jobs for Virgin Islanders. All of these companies require gap financing, so we are hopeful that the Catalyst Fund will serve as a vital resource in helping to make these projects a reality for our community. It is important to emphasize that in contrast to the Virgin Islands, many U.S. jurisdictions administer loan programs that are being used to support their sector-oriented entrepreneurship and catalytic business attraction agendas. There are more than 1,000 jurisdictions that are using federal funds, for example, such as community development block grants and HUD Section 108 resources for sizable loan pools and access to capital programs as part of a broader economic development strategy. One illustrative example is Puerto Rico, our principal competitor for high-impact economic development projects. Puerto Rico has launched an ambitious plan to dedicate $1.6 billion with a B, or 25% of its federal CDBG disaster recovery allocation, DR allocation that is, for sector-based economic development and the revitalization of distressed commercial areas and sites. Puerto Rico is placing an explicit emphasis on high-growth industries and sectors that will help the island strengthen and diversify its economy. And these sectors include agricultural innovation, advanced manufacturing, ocean economy, and technology-based innovation. And to ensure that Puerto Ricans can benefit equitably from the jobs that emanate from this initiative, they are also investing heavily in workforce training and education. And I know that we're not talking about CDBG-DR today, but we are talking about public dollars, and CDBG-DR is a very significant resource that Puerto Rico is harnessing. The bottom line is that the Catalyst Fund, while not a panacea for our complex economic challenges, could become part of a more robust and visionary approach to becoming more competitive in the global marketplace. As noted in the USVI's 2015 Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or the CEDS as it's called, the territory's traditional approaches to economic development have not kept pace with the changing dynamics of globalization and have become less relevant in the new economy, where knowledge and innovation are increasingly becoming the drivers of economic growth. Hence, the growth and sustainability of the USVI will not depend on the continuation of past development strategies, but on a paradigm shift, unquote, to evaluated innovative economy. The Catalyst Fund, I want to shift a little bit and talk about economic diversification. The Catalyst Fund was also developed with resiliency and sustainability of the USVI economy in mind. Through economic diversification and building a larger, stronger workforce, we believe that our community and economy can bounce back quicker from the inevitable crises, including natural disasters and pandemics. As Senator Francis said at the outset, we cannot and must not wait for another crisis to present itself in order to create a meaningful, positive impact for Virgin Islanders. It is during these moments of recovery and rebuilding that we as a territory can begin to build back better and faster. The RT Park intends for the Catalyst Fund to be another resource in our collective toolbox to help build the resilient economy that we all want and Virgin Islanders need. To be clear, diversity equals resiliency. Economic diversification equals resiliency. To build a more diverse economic ecosystem, we must be able to support potential high-impact businesses and projects seeking to establish new or expand existing operations in the territory. Diversity means attracting businesses from outside of our familiar industries, such as tourism, distilling, and oil refining. We must introduce new, more flexible industries to the economy and work alongside our major industries to build economic resiliency so that when the next disaster strikes, our economy and our community are not crippled. Diverse, high-impact businesses bring many things to our ecosystem. For example, hundreds of jobs, perhaps thousands of jobs, new workforce skill sets and talent, high-value investment, including real estate and community development, philanthropic opportunities, economic stability, the opportunity to build auxiliary businesses, and much, much more. And before I move on from the matter of resiliency, I want to be sure to underscore the potential impact of economic diversification on our citizens. It is easy to think of the Catalyst Fund as being simply a tool for advancing and closing business and real estate transactions, but the fund will also support the development of our territory's human capital. The RT Park envisions Virgin Islanders working and thriving in myriad different industries, earning livable wages and building generational wealth. By targeting and supporting diverse, high-impact businesses that will employ hundreds of Virgin Islanders, we see the Catalyst Fund contributing to the creation of a robust workforce that keeps their hard-earned dollars circulating many times over within the community. As I conclude my formal testimony on Bill number 34-0058, I want to first express my sincere appreciation to members of the legislature, especially the bill's sponsor, Senator Nobel Francis, and Finance Committee Chairman Senator Kurt Violet. Their leadership on the Catalyst Fund and on another potentially transformational initiative, the Tech Village Sustainable Agriculture Project, will benefit critical mass of Virgin Islanders for many years to come. And finally, with respect to the long-term sustainability of the Catalyst Fund, the $5 million in seed capital included in the bill will help us leverage additional funding from several sources. This includes a small portion of the forthcoming federal CDBG mitigation dollars. Governor Bryan has kindly expressed his commitment to ensuring that some of this funding is dedicated to the Catalyst Fund. In addition, we have initiated discussions with a global foundation whose social impact priorities will align with the economic diversification and resiliency goals of the Catalyst Fund. And we will continue to aggressively explore other sources of capital that will enable us to take the fund to scale. Senators, I applaud your leadership in introducing Bill number 34-0058 and elevating the critical issues of access to capital and its relationship to economic competitiveness, economic diversification, and resiliency. This concludes my remarks. I welcome any questions you may have for me at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chapman. Attorney Roberts, do you recognize?
Good afternoon, Senator Villalay and members of the Committee on Finance and the sponsor, Senator Novell Francis, other senators, and those who might be listening. Thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts on the VI Catalyst Revolving Loan Fund Act 2021. I'm an attorney in private practice in St. Thomas. I've lived in the Virgin Islands for 33 years, and during that I've been 7 years as a government attorney at the Bureau of Internal Revenue, 4 years as in-house counsel for an EDC company, and 22 years in private practice. In these various capacities, I've represented and worked with hundreds of companies seeking to invest in the Virgin Islands, primarily as parts of the RT Park program and the EDC program. Looking beyond the success of these tax incentive programs, I believe that expanding the types of economic incentives available to prospective business ventures will not only attract enhanced investment to our shores, but frankly, it's critical at this juncture for some of the reasons that we've heard from the sponsor as well as Peter Chapman. As the territory's economy has shifted over time, I've personally noted that the focus of economic incentive programs has shifted from manufacturing businesses to trying to attract a wide variety of technology and financial services companies. In my years of representing various businesses in the Virgin Islands, I've observed the challenges that some businesses experience in obtaining full financing for innovative ventures that could create new jobs, as we've heard, or even bring new industries to the Virgin Islands. Albeit some business owners have access to substantial capital, others, however, are stymied by the inability to obtain sufficient initial funds to make their dreams a reality. Tax incentives, of course, particularly those as extensive as exist in the Virgin Islands, are definitely powerful economic tools, but you need to be here and start earning money in order to take advantage of the tax incentives. Loans from traditional banking institutions, I've noted, and this has actually changed since I've been here, generally only meet a portion of capital needs, and I've had clients who've had increasing difficulty in even getting loans here in the Virgin Islands. This is especially an issue given the small number of commercial banks operating in the territory. When I moved here, we had Citibank, Chase Manhattan, Barclays, Scotia, and First Penn, and many from personal experience made significant loans in the Virgin Islands. But now the number of lenders has declined, and the banks are not international in scope. The gap in working capital is often an obstacle to economic development, which again makes it more difficult for new entities to invest in the U.S. fiat economy, and also is a competitive tool because I've noted, other jurisdictions, even in some of the states and other islands, will provide either financing, and I'll touch that a little bit more, or will provide free land or other resources beyond tax incentives. The goal of this legislation is laudable, to provide a new option to sustain growth in the economy of the Virgin Islands. And I feel like in the Virgin Islands, we should always be on the lookout for best practices to help capital funding and job creation. I took a look at the literature, and it's very clear that government loan programs are increasing and are critical. There are lots of specific examples of how they work. For example, the Economic Adjustment Assistance Program from the U.S. Economic Development Authority provides grants to eligible recipients to capitalize lending programs that service businesses businesses that cannot obtain traditional funding. and they create jobs that might otherwise be lost, create wealth, and support minority and women-owned businesses. HUD loans incentivize real estate investment by borrowers who might not otherwise be able to buy homes, and both those programs have proven track record. I looked abroad in Europe. They have significant financing tools that have been critical for the development of high-speed broadband development, for example, using capital markets, private capital, government-backed loans, and community finance, because we're globally competitive here. These and other government loan programs around the world are economic tools that have proven success in various environments. Finally, it is my opinion that this legislation will add yet another incredible arrow in our quiver to achieve our goal of a strong and diversified economy. And finally, I would like to give a quick shout out for the marketing support for the South Shore Trade Zone. I know it's in the bill. It's not specific to the Catalyst Fund, but I'm a real fan of the South Shore Trade Zone. So thanks for including that as well. And I'm be glad to answer questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Director O'Neill.
Good day, Chairman Kurt Violet, other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0058, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 34, by adding a subchapter 3 to establish the Virgin Islands Catalyst Fund to provide loans to eligible entities to promote economic resiliency and to support the retention or creation of jobs, to provide for the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Corporation and to administer the program and the fund, and to provide criteria for making loans. The proposed bill as submitted has a number of areas that are unclear, and as a consequence, Chief Legal Counsel Bourne and I have taken the liberty of providing a redlined version of the bill with amendments that we are asking to have inserted and approved by this body. In particular, Section 2, Subchapter 3490P, VI Catalyst Fund, subsection I, the Catalyst Fund shall be administered as a revolving loan fund, has been inserted, and Section 3, subsection 2, which did not state to whom the $1 million would be appropriated, now states the appropriation is to the Economic Development Authority Enterprise Zone Program for the purposes of marketing the South Shore Trade Zone. Additionally, a Section 5 has been added, making the bill effective 30 days after enactment. The proposed source of funds is the $6 million being held in the Limetree Bitumen Facility Building Payment Fund at the Public Finance Authority, which was paid by the Limetree Bay Terminals prior to March 8, 2017, per the waiver agreement signed by the former administration and Limetree on March 2nd, 2017. Said funds were received by the PFA on March 6th, 2017, and are available for transfer to the government upon request and approval by the PFA board. The redline version of the bill, along with the certification of funds from the PFA and a copy of the waiver agreement, were attached to my testimony submission. As the program is to be administered by the UVI RT Park Corporation, I will further ask that as part of the reporting requirements to the Governor and the Senate President stated in Section 2, Subchapter 3, Subsection 490L, this entity be required to conduct and to submit timely annual audits, as well as ensure participation in the Virgin Islands Government Transparency Act, as it is noted that this entity has not had audits completed since 2016. The RT Park Corporation also should understand that they, like other autonomous and semi-autonomous entities, have a fiduciary responsibility to participate in the semi-annual revenue estimating conferences and to be transparent with their operations. Governor Bryan and the administration is in full support of this measure, and we look forward to the enhanced activity to be generated from this initiative, as well as the development and marketing of St. Croix's South Shore. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Director O'Neill. Mr. DeFede, Gold Coast Yacht.
Good afternoon, Senator Violet, members of the Committee on Finance, sponsor Senator Francis, other senators, and those listening and viewing. My name is Richard DeFede. I am founder and president of Gold Coast Yachts and the managing member of the Blue Economy Fund, LLC. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts on Bill 340058 regarding the creation of the Catalyst Fund. The details of the fund have been gone over with Mr. Chapman. I'll restrict my comments to an overview in terms of its applicability to our overall economic development initiatives. Economic development, it can be viewed as a pipeline where demand is at one end of the pipeline designed to accomplish a goal, and in this case, deliver a supply, which is to fully engage the people of the Virgin Islands in economic activities that produce the highest outcomes for all of our efforts. These goals have been set through the Vision 2040 plan and other strategic planning directives to grow and diversify our economy. Those efforts have been put forth by the private sector, the public sector, our institutions, and this has defined to date what the demand side of our pipeline looks like. The supply, of course, is the people of the Virgin Islands who contribute their time, their passion, their skills in an effort to get the highest return for the benefits of themselves, their family, and our community. This pipeline, if you will, is the connection between supply and demand, and determines to a large degree how successful we will be in creating a sustainable, diverse economy that offers the greatest opportunity for attaining the highest quality of life for all residents and visitors of the U.S. Virgin Islands. So therefore, this pipeline, as a metaphor, and its key elements are critical to our success. The key components include an economic development strategy, post-secondary education and training to bring a workforce forward to meet the demand, the ability to attract strategic partners with common goals, leveraging resources, optimizing the engagement process, access to capital, policy and legislation, monitoring components, and continuous improvement. All of these are needed to build a sustainable, dynamic economic development ecosystem that engages our talent and brings ideas, businesses, and industries to market. The Catalyst Fund has been created to promote the development of a dynamic, sustainable economic development ecosystem. The RT Park intends for the Catalyst Fund to be another resource of our pipeline to build the diverse economy that we want. The Catalyst Fund supports the Vision 2040 strategic plan. It creates demand for existing and new post-secondary education training capacity. It will attract and engage new strategic partners. It will leverage resources. It will provide access to capital to new entities. And it will provide technical and financial support to bringing ideas to market. And it further illustrates the USVI is open for business. Every jurisdiction is competing for investment. Our ability to attract new businesses and facilitate the expansion of existing businesses is dependent on the components of our economic development ecosystem in our pipeline. The Catalyst Fund gives us another tool for creating a sustainable, dynamic economic development system. I recommend this committee vote in favor of Bill 34-0058. I congratulate the RT Park on their efforts their continuing efforts to advance economic development in the territory, and look forward to seeing the positive impact the Catalyst Fund will have on our economy and our community. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much. Next, we go to Mr. Trunick. Kirk.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair, Senator Villet, Senators, sponsor Senator Francis. Thank you for inviting me today to assist the legislature in assessing the merits of Bill number 340058. I have been requested here today based on my experience in financial services and efforts towards economic development for the USVI. As a classically trained credit analyst that has worked with many banks, credit unions, and private lenders to develop underwriting financial technology services to meet their needs, I was asked to analyze the Catalyst Fund and its potential benefits to the USVI. I support this economic development initiative and hope to outline a few items today to consider as you review. Dedicating $5 million to capitalize a fund to initially help provide very strategic business loans, if managed properly, can have a long-lasting, very positive effect for the Virgin Islands. Having the public sector partner and commit to help drive growth, tax-based growth, and overall economics of our community is critical at this time. As a private citizen and local business owner whom has started many businesses in different industries, I testified today in front of you simply to help our territory grow in the proper ways to support long-term diversified growth. There are 5 things that I would like to touch on today and of course can dig deeper upon your request. First, the Catalyst Fund, the company pipeline that was mentioned earlier. The loan fund proceeds will help either bring companies here that are not today or help locals start new enterprises that are of high merit. The RT Park has done a solid job of working on a slate of potential businesses that could be benefactors of these loans and in general could generate roughly 2,800 jobs over 5 years. I appreciate the approach the RT Park has taken to identify technology-based companies in fields such as agricultural and film, which are 2 areas that I think we can be very successful in. CEO Peter Chapman has asked me to review and meet with some of the companies and discuss with them what it's like to be an employer in the territory. The RT Park currently has a slate of 5+ companies that could leverage these loans today. I think shovel ready and being right on time from an economic development standpoint. And we've been talking to additional prospects that fit the right opportunities for the territory. The governor requested that I sit on the task force to evaluate how to properly leverage CBDG federal funds for appropriate economic development initiatives. Hence, I have engaged purely in a volunteer manner. I'm convinced that Peter and his team will be able to manage the loan fund properly, as we have discussed the underwriting processes and management in some detail. Time is of the essence with these existing opportunities, as Peter mentioned earlier, and I feel they can quickly administer the fund once approved. So one thing that's always asked is, what's the economic impact? What does this really mean economically to the territory? And we have analyzed both the EDC and RT Park companies over the years to better understand the direct tax and the indirect tax value of initiatives like these. Leveraging the good work the EDA completed recently with its Vision 2040 report, we have seen a net job loss of 8,900 or 19% over the last 10 years. This is very troubling to our economy, and while our unemployment levels may not be fully in alignment, we know there are a lot of USVI residents that are underemployed. My thoughts are that we should look at methodically being able to raise wages for Virgin Islanders as a whole, not by just simply raising wages, but by creating better jobs with more responsibility and enhanced scope, i.e. higher wages while delivering higher value. We do this by creating new opportunities, training residents to take advantage of these opportunities, and then backfill the other jobs with our youth and those that are not fully employed. Over a short period of time, this will help to raise the median USVI income well over the current $31,000. So what's the economic magnitude? I look at this a lot as well. The EDA program provides roughly $150 million a year of direct taxation and an additional $350 million roughly of indirect government income, resulting in $500 million of revenue from roughly 75 to 80 companies. We understand that this means roughly $6.6 million generated by an average company in direct and indirect income revenue to the government. The RT part tenants create direct and indirect benefits of approximately $150 million. Obviously, $650 million with the two combined on a $900+ million normal operating budget is very material, and it's clear that the territorial's economic development initiatives can help shape the job market, income levels, and sustainability. It is my opinion that the Catalyst Fund can assist with the creation of over 2,800 jobs over the next 5 years. However, the loan fund's ROIs for the government are somewhat speculative and depend on the individual deals and the underwriting thereof. I do believe we can create in 4 years over $10 million of annual direct and indirect benefit from a tax and government revenue standpoint, probably more. More importantly is the job creation, wage development, and workforce benefits that several testimonies have mentioned. I will mention a few that are large, though. One that's very important to me is diversity in our economy. Relying on individual pockets of industry exclusively can be easier to manage, as we know and have seen in the USVI in the past. However, it can create serious issues as industries ebb and flow. Two great examples of this are the oil refining and cruise industries, which both have been game-changing economically for our territory for so many years. The new day and the new technology age require us to look farther than those industries, which can easily be instantly harmed by many factors, including environmental challenges, as well as natural disasters such as hurricanes, as well as global pandemics. It is time to look to attract more technology-focused businesses with good ideas. The jobs typically pay better than average, and large value can be created quickly in comparison to other industries. Focusing on industries like sustainable agriculture and film that we know something about, and applying technology is a smart play for the Virgin Islands that ultimately helps diversify the workforce and governmental revenue streams. I've always said here on St. Croix specifically, we are at major risk if we lose 5 companies, and we are at major advantage if we gain 10. Think about that. The dynamics of the magnitude of a few really moves the needle in this economy, as we have seen on many factors, all the way down to philanthropy. The fourth thing is workforce development. Our residents would like an opportunity to make more money. I think that's clear. We need to simply create additional opportunities where they can learn new skills and create more value than they do today in the workforce. As hard as it is to do, while we focus on the new business development side, we must also focus on setting ourselves up for success on the labor side. We simply will need to retool a part of the workforce that is willing and interested in learning new skills. Part of our plan includes partnering with the UVI. We've been working closely to build out a data sciences and analytics curriculum that not only can be offered as a minor at UVI, but so much more. We want to be able to offer certification programs to government employees to help them learn more about the aggregation of data and the formulation of decisions with multivariate components. This skill of looking at the totality of the situation can be used in almost any industry and in many different departments of the modern day company or our government itself. Examples include finance, accounting, tourism, Department of Health, Department of Labor, just to name a few. We want to offer the certificate program to the private sector as well at a fee to rise all boats, so to speak. As you are aware, we have nearly $2 billion in federal disaster-related CBDG funds, some of which could be used to support innovative workforce development models of our residents. A lot of the other testifiers have talked about that diversification and workforce development, but one thing I want to leave you with today is the fifth, is our community. While some of the boom of the economic development programs is not the same as it was in the mid-2000s, we believe it can get there again. We've noticed it's less corporate citizens donating to 501c3s, less citizens volunteering for all the great non-for-profits that provide needed services to our children, elderly, and those in need. By creating energy and a reason to build a business in the USVI, we can create more people giving back. As an EDC beneficiary, and a happy one, we see financial asks daily, of which many we try to fulfill. However, some we simply can't. It would be great to further build out our corporate audience to draw from in terms of time, talent, and donations. In closing, it's my recommendation you vote to approve this bill and move forward to doing as much as we can to give our economic development a chance to help sustain our territory long term. I was discouraged recently when I saw Puerto Rico putting 25% of its disaster recovery funds focused on economic development initiatives and seeing us only looking at 1 to 2%. As a private citizen, I think we need to do more there. We've lost deals as recently as this month to our friends in Puerto Rico, and I would like to see us identified as a more responsive, quicker, and better place to do business. As someone that has raised both of my daughters here and is very committed to the territory in so many ways, we know we can do this. Simply put, we all can do better to build the long-term sustainability and diversity of our territory, and I challenge all of us to think about this and put action to it. Thank you, Senators. Thank you, Senator Vialet. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Wexler?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Senators, guests, members of the public. My name is Matthew Wexler, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on the issue of the Virgin Islands Catalyst Fund. I'm a director at the National Development Council, or NDC, which is a national not-for-profit founded in 1969. After receiving my doctorate degree in 1995, I've worked my entire professional career for 25 years in the fields of affordable housing, community and economic development. Since 2002, that work has been with the National Development Council. We, the National Development Council, have different lines of business, including advisory services, investment funds that utilize tax credits, development services, and small business lending. We are active in all 50 states, Puerto Rico, where I reside, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Except for our tax credit investments in affordable housing projects, which require private sector participation to take advantage of the tax credits, all of our clients, and I want to emphasize this, all of our clients are not-for-profit organizations and municipalities. We are mission-driven, and all of our work reflects that foundation. The National Development Council has been making small business loans for more than 30 years, with an emphasis on women-owned and minority-owned businesses. Over that time, we have loaned more than $269 million to over 710 small businesses, creating or retaining 15,489 jobs, as well as thousands of construction jobs. These loans are as small as $50,000 and as large as $5 million. Today, as we expand our programming, and reach a small business lending, we're raising additional capital and finding those businesses affected by the current pandemic, helping them to overcome current challenges and prepare them for growth. We have worked with my colleague and friend, Peter Chapman, Executive Director of the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park, in his various capacities for about 15 years. When he held executive positions in economic development organizations in Richmond and Norfolk, Virginia, in Detroit, Michigan, he called upon the National Development Council to provide advisory services. Here we are. We find ourselves again with very high enthusiasm for this work, called upon to serve as a part of a team here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. In discussing the creation of the Virgin Islands Catalyst Fund, the first point that I want to emphasize is that this will be a loan fund. Mr. Chapman said this before, I'll reiterate this. This is not a grant fund. We intend that funds are made available to borrowers. They will be carefully underwritten, and there will be every expectation that funds will be repaid. The second point that I'd like to make is that this fund will be self-sufficient. It'll need a little bit of time to get going, but then the fund will create revenues from interest income on the loans being made that will cover operating expenses. And so that this fund will not somehow otherwise be a financial burden on the RT Park, which is very important for the rest of its work and its mission. The third point that I'd like to make is that we intend to create a new not-for-profit incorporated in the territories to serve as the host for this fund. And this is an operational and legal measure which will further protect the parent corporation, the RT Park, from any potential liabilities. This is a business move in just common business sense. Creating the VI Catalyst Fund will be a team effort. In addition to having the National Development Council as an advisor, the Research and Technology Park has retained an executive gentleman by the name of Ronnie Johnson, who's a former banker with more than 30 years of experience in the private and public sectors. I've personally known Mr. Johnson for about 12 years, dating back to our work in Richmond, Virginia, where Mr. Chapman was also serving in an executive capacity. Working together, we will build the organizational infrastructure to establish a Catalyst Fund and begin its operations. These tasks include establishing policies and procedures to operate the fund, drafting a business plan, creating operational projections, identifying and forming a credit committee to evaluate loan proposals. The team will work. The team will do this work, with this goal in mind. And really what I want to emphasize, as a number of other testimonies have done, is that our goal is to create jobs for persons in the VI, persons living in the territories. As important as our tasks, our documents may be, equally important for us is the success of the Catalyst Fund through building the staff from RT Park. This is where the National Development Council's mission really comes into full view. We are dedicated to identifying, training, mentoring, cultivating people with a passion for making a difference. We're not consultants who write reports that sit on bookshelves. We have client relationships that last for decades because we sit down at the table, we roll up our sleeves, and we make sure that our clients are learning, improving, and very practically delivering projects and initiatives that are successful. As technical advisor, I want to speak about the key issues that come into the decision-making process in evaluating a loan request. And I'm going to get to that in just a minute, but I want to give some greater context for this. And I want to talk generally about what kinds of loans the Catalyst Fund intends to make. And in this business of economic development, community development, we call these kind of loans gap financing loans. So what this means to fill a financial gap is that this is where traditional private sector cannot provide the entire amount of capital needed for a project or venture. So an example might be, to make this very concrete, that there's a business that needs to purchase $500,000 of additional machinery and equipment to expend its sales. Okay. The owners are able to assemble, the owners and their equity partners, $100,000 of their own money as equity. When they approached a private bank, the bank offered a loan of $250,000. And so the equity together with the bank loan are $350,000, but the entire purchase is $500,000 or $500,000. And so there's a gap. There's a gap of $150,000. And this is exactly where the Catalyst Fund intends to be that source of gap financing. It's going to participate alongside of private capital, not replacing it, but complementing traditional equity and bank loans. Gap financing looks to maximize private sector participation. We assume that those are the first funds available. And after that, we intend to provide funds once those are in fact exhausted. So the bill that's currently contemplated indicates an amount which suggests that we really need to be prudent with the dollars provided to the capital fund, right? We need to be cautious guardians and stewards of these dollars. So how can we do that? Much of this comes down to credit analysis or an underwriting process. The list of items, you know, and I don't want to get very technical. I'm putting on my proverbial credit hat or banker's hat. But you know, what are we going to look at when we consider all of this, right? It's accountant prepared financial statements, tax returns. What is the business strategy for capitalization? How much equity? How much debt? Financial projections. What is their staffing experience and capacity? How much is this market going to grow? You know, those are the basics of what we are concerned with. Again, I emphasize this is a loan fund and not a grant fund. And equally, if not more importantly, with all of this, is that the intention is to create jobs in the territories, in the USVI. And what we want to understand, and this is certainly a part of the application process, is how many jobs will be created, how many will be retained, who will have access to those jobs. But what I mean by that is principally what levels of experience and education do those positions require, so that we understand that Virgin Islanders can meet that threshold and fill those jobs. And then, you know, finally, what is the compensation and benefits of those jobs? These are fundamental to evaluating the loan applications. Additionally, because we understand that this is an island economy, we want to figure out where is the supply chain for this prospective borrower, right? Are they going to buy services and products from other Virgin Islanders? You know, the name behind this, the Catalyst Fund, is really intended to reflect the purpose and goals of using these dollars to spark the local economy. And that's very much our goal and our mission in association with the RT Park. We anticipate that many of the Catalyst Fund borrowers will fall within the EDA, not federal, local EDA and RT Park programs. We understand, we recognize that generally these may be businesses that are relocating from somewhere else to the Virgin Islands. But we also know, and we also encourage, and we want locally grown businesses. And what I want to emphasize as the technical advisor, the support to the Catalyst Fund, is that the same underwriting and credit evaluation criteria will apply. right? The Catalyst Fund is going to have a single credit evaluation process. And very importantly, for those who are coming from off island and making commitments to local job creation, we are going to hold them accountable to those commitments. Those commitments will be written into the loan documents, and there will be, there will be measures taken to make sure that they are holding up those commitments. So what comes next? For us, it's really together with the team with the RT Park, building a pipeline of potential borrower businesses, setting up the legal entity that we anticipate is going to host this fund. The third item that I would say is, that what we need to do now is we need to identify what our rollout plan is going to be. And finally, what I would say is that we've already begun these efforts. We recognize that a good deal of work needs to be done. There's a clear pathway for getting there. I want to reiterate my gratitude for all of you, Senator Violet, Senator Francis, for sponsoring this bill, for allowing me to provide this testimony. I'm very happy to respond to any questions or comments that you may have. Thank you very much, Senators.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And we're going to go to a 5-minute round of questioning. Oh, Justin is there? I'm sorry. Mr. Moorhead? You said he wasn't there. Is Mr. John Hope there?
No, Jed's not here today, Senator.
Okay, we'll take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. I'm going to have Madam Clerk read the testimony of Mr. Moorhead into the record. Madam Clerk, you may proceed.
Testimony dated May 12th, 2021. The Honorable Kurt Violet, Chairperson. Members, Committee on Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairman Violet, this letter concerns Bill 34-0058. My name is Justin Moorhead. I am the manager of Ceslia Virgin Islands Securities, a U.S. Virgin Islands registered investment advisory firm, and the managing director of Virgin Islands Capital Resources. I am appreciative for this opportunity to offer written testimony in support of Bill number 34-0058 concerning the creation of the Catalyst Fund under the management of the Research and Technology Park of the University of the Virgin Islands, RT Park. Providing members of the Legislative Committee considering passage of this legislation some insight into my qualifications to offer professional testimony in support of this legislation is undoubtedly useful. In 1992, Ceslia and Company, the then parent organization of Ceslia Virgin Islands Securities, collaborated with Prince Waterhouse and Caras Community Investment, Inc. to complete the first comprehensive report on financial intermediation resources in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I was the principal consultant on that study. The findings of that study concluded that for many reasons therein identified, the financial intermediation market for small and medium-sized businesses in the U.S. Virgin Islands is principally the domain of branch operations of U.S. and foreign banks. Unlike the capital financing products that such institutions might offer elsewhere, bank lenders active in the territory did not adequately service the range of financing initiatives required by small and medium-sized businesses, not-for-profits, community groups, and projects of a community development nature pursued by quasi-independent government agencies. That study also identified that, 1, there are no recognizable CRA advocacy groups or spokespersons in the U.S. Virgin Islands. 2, because the USVI is not a metropolitan statistical area, regulated financial institutions are not required to provide Home Mortgage Disclosure Act data. 3, CRA examinations provided minimal insight into actual lending activities and performance of financial institutions in the USVI. And 4, foreign banks need not comply with the requirements. That report was completed in 1993. In intervening period, little has changed. In 1997, Virgin Islands Capital Resources, a 501c4 private foundation, sought to use membership in the Community Development Financial Institution Fund of the U.S. Treasury, CDFI Fund, to in part address this vacuum in local financing. VICAP was underwritten by a local nonprofit. On acceptance as a member organization of the CDFI Fund in 1999, VICAP was the beneficiary of endowment and technical assistance funding. VICAP's primary mission is investing in small businesses and socially beneficial projects in the U.S. Virgin Islands. These investments are usually equity-like. Investments recovery comes from royalty payments, refinancing of the investment at maturity, or preferred payments over some portion of the investment's life. Financing terms are structured to meet the specific requirements of the endeavor we invest in. VICAP's successes are limited in large part because the organization lacks sufficient resources to provide both developmental and financial assistance to needed endeavors. I am supportive of the idea of the proposed Catalyst Fund before you for consideration and hopefully enactment. That fund will advance efforts which I and others have pursued for some 30+ years. Executed correctly, the Catalyst Fund will open another much-needed avenue for broadening funding opportunities for deserving businesses and projects in the territory. This is a meaningful and needed product for further contributing to economic development in the territory. The proposed legislation crafted by the RT Park Management and its advisors intends that the Catalyst Fund will be endowed and or supported by the CDBG as well as other federal and local government and private sources. Together with the appropriation made by you through this legislation, over time, the Catalyst Fund will be financially able to establish sizable loan pools that serve as self-perpetuating, self-replenishing resources for entrepreneurship and catalytic economic development projects. In providing funding to local projects and enterprises, the Catalyst Fund will serve as a bridge between the amount the borrower can obtain on the private market and the amount needed to support a project or business. It is essential to the success of the Catalyst Fund that it be given independence in management and that best practices be employed in its funding, operating, and investing decision-making. It is also critical that the legislation not impose counterproductive controls in how monies made available to the Catalyst Fund are temporarily invested. It is important that both the passive and active investments of the Catalyst Fund contribute to the overall growth and sustainability of that fund. In conclusion, I ask that this committee support both the spirit and substance of Bill number 34-0058. I congratulate the RT Park on its ongoing work to advance economic investment in the territory and look forward to the positive impacts that the Catalyst Fund will have on the Virgin Islands economy and community in the years to come. Thank you. Respectfully, Justin L. Moorhead.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we're going to go straight into a round of questioning, 5 minutes. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again, colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers. And thank you so much for your testimonies, very good testimonies. And I do rise in support of this legislation also, and I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this legislation forward. And also, I'm fully in support of the program that will be provided from this bill that will provide economic assistance for the development and growth of businesses here in our territory. And I'm in particular in support of providing assistance to locally owned small businesses, as we know they are truly the backbone of our economy. And I am concerned, however, about a lack of language that gears this program towards small businesses and locally owned businesses, particularly since the maximum loan amount is $1.5 million, which is basically 30% of the amount appropriated for the initial tranche of the funding. And in the language of this bill, it basically prevents a few entities from utilizing all the benefits of the legislation. And in terms of the interests of local small businesses, you know, I think they need to be protected and promoted. And with such a small amount of initial funding, I believe the program should be focused on smaller loans so they can assist more smaller businesses in the territory. And another concern of mine is the limits regarding the terms of the loan provided by the program, which means that a borrower can potentially borrow for a term of, say, 20 years or more. And in the absence of such limits, and in the absence of those limits, you know, it prevents more borrowers from getting those funds so they can open businesses. So I believe that as Mr. Wexler spoke to in his testimony, he spoke about individuals coming in and you know, opening shop, etc. But my focus, honestly, is on small local businesses that can help to drive our economy, where the funds can circulate many times full. I also want to ask Mr. Chapman, though, when it comes to this bill and the free trade zone, the $1 million, can you talk to me and tell me what that marketing plan will look like as to the $1 million that we're going to spend on the free trade zone, please?
Sure. Thank you for your questions, Senator Blyden. I cannot speak to that. That was an amendment made by the Bryan administration, so I would have to defer to Ms. O'Neill to address that. But I would like to address the first part of your comments or your questions. So. Couple of points that I want to emphasize about the focus on local businesses. This fund is not it's not an either or proposition. In fact, right now we have a couple of businesses that we're looking at. Obviously, no decisions have been made because we don't have the money. But we have a couple of businesses that have local ties and local sponsors. We have a couple of businesses, that want to enter the market. But we believe that to grow the economy, to diversify the economy, we need to focus on both. And the reason that we've set a high per transaction lending limit is because the focus is on entities that can create jobs and diversify the economy. And that includes local companies. And I can give you an example of a local company that's in the pipeline. And also new to market companies. The other point I wanted to make is that when you look at our sister economic development organization, of course, they're different from us. They're more generally focused than we are. The VI Economic Development Authority, they have about 6 or 7 loan programs that focus on local small businesses like the ones that I think you're referring to. So we don't think that there's any need to craft what is basically a micro enterprise program. That is the realm of the local EDA. So it's our assumption that they are adequately meeting the needs of that end of the market. That said, if there are very small enterprises that are doing something that will hopefully create jobs and make an impact, we will be very creative about looking at them. It's not an either or proposition, and I wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Director O'Neill?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Senator Biden?
I even forgot my question. I know he said he could not answer it, and you kind of refer to it, but that's fine. I just have one more quick question in terms of since I got you on the line, Director O'Neill. You spoke to the financial audited statement that have not been done since 2016 for the RT Park. So, Mr. Chapman, can you speak to the reason why that has not been done?
Yes, I sent a note to Director O'Neill last night. I don't think she saw it. So that's not accurate. So what we inherited was an organization that had no financial systems. There was not much there. So that's something I knew coming into it, thanks to our chairman. So we corrected a lot of those past mistakes, and we've caught up. So we restated we had to restate our financials for 16 because the 16 audit was not exactly kosher. So we did that, and we've completed 17, 18, and we are submitting. We're going to be completing 19. I think next month. So we're working with the auditor on that. So we're actually in very good shape in terms of fiscal accountability.
But thank you so much for putting that on the record, and thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Sarah, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm a bit torn today, not against the legislation, because I am in support of the legislation, before my colleague continues to watch with a jaundiced eye. But I'm a bit torn in a sense that a society moves when you move the bottom up. And we in the Virgin Islands, I coming from a political science background, a lot of our policies can fall within a Republican ideology in a government that is basically a one-party system Democrat. And I say that to say that we continue to stretch the gap. So the millionaire companies, let's take the hotels, for example, EDC benefits. And then when you look in the company, we say that a certain percentage of the workers must be local. And of course, the maid, the bellman, the server, it's local, so they've met the mandate. But where is the upward mobility in that regard? And there's so many avenues for those businesses, and then the common small business struggles to find funding to keep their business alive. And we see it daily with the construction workers that can't afford the bonding, but then the big companies have come in and monopolized the recovery. So, of course, the role of government is to kind of levelize the playing field. So I'm not putting that on any of the testifiers or the bill sponsor, because I commend the bill sponsor for his stick-to-itiveness on the free trade zone and this legislation to come. But I just had to lay my thoughts on the table that, you know, you lift as you climb. Lift as you climb, and as you climb, you have to continue to lift, and we continue to create that gap with our small businesses. Now, Mr. Chapman, do you, just devil's advocate question, and the question that the community is going to ask, that a company that has received EDA benefits and, you know, eligible within the RT Park also qualifies per this legislation for the Catalyst Fund. Do you, I don't even think I should be asking you that, but you know, your testimony says you agree with the legislation, and I do too, but what are your thoughts on that?
Sure. So the way I would respond to that is that tax benefits are great, but you have to be generating income in order to take advantage of the tax benefits. The tax benefits don't address what we call the front end needs of a business. So a business may need capital for tenant fit out. They may need capital to go out and hire new staff. They may need capital for myriad things. So this program simply fills what is a very significant void in the ecosystem of financing and funding tools, and it's very consistent with what, you know, over 1,000 jurisdictions are doing. So in a way, we are catching up. We're playing catch up.
So you're bridging a gap. Hold on, Mr. Chapman, because you're going to take all my time. So you're basically bridging a gap of, like you said in your testimony, with the FFEs and everything else. That would, you know,
yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your status of your audits. What's up with your audits?
All right. So as I just indicated, we've completed 16. We had to have 16 redone. 16, 17, 18, what Director O'Neill indicated, because she didn't get my email, was not accurate. We did 16, 17, and 18, and 19 will be done this summer. So I believe next month. So we've actually, our finance and accounting team has actually done yeoman's duty in correcting an unfortunate situation that we found a couple of years ago when we came to the RT Park.
Okay, and what about, do you intend to participate in the upcoming Revenue Estimating Conference?
We do participate in the Revenue Estimating Conference. I don't know if we've missed one of them, but we definitely, as a matter of course, we definitely participate.
Okay. And then how does your interfacing look with the EDA on the $1 million that this bill would appropriate to market the South Shore? Did you have any stake or?
I don't know. I just saw that change yesterday, so I have not had a chance to confer with the EDA, but I would imagine that what would be good from my perspective is to sit down with the EDA and have a conversation about sectors, because that's how you do this kind of economic development. So we don't want to have a one-off. We anticipate that we will have a fulsome conversation with them about how this $1 million from marketing will support a robust sector-based business attraction strategy.
And is the 1 million, in your opinion, because you're in this industry, is 1 million sufficient?
Time.
Well, I don't really know what is envisioned for that $1 million. I don't know if Director Neal can address that. Again, that was not my proposal.
Okay.
$1 million, I will just tell you, Senator Sauro, that's a lot of money for marketing. We don't spend that kind of money on marketing, but I'm going to defer to Director O'Neill and Wayne Biggs at the EDA on that.
Yeah, I just wanted about, how did we get to the 1 million with their indulgence,
I can't
Mr.
speak
Chair?
to that. That was not our
Okay.
our item.
Director O'Neill in your nice green dress.
Good afternoon, Senator Sauro. I'm actually not familiar on what will be paid for with the $1 million. All I know is $1 million to EDA for marketing of the South Shore. I'm not sure.
Because I'm reading the red line version, and this is your red line, 1 million to the EDA for marketing. So I just wanted to know, where did you find your $1 million from? And just one more question, Mr. Chair. In your red line version, you have that the loan review committee may establish limits for further loans pursuant to loan policies and/or regulations. Director Chapman, do you agree with that, with the limits?
I don't have a problem with it. Again, I just saw these changes yesterday, less than 24 hours ago. I've not had a chance to run them through our respective filters, but on the face of it, Senator, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. Thank you, and good afternoon, Attorney Roberts, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Sauro. Senator James, you recognized. Before you proceed, Senator James, Senator Francis, point of information.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that the concern that have been raised by the previous senator is one that I'm torn by as well, in regards to the fact that we have where a number of local businesses that continue to be challenged, hence the reason for this gap financing and this bridge. Obviously, you're able to borrow between $100,000 and $1.5 million, which will certainly, again, address some of the issues that impact our local businesses, FFEs, fixtures, furnitures, and equipment, the lack of building infrastructure, and a number of those areas. So, the concerns that have been raised by her in regards to what seems to be out of reach, it really is what allowed this legislation to be put in place to be able to address some of those issues. And at my time, I'll elaborate a little bit more in terms of the marketing because of the $1 million for the South Shore Enterprise Zone, because we got to be rather competitive. Puerto Rico continue to thrive and spend significantly more money. And so we'll have that discussion at the appropriate time. But I just wanted to let her know that her concern about being torn is why we working and why I support this measure, because it really allow for that bridge and that gap financing that will be required by some of our locals as well as new businesses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. This legislature, I think it was earlier this year, we did pass an economic piece that was earmarked for the Economic Development Authority. And the bill was authored by myself, Senator Sauro, and Senator Fred Gregory, in which we were trying to provide additional monies for small businesses. Unfortunately, the bill was vetoed, and we were told that we did not have jurisdiction over federal monies. But we have followed up, and we have requested of the executive branch that they earmark a certain percentage of the monies that they are receiving to go to small businesses. And we got to continue to try to grow the economy from all aspects. So I do agree with both individuals. Senator James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Great legislation, I must admit. However, I know this bill speaks to establish a program which is the VI Catalyst Revolving Loan Fund Program. And the intent is to provide loans for certain catalyst projects to sustain local economic growth, stimulate job creation and development, catalyze commercial, residential, and industrial growth and development. And there's a section in the bill that speaks to, which is section 490N. It says that the executive director shall establish a close liaison, cooperation, and coordination with the Economic Development Authority and the Department of Labor to accomplish the goals of the VI Catalyst Revolving Loan Fund Program. My concern is Department of Labor has struggled to improve our workforce. And I know as the intent of the legislation or the program is to create jobs, we have a problem in the territory when it comes to skilled laborers in the territory. So as we speak about job development, I would really like to know that from one of the testifiers, how this liaison, the executive director being a close liaison and cooperating and coordinating with the Department of Labor will look like, specifically for the Department of Labor, when it comes to carrying out this Catalyst Revolving Loan Program. Anyone can speak to that?
Yes, and thank you for that question, Senator James. So let me first say that I serve on the Workforce Development Board. I have a very good relationship with Director Malloy, and as a matter of course, as we see it, when you're engaged in economic development, whether it's small scale or large scale, you want to have a close working relationship with the organizations in the territory that are involved in preparing the workforce.
Sir, if you could just get straight to the point. I understand what the legislation is saying as far as being a close liaison, but can you speak to some direct things that will be done and be expected of the Department of Labor to make sure that we follow through and get a proper workforce that we need in the territory? Sure.
So what we will do is we will establish a forum, touch point, whether it's monthly or biweekly meetings to talk about the pipeline of jobs within each company that we're looking to fund and finance. And we will make sure that the employers and the people who get hired have the necessary support to provide for industry-specific training, vocational training, and job preparedness training.
2 minutes.
And through the chair, I would like to request some documentation that speaks to the role of Department of Labor when it comes to the executive director of this program, as far as him being a liaison and cooperating and coordinating with the Economic Development Authority and the Department of Labor, but specifically for the Department of Labor, because I have a lot of concerns with the Department of Labor. They have been sitting a lot of funds recently. I know we know of the $10 million that is there from the CDBG funds, and they're just sitting there when it comes to improving our workforce development. We have things in the Virgin Islands Code that speaks to improving our workforce development, and they are not being enforced. And I just want to make sure that when we speak about job creation, because this is going to be printed in the newspaper, and everybody's going to be saying, yes, jobs creation. But skilled laborers in the territory is what is needed. And skilled people, not just laborers, but people in other professions as well. So if you can just submit through the chair documentation that speaks to the overall visions and objectives of an expectation of the executive director working closely with the Department of Labor, I would gladly appreciate it. I know section 490L speaks to report on program impact. And throughout the entire Virgin Islands Code, it speaks to directors and commissioners preparing and submitting to the governor and the president of the legislature about reports. And I really hope and pray that that is being monitored to make sure that this program, once implemented, and I'm not doubting it, that we study the numbers when it comes to this program. And I know recently the former Senator Alison Digazon was given a job when it comes to research and data and statistics. So these kind of reports would definitely assist the Bureau of Economic Research to make sure that we're monitoring our statistics, and we can be able to provide certain recommendations to this body to make sure that when we implement these legislation, that it doesn't go in vain. So I do support the legislation. My only concern is enforcement, and this body doing the due diligence to make sure that things are being implemented. Because we don't know how long the good vice president will serve in here and many of my colleagues. So as we go over and over and we have transition with a new legislature, I just want to make sure that things are being implemented. My last concern is the Loan Review Committee. I was going through the section that speaks to the Loan Review Committee. How are those individuals being selected?
So we've not put the Loan Review Committee together yet. There was an amendment last night or yesterday to add the EDA. So we want to sit down with the EDA. We want to sit down with members of our board and finish fleshing out what that composition should look like to ensure that we have the appropriate technical eyes at the table. And the appropriate integrity of process overall.
Because the legislation speaks to the Loan Review Committee may be composed of no fewer than 3 members appointed by the executive director. As far as qualifications and criteria, I'm not sure if I'm overlooking it, but I don't really see any criteria and expectation of individuals who should serve on the Loan Review Committee. Is there?
Right. So we will have people who understand credit analysis, people who understand economic development, and can apply a lens to these loans, taking into consideration those 2 disciplines and sub-disciplines.
I'm not sure if my time was called, but my concern is if it has to be codified to make sure that we're getting the best of the best when it comes to individuals on the Loan Review Committee to make sure that there's fairness.
We don't have a problem with that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I don't want to abuse it. Like I said, I support the legislation, and I have some more questions if we have a second round.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senator Carrion. I'd also like to recognize Senator Whitaker. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon to the testifiers.
1 minute, Senator. Hold this time. And Senator Alma Francis, also thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon to the testifiers. With regards to Bill number 340058, the Catalyst Fund, this bill clearly would establish a much needed Catalyst Fund in the territory, which would provide loans to eligible entities. Such a fund, I believe, is long overdue, as there has been a need in the Virgin Islands for quite some time for a source to be able to fill the financing gap. So through the passage of this bill, this fund would help to provide for greater economic diversification, would create more sustainable jobs, and would help safeguard the territory against economic loss brought by disasters, such as the hurricanes that we're aware and such as the pandemic. I stand in support of this measure. It will help many of our hardworking citizens to be able to obtain better jobs, better wages, and better benefits. The bill will help to bring that. But I do have some concerns, though, because we have to have the proper infrastructure in place and to ensure that our people will be able to participate, and really enjoy or take advantage of the benefits that this bill will bring forward. Mr. Chapman, let me ask you specifically, what will be done specifically to reach out to Virgin Islanders, both here and outside the territory, to appraise them of the opportunities available through this program?
Yeah, so thank you for that question, Senator Carrion. So in order to reach the appropriate local Virgin Islanders, we will employ a number of different communications processes and methods. So we've become very adept at doing community forums targeted to very specific groups. So we have a track record of doing that for farmers in particular. And so that is a strategy that we will employ. We will work through the nonprofit community as well. We will work through the Department of Labor, which is obvious. We will also use a program that we've put in place. We've done a soft launch for called Vista Plus, which is our talent acquisition and talent development program that's designed to reach primarily Virgin Islanders throughout the diaspora. So whether they're in the continental United States, Europe, Asia, wherever, we will make the opportunities that come out of these companies and businesses that get funded, we'll make those positions aware to those folks. So those are the principal methods that we will use to get information out to Virgin Islanders and to people throughout the Virgin Islands diaspora.
Well, I like what I'm hearing, so that's good, because many of the times, unfortunately, Virgin Islanders are left out of the picture. Now, my other concern, we're talking about creating jobs, we're talking about skill sets, but internally, what conversations are you having with the University of the Virgin Islands, with Department of Labor, to ensure that we have the workforce skill set that these entities and companies would need?
Yeah, so that's another great question. So we have a very close relationship with the University of the Virgin Islands, and through our core business attraction work, we generate close to $2 million now, probably in excess of $2 million a year. Most of that is used to support cultivation of talent coming out of the university. We also provide, by virtue of our relationship with the university, we serve as a bridge between the private sector and the university. So we are in the business of helping the university plug interns into jobs, and also people throughout the recent alumni network of UVI into jobs. So that is what we do vis-a-vis the university. What was the second part of your question? You asked.
Yeah, with Department of Labor in order with regards to workforce development.
The Department of Labor. In fact, we just were part of a meeting with them last week, along with the rest of the Workforce Development Board, to talk about the opportunity to use our federal money. So right now, the Virgin Islands, as you know, sir, has more money than CREASES, more federal money than anyone. And so we have been advocating for the creation of some aggressive and creative workforce development models, one of which that we're looking to kick off this year, hopefully with some federal support through the Department of Labor, called Bad Boy Coding. So as some of you know, we've done, our team here has done a yeoman's duty led by Alfonso Rodriguez in creating a youth coding program. It is small. We did it on a shoestring. We implemented it during COVID, which is a reflection of how aggressive we are. And we now want to take that program to scale, and we want to make it a model not just for St. Croix or for a particular community in St. Croix, but we want to do it throughout the entire territory. And we want to be able to tap CDBG, DR, and we want to be able to tap new DOL funds, both of which are coming through the Department of Labor, the VI Department of Labor. So those are some very specific things that we've started discussing with the VI Department of Labor and also with the governor's office.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chapman, for sharing that information. I'm also agreeing with Mr. Chewing with regards to our sister island, Puerto Rico. We really need to do more locally to ensure that we are also at the same playing field to be competent, to be able to compete with them and attract these entities, corporations, and territories. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much for Your question, Senator Carrion. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to start with the actual bill itself. So, under Section 490F, under 490F, Section C3, it speaks specifically to businesses being in operation for more than 18 months or admitted in the RT Park or Economic Development Commission tax-exempt programs. So this is specific to the Virgin Islands. I want to make sure that the language here is clear. 18 months in the territory, 18 months as a business overall. That's an affirmative, Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 18 months. If they've not been here for 18 months, they have to be in the process of coming into the territory through the EDA or through the RT Park.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. I don't know that that is very clear. Has been in operation for more than 18 months or admitted in an RT Park Economic Development Commission tax exemption program. When?
So prior to dispersal of loan proceeds. So the idea, and it may, that language may need to be tightened up, but what we've discussed is we don't want to give financing to a company that if you haven't been here for 18 months, we don't want to give you financing unless you've been working with the EDA or with the RT Park and have been going through their vetting process.
Okay, so again, what you just said further confused me. So are you saying 18 months on the ground here in the Virgin Islands?
Yes, 18 months on the ground here in the Virgin Islands.
Okay, so that kind of conflicts with the statement that you made, and you did not number your pages. So it makes it difficult for me to, it says Section 2, filling of local market gap. You made a comment about 2 weeks ago, you lost an important and potentially impactful enterprise from our business attraction because we could not address the time-sensitive need for gap financing to support XYZ, right? So how is that? How is it that you're saying that, making that statement, and the legislation speaks to 18 months on the ground? I am not following your thought process.
And again, we may just, Senate President, we may just need to tighten up that language. So the idea is we want to focus on either businesses that have been here for 18 months on the ground operating. They've got some proof of concept.
2 minutes.
Or if we're not dealing with a business that meets that criterion, they should be businesses that are talking to the RT Park or talking to the EDA about establishing a permanent operation.
All right, I get it. I think that the language needs to be cleared up in that area.
Yes.
Because if I'm having issues with it, then I could see issues in the future.
Yep.
Now,
Good catch.
one of the things that Director O'Neill mentioned in her testimony was tied to the audits of the RT Park. What's the status of your audits?
Yes. So again, we've submitted 17 and 18. Director O'Neill apparently did not get my email last night. That was
When did you submit them?
We submitted them earlier this year. 17 and 18.
When were they completed?
Let me get back to you on the exact dates. I can give that to you probably before we end this.
Were they completed
session.
this year or in a previous year?
So they were completed through the end of last year into this year. And in fact, we've already submitted them to the Housing Finance Authority for our CDBG DR application, but we can get you exact dates.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we understand that if we are going to be providing funding to whether it be a semi-autonomous entity or a nonprofit entity, it is important that you're in good standing and the information is in fact provided to the requisite government entity that's responsible for ensuring that we pass our audit muster, because we are challenged in that area. Okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Now,
absolutely.
You noted here in section 4901E, well, the legislation rather, it says only one catalyst revolving loan is available to a business or owner. However, once a borrower has fully repaid a loan, the borrower may qualify for additional loans in the future. I see that as problematic. This almost comes across like this is a revolving loan system. And if Catalyst basically fills a delta when an entity is trying to move forward with a business. So what are your thoughts around that particular language?
Right. So that is actually pretty standard for revolving loan fund programs. So let me just give you an example. So if you have a business that is a multi-phased business, so they may have, let's say a small assembly operation that needs to get started, we would underwrite a loan just for that phase. And then once it's paid back, if the company needs additional flexible capital for an additional phase, they can apply for another Catalyst fund loan. So, so that is a very typical situation that you find with multi-phase projects. And so we wanted to reflect that in the Catalyst Fund, and in doing so, make the Catalyst Fund consistent with best practices in terms of gap financing programs.
Thank you. I think that the policy around that will have to be very tight in order for me to agree on something like that. So I don't know that we made any mention specifically to small businesses as we look at this particular legislation. And Mr. Chair, can you allow me to ask one more question? You made reference to the fact that actually you did make reference. How many companies currently are showing interest in coming online here in the Virgin Islands through the RT Park program?
Through the RT Park program right now, the pipeline changes from day to day. We have, I believe, Senate President, we have 36 companies in our pipeline. And what that means is
No, don't go. I don't need to know what it means. I'm trying to understand, this Catalyst program is supporting what types of business opportunities? Because you're 36, yes. I'm certain that that's not what we're doing this for.
No.
So that's so help me to or the community to understand what we're doing here.
So our business attraction pipeline is one resource that informs the pipeline for the Catalyst Fund. We also envision working with the EDA. So to the extent that the EDA is talking to companies that they're looking to help.
So how many businesses you have in the pipeline right now?
For the Catalyst Fund specifically?
Yes.
So we have 5 companies that have expressed interest in Catalyst Fund financing.
And those 5 companies are willing to open their doors in how throughout the territory?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
What island district are they intending to open their businesses?
So
what's the ratio?
So the companies from which we've received financials and information, they are all on St. Croix.
All right.
We have.
I asked you this before, and I need to remind you that the purpose of the RT Park is also to service the Island District of St. Thomas. And I do agree that there is a great need for business ventures in the St. Croix District. But we are having a discussion today about $6 million, which, yes, the funding did come from the, let's keep it real, it came from Lime Tree. I like to keep it real.
Right.
So I don't have an issue with how we are utilizing these funds today. But what I do have an issue with is all of the conversation that you've had with me of recent. I'm not hearing anything about what's happening in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And all of our island districts are considered depressed communities. So that's something that you have to figure out how to balance. I don't know that right now that you are doing the best job of balancing that.
Well, we have, and I appreciate that. As we've said before, we want to find catalytic projects on St. Thomas. But just to give you some numbers, so right now, of the 71 companies that we have in the RT Park program, 65 of those companies are on St. Thomas. So we actually have disparity in terms of where tech, knowledge-based, and sustainable development companies are going. They're mostly going to St. Thomas. In terms of how we use the Catalyst Fund, however, we have not counted this particular project, Madam President, in the pipeline because we can't do it yet because they haven't submitted anything.
I'm abusing my time. So you've just redeemed yourself. I'm abusing my time right now, and you've just redeemed yourself. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gregory. I especially like the last statement that you made. You have redeemed yourself. Redemption. So that's a good thing. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Mr. Chapman, does EDA have this similar type program?
No, sir, they do not. And the legislation, the bill being discussed today stipulates that that this program cannot duplicate any other government programs. So, so this is not a program that the EDA has. So this would be a value added. The EDA has, I think it's 7 other programs, many of which are microfinance. And so this would fill a very important hole in the ecosystem.
Okay. Once I give that $5 million to this program, how does it sustain itself after that?
Yes, good question. So it will sustain itself in 2 ways. So the idea is to use the interest payments made on these loans and put the money back into the fund and loan it out again so that we grow the pot with that $5 million. And so the $5 million will help to create a sustainable resource, a self-perpetuating resource. The $5 million from the government through the senators will also put us in a position where we can go out and talk to the private sector. And there are 2 groups that we are focused on right now. There are banks that are looking for CRA credit, and we believe that we can convince them to make investments into this fund. And there are also foundations that invest money for social impact. And because this is really a social impact fund designed to promote economic diversification and resiliency, we're confident that we can also get them to invest.
Yes, hold right there. Where you say there are banks and stuff that are looking to invest. Right now, the RT Park gives what exemptions? What exemptions does the RT Park give to invite companies to the territory?
So we have 10 different categories of tax exemption. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. You know, excise tax exemption, property tax exemption, corporate personal income tax exemption. So we have 10 different categories of income tax exemption that we administer through our program.
Okay, and those exemptions would be to sustain local economic growth, to stimulate job creation and development. Those are some of the issues they would address, right? Basically to bring companies here. Okay, so I think the Catalyst Fund is a good idea, but I don't agree with putting in local government funds.
2 minutes.
Because you do have an option. There is the option for obtaining funds, monies from federal grants and programs, including federal grants and programs enacted. Have you checked into any COVID disease funds for this fund that we're looking to form? Any grants?
Yes,
like you mentioned, the
yes,
banks.
Yes, we are. We're Senator. We're exploring a number of different resources. We're not letting any grass grow under our feet. We've been extremely aggressive in exploring both public federally based, non-federally based, and private, including philanthropic options to capitalize this fund and grow it over the long term.
Right, and like I say, I do support the idea of the fund, but again, that $6 million, that $5 million, I would agree with the $1 million for the South Shore and St. Croix. I don't have a problem with that part, even though I do think $1 million is very high. But to get that going, I would allow that. The $5 million, take that $5 million, put it in GERS, and let's try and make a difference on that angle. RT Park, the things that you're doing, I support, I agree with to an extent. We give a lot of exemptions to lower companies that come to the territory, which we need, we want, we welcome. But then to turn around now and still put $5 million again to give loans, for me, it's a bit much. And again, it's not to, like people, like we say, cast aspersions, but again, it's just to be real. And for me to be real, where you have the opportunity to get federal funding, where you have opportunity to get banks and other entities to provide funding to accomplish this task, I believe that's the route you should go. Okay,
Time.
so again, continue doing what you're doing as an entity. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Whitaker, you recognize.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon to all my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. I don't have a lot of questions. First off, I want to, up on the outside, I definitely support this measure. I come here also in support of really one thing that I have analyzed over the years to Mr. Chapman, the RT Park director, who I've certainly met and had numerous conversations surrounding workforce development. But specifically, as I look at this measure, as you're aware, as a number of individuals are aware, we in fact have had the two things I want to bring out. One is on infrastructure. The RT Park has had now 3 directors. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman? You're the 3rd director?
Yes, I think maybe there have been 4 over the past nearly 20 years, but
Okay,
you're close.
Yes, and I do have to say, just to put out there, that I've witnessed so far, haven't actually known of the 2 previous directors in terms of your work, and it's really good to see what you're doing in terms of somebody stepping into a position, analyzing what the position entails, looking at the statutory provisions, and doing your best to carry out. But as it pertains to today, as I look at the legislation, as I, for one, also just to date was to part in an Economic Development Authority board meeting, series of meetings, I do question oftentimes the ability to carry out various mandates in our law, and especially what I want to find out now from you, Mr. Peter, what is the working relation between your board and the Economic Development Authority board? How often do you all meet? And how have those meetings been going, specifically as it pertains to any discussions over this measure, if you've had any at all?
So, Senator, thank you for that question. You broke up, so I missed the last part of your question. But I think I understand enough to be able to give an intelligent response. So I don't think there's a lot of formal interaction between our boards. I think there is more informal interaction between the various members of the board. So, for example, we have Judge Henry Smock, who is on our board. He is outside counsel, I believe, to the EDA. So there is a link. There's a link there. We at the staff level have a very good working relationship with the EDA. That was the case when the previous director was there. That's the case with Wayne Biggs and also Yolanda. So we have a good working relationship with them at the staff level, but I don't think there's a formal engagement process between our respective boards. I can't really speak to that.
2 minutes.
So to carry out this measure, would you need to formalize? Do you think it would be important to develop a formal way of meeting and making decisions, both from the policy perspective, their board policy, your board policy? Because I know at times there seems to be it can be a conflict in terms of the same individuals you're going to be making outreach to.
Yeah. So what I envision is, and again, that was a change that was made to legislation less than 24 hours ago. I haven't really had a chance to process it with our board chairman, Edward Thomas. But what I envisioned we would do is we would sit down with Chairman Thomas. We would sit down with the chairman of the EDA board and really talk about what it means to be aligned as it relates to the credit committee or loan committee for the Catalyst Fund, since there would be EDA representation on that body.
To workforce development specifically, you indicated that you worked. Well, let's backtrack with the disaster funds. What is the working relationship between the RT Park and the Housing Finance Authority?
So we've been in communication with the Housing Finance Authority on more of a as I call it, a transactional basis over the last couple of years. So we were an applicant for CDBG-DR funds for our Tech Village project. That process is moving along very nicely. We also applied for CDBG-DR funds, actually for this program, for the Catalyst Fund. We actually had this in place 2 years ago. We've not gotten a response from Housing Finance Authority on this application. We also applied for CDBG-DR to support our other what we call talent development programs, coding, education, community development, youth coding specifically. We've not gotten a response from Housing Finance Authority on that application either.
So, Mr. Chapman, just to get more specific, when is the last time you had submitted the paperwork? How long ago now to the Housing Finance Authority? So, how long has this been? Because they've actually funded various initiatives. As you're aware, the Housing Finance Authority has given tens of millions, to the Department of Tourism, money to the workforce, 10 million to the Workforce Development Board. I mean, money is actually being allocated. They presented right before this committee of number of funding they have, in the area of workforce development, specifically about to the tune of $10 million.
Right. So Senator, our chief of staff is the principal liaison to the Housing Finance Authority, and she, I think, has communicated with the Housing Finance Authority specifically on our gap funding for Tech Village this week. We have not communicated with the Housing Finance Authority on the other applications we've made. We essentially gave up. We last communicated with them on it maybe a year ago or 15 months ago.
Thank you very much for that, and I will certainly, of course, the chairman is hearing your expression, and the hope would be now how we can, in supporting this legislation, get through those bottlenecks, because I'm very much aware of them. That's hence why, as senators, we get together and see how we can best support it, make the changes where necessary, and I definitely support this measure. I do congratulate the prime sponsors of the legislation, and just for us, when it comes to implementation and any bottlenecks, I think that's a message to everyone. When you're experiencing as a director, commissioner, issues between different departments, whereby you've submitted documents and you have heard nothing, it's really important to let us know so that we can do the best to get involved as best we can as our role as senators. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the time, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Before I go to the last senator, I just want to put on the record that this has been an initiative for a while that the RT Park has been trying to accomplish. And there have been various discussions with a number of individuals as to how we can create this particular catalyst fund that would help us to diversify the economy and have an expansion of jobs. And I think when this 34th legislature were sworn in, shortly after, I called a meeting with a number of senators, and we had a presentation by the RT Park and some other individuals in reference to establishing the Catalyst Fund and the importance of being able to determine how we're going to be using our CBDG funds to be able to expand the economy. They gave the example of Puerto Rico and what Puerto Rico is doing in terms of job attraction and the fact that the bulk of our monies were not being utilized in a way that would attract new industries to the Virgin Islands. So the Senate waited, and we waited for a path moving forward and realized that if we want this to happen, that we would have to be the drivers before in order to have this initiative work. So that is where we said, well, we need to begin with this seed money. And we're hoping that after providing this seed money, we're going to have some success and that the administration will see the importance of utilizing some of the CBDG as a driver to expand the economy. In reference to exemptions, et cetera, there's always a lot of talk about tax exemption. Are we giving too much? Are we giving not enough, et cetera? But the real story is that we got to remain competitive. And if we don't remain competitive, they're going to leave the Virgin Islands and go to the next jurisdiction that is more competitive than us. And you look at all the states, the various jurisdictions, and they are very competitive. And Puerto Rico is super competitive. And matter of fact, Puerto Rico program offers more than we're presently offering. So we have to be able to balance. And we have to balance as to how we are going to expand this economy, or whether or not we're going to be stuck, not doing anything, not being creative, and expecting that the government is going to generate additional funding. We're hoping that this is going to produce a number of jobs where we'll be able to have individuals that are paying income tax, et cetera. Individual income tax, where individuals will be spending money in the economy, so we'll be collecting more gross receipts, more excise tax. But we cannot wait. We cannot continue to sit and think that everything is going to fall in our laps. If we are not aggressive, we're going to lose out to all those other jurisdictions, every other one. So, colleagues, I'm really, the bill is even bigger than it appears. It's larger than it appears because it's an opportunity to generate income. Senator Alma Francis, you're recognized.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Thank you.
Let me correct it so I can stay on your good side. Senator
Yes,
Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
I appreciate it.
Thank
I
you.
like the record to be correct. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the public. Good afternoon to the testifier. How are you, Mr. Chapman?
I'm good, Senator. Thank you.
Good. I have a couple of questions. I want to ask first, is this the same catalyst fund that during the State of the Territory address the governor referenced in regards to $5 million?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. I'm going to say this before I start jumping into my questions. I am in support of a catalyst fund. I believe catalyst funds are good when they're implemented correctly and when they're utilized in a way to stimulate an economy. I have several concerns with parts of this legislation and the way certain aspects are written. I want to ask you a question. You spoke earlier about 5 companies that have already began to inquire as to this catalyst fund and this $5 million. I had a conversation with someone where I was already informed that this $5 million is already divvied up between 4 companies to include a film company. And I need to know, is there any accuracy into what I was told, or this program is genuinely going to be opened up to as many people as possible who would like to apply? Because I spent part of my afternoon downstairs looking for the documentation where I read some of this earlier. And I need to know, of those 5 companies you referenced before, have any of them already been promised that they would be able to get some of this $5 million?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We've made no promises. We've made very clear that the companies that have expressed interest they will have to go through a process as outlined by Dr. Wexler and myself during our respective testimonies.
Okay.
And,
is any one of those companies a film company?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay. So there's some accuracy to some of the information I was told. Okay. You didn't tell me that, but I was told all of this in detail. So that lies to my concern in section where it states to businesses in operation for 18 months or admitted to the RT Park. Now, I was looking, I heard one of my colleagues speak about $100,000. And also in the document, it said it cannot go past a maximum of 1.5. So out of this $5 million, there's a potential that all of it could be eaten up with from 4 companies. Is there any limit as to what percentage is going to be utilized for smaller loans versus larger loans? Because let's say we did the 100,000. That means if everybody got 100,000, that's about 50 businesses that could be helped to get this catalyst monies. But based on information that I received, if only 4 companies get it, that would literally eat up the whole $5 million.
2 minutes.
Is there anything in place to protect, to make sure that some portion of this $5 million actually gets to smaller businesses that need to get catalyst funds?
Sure. So let me, I appreciate the question, and it's multi-layered, so please bear with me as I try to address all, if not most, of what you just said. So first of all, with respect to information that we've shared with the senators, we actually have a very detailed slide deck presentation that we shared with the senators, showing them the companies that have expressed interest thus far. So there's film company, multiple sustainable development companies. Some of these companies are trying to come into the Virgin Islands. Some are here and are looking to get started or expand. So we've actually given exhaustive details to the senators, and I'd be glad to address any questions that I can and still stay within the terms of the NDA. Couple of other things. The program, I think, would be helpful, Senator, if I just talked about what the program is intended to accomplish. So we don't really see anything impactful about just spreading around $100,000 loans. Plus, that is something that the EDA already does. So the EDA has multiple programs that, that provide smaller loans to local businesses. This program is intended to address the needs of companies that can create jobs for Virgin Islanders.
Okay.
Some of those will be local companies. Some will be companies that want to come into the territory.
Okay, basically, so what you're saying, no funding might never even really get to smaller businesses. You're looking at this $5 million to potentially do bigger loans, which potentially could be up to 1.5, which could potentially boil down to a maximum of maybe 3 or 4 companies.
Well, this program is for, again, we can't compete, and this is in the legislation, we can't compete with a government agency that's already doing small loans. We are not in the business of microfinance. We have to do deals that can create job opportunities for Virgin Islanders. And right now, we see the potential in...
Are you suggesting that a smaller business that could get a much needed, say, $200,000 loan that could employ 5 people just because they get it would not be an economic boost? Or are you saying that maybe one that can only get 1.5 and get maybe 50 people? I'm trying to understand where these decisions are coming from to decide who can and who can't.
Time.
Right. So so I'm not saying that at all. There is a lot of value to having the smaller businesses that can employ single digits number of people. What I'm saying is that there are already resources in place to address those job creating ventures. What we lack in the Virgin Islands, we're completely empty, is in the area of a resource like the Catalyst Fund that can support the efforts of a company that's going to create, let's say, 75, 100, 200 jobs. And to answer your question about how the decision was made, the decision was based on really two big things. Number one, as people who are on the ground doing economic development and seeing what is happening in the economy is fragile, okay? So as you know, tourism is still fragile, and 60% of GDP is tied to tourism. We also have some fragility with the oil refinery. So if that goes out of business, we lose 800, 1,000 jobs. And so given that reality, and given the need to be competitive, okay, and we've talked about what Puerto Rico is doing, that's how we conceptualized what we call the Catalyst Fund, because we don't have a resource like this, and we don't want to be left behind as a community, as a territory, or whatever. So we're filling a real gap. It's about catalytic projects. It's not about everyone in the community who might need a loan, because that can be addressed by someone else.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, could I just finish my statement?
You may conclude, Senator Francis Elegant.
Thank you so much. When I first heard the governor speak about this Catalyst Fund and how it was initially presented to the public, I was very excited. I have always been in support of Catalyst Funds, but the more I dig through this document, I guess I need a little bit more security and amendments to make sure that this is just not a way to take $5 million and transfer it to about 4 companies. So, and that's the way I'm feeling right now. So
right.
Unless I see, let me finish, sir.
Yeah, go ahead and conclude, Senator.
I'm almost done. Unless I see some tweaking and a little bit more to guarantee that individuals that I believe could potentially catapult our economy, I have to step back from this piece of legislation until I see some amendments. But thank you so much, and I'm sure the Senator will allow you to share your thoughts on his time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Elegant. Before I go to the sponsor of the bill, the job of the Economic Development Authority and the RT Park is to go out and attract businesses to come to the Virgin Islands and establish in the Virgin Islands. The Catalyst Fund is just a mechanism for them to be able to attract additional job-creating businesses. That is all it is. Second, we're not giving anybody money. This is a loan. They got to pay it back at interest. So this isn't going to give anybody a grant and they're keeping it. They have to pay back whatever they're getting from the Catalyst Fund with interest. If you look at South Carolina, the incentives that they offered to the BMW plant in South Carolina, it created thousands of jobs and literally transformed the area and transformed even the university system because of job creation. We cannot continue to want just hotel jobs where we have individuals cleaning rooms. We got to look at manufacturing. We got to look at jobs that are going to place individuals into that middle income bracket. That is what we're seeking to do with this Catalyst Fund. That is what the whole overall idea in terms of getting CBDG and growing the economy and lowering companies here, an expansion of revenue collection, etc. That is the overall vision. We can't be talking about a 2040 vision and we're scared to step forward with creating funds that are going to attract businesses to come to the Virgin Islands. And none of the discussions should be relative to who's in charge or who's leading the particular initiative. It should be based on the substance as to what has been presented. 3 years ago, I would have said definitely no to the RT Park because the RT Park had horrible leadership. And we couldn't give them anything because they couldn't account for anything. The last person did nothing at the RT Park but create confusion, and you could see that they did not do any audits. we finally have somebody that's progressive and moving forward and want to bring business and want to do this and that. And when you research what he did in his last jurisdiction where he worked, you're seeing that he was successful, that he was able to lure a company. It was, where was it, Virginia, Mr. Chapman?
It was Detroit and Virginia before that, Senator.
Yes. So, hey, let's create some jobs for the Virgin Islands, some middle-income jobs. Point of inquiry, Senator General Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, Mr. Chapman, I know you spoke about the audits. Did you complete the capacity assessment?
We have completed the capacity assessment as of this week. That's just for the viewing audience. You're referring to the requirement for the CDBG DR application for our Tech Village project. Yes, we completed that.
So that was just on what, this week, this morning, when?
This week we send them the last. It was, I want to say it was the day before yesterday. That was the last piece.
Okay, I think that the Director O'Neill does have some valid concerns because that is the first step in the eligibility process. And I guess, you know, when people come before the body, people come in before the body to make sure that their paperwork is done.
Correct.
Right. So, Senator, there's a long story there. I don't want to put any public agency on blast, but we can certainly talk about that offline.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Fred Gregory, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, Mr. Chapman, do you currently apply for federal funds from the you work with the EDA to? I'm sorry. Let me finish my thought. Do you currently work with the Bureau of Economic Research to apply for federal dollars for economic development initiatives?
We don't work with them. We do our own research in-house, and we've applied for a couple of federal grants through the SBA, specifically for the SSTI program for early stage firms. We were not successful because it was very competitive. And then the only other federal funds that we've applied for have been through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and those, as I indicated earlier, were specifically CDBG DR funds.
Okay, well, thank you for your response. I would urge you to establish a relationship with the Bureau of Economic Research because every year they have available funding for various purposes, and perhaps we can look to, you know, assisting with funding this in the future because this needs to be a revolving fund in the future so we can utilize some federal dollars to fund this as well. I'm thinking that, you know, we do have language in the legislation that speaks to federal funds, but I think one of the things is that we should be requiring you to make federal applications on an annual basis.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We appreciate that, Senator. We don't have a problem doing that. We, in fact, and I wanted to clarify this to Ms. Heiliger, the $5 million is just a place to start. We have a verbal commitment from Governor Bryan, and I think he's spoken about this publicly as well, for $30 million. And the conversation has been around CDBG mitigation funds, but there also may be another opportunity that the governor wants to explore. So we are not just stopping with the $5 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And getting your audits in and your financial house in order is a very important component in terms of applying for federal funds moving forward. So I'm glad that we're making progress with audits that were not completed for 5-6 years. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to thank all of my colleagues for their comment on this particular piece of legislation, whether you support or you gave words of encouragement of how we can strengthen this particular bill. And of course, amendment is always encouraged in order for us to move legislation forward. It's extremely important that we don't just resort to a microeconomics discussion. It's important that we keep it at a macro level. Because again, what we're trying to do here is to create reoccurring revenues diversify our economy so that we don't continue to put all our eggs in one basket. We had over $100 million put into this economy through the PPP loan program. We have the Small Business Administration, a Small Business Development Administration as well that's available to, again, support small businesses. And I don't understand why every time we have a small business discussion, we don't believe as locals that we have an opportunity and a seat at the table to really speak towards being able to be a part of this small business ownership. But I want us to always be mindful here that as we continue to talk about the Catalyst Fund and being able to develop this, is that we have a long game in mind. We want to see where we continue to build our infrastructure, our roads, energy, healthcare, mental health, the marine and the blue economy. And these are some of the things that will help us to continue to build our revenues so that we could be able to accomplish this, not just for ourselves, but also for the tourism industry that will continue to bring in the recurring revenues. We're strategically placed, again, because of our location, because of our deep water port, because of our weather, because of our US dollar, to be attractive in the industry. And we need to always capitalize on that. So, whatever amendments may come for us to be able to address these issues and strengthen the bill is something that I continue to encourage. I wanted to say that there is an amendment, and some of the comments that are been put on the record thus far, we intend to move an amendment to correct some of those situations. But I wanted to ask you real quickly, Director Chapman, in regards to the jobs that could be created or generated as a result of shovel-ready projects, can you just speak to quickly, some of those jobs that may be in the wait or you have had discussion on?
Yes. So we have, these are just examples, and they're in documents that we've shared publicly and with this body. So one is it's an industrial hemp company. So they have intellectual property on a process for creating industrial hemp. They have orders for products. I believe it's cosmetic products and also bulletproof vests. This is getting in the weeds. They have a plan, a multi-phase plan that they project will create 843 jobs. This is over several years, but we are going to be doing this in a phased process. So that's one very specific example. They want to become operational this year. We also have another company that is producing, that has intellectual property on producing clean root vegetables. And they want to start in earnest the process of buying equipment. They wouldn't be able to build a processing factory, probably for another, year and a half, but they want to start purchasing equipment. This is a local company. And so that's another example. We have another company that is it's a high-tech building materials company, very sophisticated entity that wants to get on the ground and start producing their products here. So those are just a few examples, Senator. And again, collectively, these companies are projecting to produce several hundred jobs. Over 1,000 jobs for those three at full build out.
1 minute.
Very well. Thank you for that. And obviously, we're talking about opportunities again to attract for other industries that we have right in our neighboring islands, Puerto Rico, and also opportunities to be competitive in the Caribbean region. And if I may just ask Mr. Chernin, Kirk?
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
Again, you spoke about just giving a cursory support of this measure, but there is opportunity for us to continue to do a deep dive in some of the areas that you feel that this Catalyst Fund could really, change, be a game changer in the industry. Can you just quickly expand on that real quickly?
Yeah, I think Peter touched on it some, is the diversity of the different tech opportunities that are out there. Obviously, focusing heavily from a refinery and tourism standpoint on our economy is something that could not be as sustainable. So I think the key is like this hemp manufacturer for bulletproof vests. That's a great example of, something we can learn about and bring in, whether it's 800 jobs or whatever the exact amount of jobs are. But I think there's a lot more diversification you can do here. And that's why this isn't about I think some of the EDA and other programming from a small business lending standpoint. I love that, by the way. We need to be doing more of that. We need to be helping people understand how to borrow more too, which is part of that learning process. But what this is trying to create some bigger hits, bigger diversification, and actual pockets of new industry that we can be proud of, and that we can escalate some of our existing wages, take people making $40,000 a year and get them to $70,000 a year. I think I've said this before to you, Senator. We need to increase the middle class of the USVI, and I think by having some higher tech oriented industries, we can enable ourselves to be in that position to do that. So I'm pretty proud of the slate that Peter's put forth. I know he has more. He's being conservative. He has some other initiatives that I think could be well suited for these types of programs and really drive some more economic development. So I think there's more ahead.
Time.
Very well. Thank you. My time has been called. Again, colleagues, I don't have a vote in this particular committee, but I strongly encourage that we move this bill on to the next step. And whatever amendment that you do suggest or recommend, you could either move them or give them to me, and I will certainly move them during the Rules Committee process or even up to session. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. The one recommendation that was made that I don't know if I am fully supportive of is that this committee must include a representative of the Economic Development Authority. Doesn't the EDA have a loan program?
Yes, they have, I believe, seven loan programs.
Are you a member of any of those loan program or any of those loan committees for the EDA?
No, sir.
So
no, sir.
I don't know why the converse is being done here, where you're saying that and a loan program is already codified that the RT Park can have a loan program. I don't understand why we're saying that, or why the recommendation was made, because this is not from the sponsor of the bill, why a recommendation was made that we must include a representative of the Economic Development Authority. I don't see where that fits in. So that particular line I would like to see stricken. But I'm going to allow you, Mr. Chapman, and I'm only going to allow Mr. Chapman to put some closing statements in the record because everybody is so supportive of the initiative. So I'll give Mr. Chapman and I'll time him 30 seconds because he will take 2 minutes to close. I'll give you 30 seconds, Mr. Chapman, to close.
Thank you, Senator. I won't repeat anything that you or Senator Francis said. We're eternally grateful for your support and your wisdom on this. I just want to say, cutting through some of the technical stuff, I know I can be a little bit of an egghead, but the Catalyst Fund, although it's not a cure-all for our very complex issues, this is ultimately about our community. It's about addressing the need for a foundational issue, which is jobs and job creation. When we look at what will bring our children back, they need real opportunities. It's also about making us more competitive. There's nothing wrong with tourism jobs, but do we want our children, to have more options? Do we want to give them a better future? And this is the RT Parks. Contribution in that larger goal of economic diversification. And finally, we want to make clear that the RT Park has the technical proficiency. There were questions raised based on misinformation about us not completing audits. That is not accurate. We have done a lot of work to clean up a bad situation, and so our infrastructure is healthy. And we've distinguished ourselves not only locally, but we've distinguished ourselves internationally now, having been designated as a best-in-class economic development organization. So we look forward to working with the senators and other stakeholders to implement the Catalyst Fund, and hopefully we'll be able to get some impactful projects done. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your 30-second closing. The Committee of Finance will take a 1-minute recess.
Thank you.
the Committee of Finance is back on the record. Amendment, Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 34-214 on behalf of the bill sponsor. Amendment to bill number 34-0058. Bill number 34-0058 is amended in the following instances. Section A, Section 2 is amended. 1 on page 2, line 9 by striking the qualified business. 2 on page 3, line 2 by striking IT and insert information technology. 3 on page 3, line 4 by inserting the letter D onto the word advance. 4 on page 5, line 20 after owner by inserting at one time. 5 on page 6, internal subsection 490JA. After the first sentence by inserting a new
Motion,
sentence to
Senator
read.
Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to waive the reading of the amendment. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no opposition, so ordered.
Mr. Chair, I move amendment 34-214, amendment to bill 34-0058. I so move.
Amendment made by Senator Sarro, seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no opposition, so ordered. Senator Sarro.
Motion, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move bill number 34-0058 as amended, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 34, by adding a subchapter 3 to establish the Virgin Islands Catalyst Fund to provide loans to eligible entities to promote economic resiliency and to support the retention or creation of jobs, to provide for the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Corporation to administer the program and the fund, and to provide criteria for making loans and making an appropriation be voted upon favorably by this committee and sent to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Sarro, seconded by Senator Blyden. Roll call on bill number 34-0058 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
No.
Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Sarro, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0058, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 34, by adding the subchapter 3 to establish a Virgin Islands Catalyst Fund to provide loans to eligible entities to promote economic resiliency and to support the retention or creation of jobs, to provide for the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Corporation to administer the program and the fund, and to provide criteria for making loans and making an appropriation as amended, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion, Senator Gregory.
I move that bill number 34-0004, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code.
33.
Let me restate the motion.
She said.
I move bill number 34-004, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 5, Subsection 91, relating to the payment of fuel taxes to change the time for remittance of the tax to the Bureau of Internal Revenue and for other related purposes, be favorably voted on by this committee and sent to the Rules Committee. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Gregory, and this motion is on bill number 34-0004, seconded by Senator Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0004, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 91, relating to the payment of fuel taxes to change the time for remittance of the tax to the Bureau of Internal Revenue and for other related purposes, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, we are going to have an amendment for this particular bill. We're going to be looking at the exemptions that are offered under this bill, and we'll be offering that amendment when the bill goes to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. We're going to take a quick 2-minute transition for the last bill, which is the home ownership bill. So we'll recess for 2 minutes, and some of our colleagues will join us in St. Thomas. This committee stands in recess.
Good afternoon. We're out of recess. Madam Clerk, please call the next item on today's agenda.
Bill number 34-0060, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 21, Chapters 1, 2, 3A, and 4, amending Title 29, subsection 87, 191B, 191J, and 945, amending Title 33, Chapter 7, subsection 130, and repealing Title 12, Chapter 1, subsection 4, and Title 29, Chapter 1, subsection 191F and 191G, to enact the First Time Home Buyers Program Act and making an appropriation of $4 million from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund to the Homestead and Home Loan Fund, proposed by Senator Kurt A. Viale. Invited testifiers: Oran C. Roebuck, Senior Vice President, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico; Darrell Griffith, Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Viale, you're recognized for presentation of bill number 34-0060.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We just came from a discussion with the last bill in reference to being able to create middle-income jobs. And this bill is in direct relation to being able to have individuals who fall in that middle-income category to be able to remain in the Virgin Islands. One of the attraction of a jurisdiction is the ability to have a good job and the ability to be able to own a home. We have lost a number of our professionals, teachers, nurses, and other professionals because of the lack of home ownership opportunities or because of the difficulty in which those individuals are able to qualify as a first-time homeowner for a loan. We had a very, very good meeting with members of the banking community and the Housing Finance Authority. And after that meeting, we wanted to develop a process where true legislation would be able to assist those homeowners that cannot meet all of the necessary qualifications to be able to apply for a loan. So what this First Time Home Buyers Program Act does is that it provides a mechanism to supplement the down payment, which 9 out of 10 times is very difficult for first-time homeowners to meet. So what this is going to do, if right now, if you apply for a loan, a confirming loan from Banco Popular for $300,000, the bank requires that you have 20% as a down payment. That 20% is equal to $60,000. So even if you have the capacity and you have the ability to be able to repay the mortgage, most individuals don't have the $60,000 sitting in the account. So what this is going to do is that they're going to apply to both the bank and the Housing Finance Authority, and the Housing Finance Authority is going to supplement that $60,000 portion. So if the person only have $10,000, then the Housing Finance Authority would supplement the additional $50,000 so that they could qualify for that particular confirming loan. It is going to be a loan in which they would have to make repayment, because we are then going to use the proceeds from those repayments to create a revolving fund so that we can have individuals who we would be able to assist on an annual basis to be able to become a first-time homeowner. There was not sufficient funding before for the Housing Finance Authority to make this a reality. So we have identified a funding source and would like to start this particular Homeowners Program Act by supplying some $4 million to the Housing Finance Authority to make this a reality. We also looked at Title 21, and we looked at the Homestead program. What we did was we tweaked the Homestead program to make it a program where individuals who presently don't qualify for USDA or veterans loan, they don't qualify for any of the other categories, or the income is a bit too high, that they would now qualify for this program. So this program is only for those individuals who don't qualify in the USDA, veterans, or any of the other subsidized program. This is for that bracket that make too much money to qualify, but don't make enough money to be able to go into home ownership. So that is that middle bracket. I think the maximum amount for a single person was somewhere 49,000, I think, right? This carries it up. So this would allow households who are literally, I think when we did the numbers for St. Croix, it was a household making less than 200,000 would qualify for this, and at St. Thomas it was a bit more. I think it's a win-win. It's a program that we're going to try to start funding now, and hopefully we'll make some other appropriations next fiscal year and the fiscal year after, so that we can have a well-established, well-funded first-time homeowners program under the Housing Finance Authority. This is about home ownership, Mr. Chair. This is about being able to retain our teachers and nurses because they now feel that they're able to invest in the island that they're working on. And colleagues, I'm asking for your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale, for presentation and Bill 34-0060. At this time, we'll do a device check with the testifiers before we start to take testimony, and we'll go to the Director of Office of Management and Budget, Jennifer O'Neill. Device check.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon. Next, we'll go to Mr. Darrell Griffith and any of your supporting staff.
Hi, good day, Senator. Darrell Griffith here, Housing Finance Authority, and then I'll let the CFO and then the COO and then manager of our homeownership go next.
Very well, CFO, Mr. Richardson.
Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer. Go ahead, Valles.
Very well, COO.
Ms. Shelford, we had the order confused there. So CFO Valdez Shelford, go ahead and do your introduction.
Good afternoon. I'm Valdez Shelford, CFO, Housing Finance Authority.
Very well.
Good afternoon. Frida Webster, Director of Homeownership, VA Housing Finance Authority.
Welcome. Good afternoon. And next, we'll go to Ms. Auren Roebuck. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Auren Roebuck, Senior Vice President, Region Manager, Banco Popular, Virgin Islands.
Very well. Do you have any other staff with you, Ms. Roebuck?
No, I do not.
Very well. All right, so we'll go ahead and start with the testimony, and we'll hear from Ms. Auren Roebuck at this time with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kurt Viale, Chairman, Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Senator Nobel Francis, all senators present, and the viewing audience. My name is Auren C. Roebuck. I'm the Senior Vice President and the Region Manager of Banco Popular de Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands region. I appear before you today per your invitation to provide input on Bill number 34-0060, an act to establish the Virgin Islands First-Time Home Buyers Program and to amend Title 21 of the Virgin Islands Code. I understand that I've been invited today as a professional with over 22 years of experience within the banking industry to provide an opinion on the advantages and/or disadvantages of Bill number 34-0060, the economic impact of the proposed legislation, and any recommendations to the bill. First and foremost, I commend this body for recognizing the need to expand opportunities for homeownership within the territory and for taking action to address this need. I firmly support the funding proposed in this legislation and the intent of the bill to expand the opportunity for home ownership to first-time home buyers within the territory, specifically for those who fall outside of the income restrictions for assistance through rural development, Veterans Administration, or the Federal Housing Administration, FHA. To be clear, I have no input or insight into whether the sum of $4 million is available to be redirected from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund to the Homestead and Home Loan Fund. While providing home ownership opportunity is extremely important and will positively impact economic growth within the territory, I do not have insight into the financial priorities of the government of the Virgin Islands, and I cannot offer an opinion on the best use of any surplus funds that may be available. My discussion today will focus solely on the impact of home ownership in very general terms, the availability of the bank to work with the Housing Finance Authority to utilize funding appropriated for the purpose intended, and the need to direct funding to first-time home buyers. The banking industry closely monitors economics trends within the markets we serve. We analyze key economic indicators against market demographics, world events, and customer trends to measure product fit and identify areas of opportunity. I've considered this methodology in my analysis of Bill 34-0060. I focus on the need, opportunity, and impact. First, a review of the market opportunity and need. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, the Virgin Islands has an estimated population of 107,000. Our market analysis shows 46% of the eligible population, those over 18 years of age, are active credit consumers, and 69% have a FICO score above 660. Yet less than 19% of this population have a mortgage loan. Within the last 5 years, U.S. Virgin Islands banks have experienced a 23% decline in the mortgage base. The banking community is open, and we have the capacity to lend. However, we are seeing overall reduced trends in mortgage origination, particularly for new construction and first-time home buyers. A review of the deposit base, life stages, socioeconomic indicators, and transaction behaviors of our clients, Popular estimates that over 20% of our clients are eligible prospects for a mortgage product. Simply based on population eligibility measures and portfolio trends, the territory has an opportunity and we have the capacity to increase mortgage lending activity. According to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of Policy Development and Research, comprehensive housing market analysis for the Virgin Islands that was released in August of 2019. The following relevant statistics and conclusions are noted. Following the devastation of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, approximately 16,550 housing units, or more than 28% of the total housing inventory, sustained moderate to major damage or were totally destroyed in 2017. The population growth and improving economic conditions are expected to contribute to a demand for an estimated 800 new primary residents for sale during the next 3 years. HUD also estimates a demand for 940 new rental units during the next 3 years, given the rental housing vacancy rate is at a low of 6.5%, primarily due to low inventory and the entry of increased workers associated with the recovery territory-wide and the startup of the Lime Tree Bay refinery on St. Croix. There is no question that the low inventory of residential housing is a significant challenge for the territory, and I trust Director Griffith will expand on this need further in his testimony. Despite the need for residential housing, less than 20% of the mortgage loans originated by Popular in 2020 were for new construction. However, 30% of the 2020 originations were for land purchase, which is a promising uptake. If approved by the body, Bill 34-0060 will appropriate $4 million to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to expand its first-time home buyers program to assist qualified applicants with purchasing land for home construction, construction costs for building a home, and purchase of a home to be utilized as a primary residence in St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. The amendments being offered to Title 21, Chapter 1 further ensure that the program's intent and targeted population are well defined. As I understand, the intent of the legislation is to support first-time home buyers who may not have sufficient savings with funding to bridge the gap and cover the down payment requirement in order to open opportunity for conventional mortgage financing with local banks and mortgage lenders. The approved borrower will obtain a supplemental loan with the VIHFA for the down payment shortfall and originate a conventional loan with the bank. This final financing model is not new to the local banks, and we have experienced great success working with the authority to structure similar products for first-time buyers. I also understand the intent is not for VIHFA to issue mortgages for full financing of the construction costs for home purchase, but to provide supplemental loans to maximize the available funding and capacity. At an average estimate of $40,000 to $50,000 in down payment costs or equity input, the sum of $4 million should support 80 to 100 new applicants initially. Some applicants will require less supplemental financing, which will allow for more financing capacity. Additionally, issuing these loans will yield a return that will be reinvested in new applications. Hence, I expect the funding will continue to generate a revolving stream of revenue to invest for several years. I recommend that the legislation refrain from setting an interest rate cap that may have a negative impact on future revenues. The pricing guidelines should be established by the VA Housing Finance Authority Board to ensure that the viability and continuance of the program consider changing demographic factors, risk levels, and credit models. The VIHFA Board should also reevaluate the program pricing at least annually. Given our relationship and history of success working with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Popular is eager to participate with and structure credit programs to support home ownership, which will directly stimulate economic growth within our community. Homeownership initiatives such as this have a direct impact on economic growth and development. The investment in the housing market generates wealth. It increases gross receipts for construction, real estate, transportation, and retail sales, and it increases tax contributions to the government. Expanding homeownership also has a social benefit. The boost in personal wealth by building equity and appreciation in real estate assets provides emotional and financial stability, which inherently strengthens communities. Economists estimate that the housing market contributes approximately 15 to 18% to gross domestic product, GDP. The largest impact is from consumption spending on housing services, including rental, retail, maintenance, and utilities. Investments made towards expanding homeownership will directly stimulate spending and increase economic growth within the territory. For these reasons, I wholeheartedly support Bill 34-0060. The Virgin Islands has an immediate need to expand housing inventory. The VI banking community has the financial capacity to increase lending in the mortgage market, and the investment in the housing market will immediately stimulate economic growth. I hope the information I've presented today will aid you in your deliberation of this proposed legislation. I wish to reassure this body that Banco Popular is a community partner We've proudly served the Virgin Islands for almost 40 years with a local dedicated team, and we aim to continue to be of service to the Virgin Islands. I thank you for this opportunity to engage with this body, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roebuck, for your testimony. Director Griffith, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Senator Kurt Violet, Finance Committee Chair, members of the Finance Committee, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Darrell Griffith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today, I appear before you accompanied by Mr. Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer, Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, and Mrs. Frida Webster, Director of Home Ownership, to provide you with the authority's requested testimony on the proposed legislation, BR 34-0060, an act to establish the Virgin Islands First-Time Home Buyer Program and to amend Title 21 of the Virgin Islands Code. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority is in full support of the intent of this legislation before us, especially the much-needed funding, which will go a long way in assisting moderate income individuals in realizing their dreams of home ownership. This Senate is truly partnering with the authority to unlock the doors of affordable housing for moderate income residents. The VIHFA would also like to thank all the bill sponsors for their unwavering support and commitment in assisting the authority in upholding its mandate of providing decent, safe, and sanitary housing to the first-time home buyers we serve. This act will fund the Homestead Program for the first time since 2008, which was when the program was transferred to the VIHFA from the then Housing, Parks, and Recreation. So this is truly a landmark event for us. As this committee is aware, the mission of the authority's homeownership division is to provide first-time affordable homeownership opportunities to low and moderate income families. The authority would like to recommend a few changes to the legislation as proposed. To begin with, in Section 6 of the proposed bill, which seeks to amend subsection 6 of Title 21, Chapter 1 of the VI Code, the authority proposes that the words stating the lots or lots required also be stricken out. It should read, applicants shall be made in writing to the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. VIHFA also requests that in Section 9 of the bill, which seeks to amend subsection 9A3 of Title 21, Chapter 1 of the VI Code, the phrase loans available under paragraph 3 shall not exceed $50,000, provided, however, the loans for home improvement shall not exceed $40,000, be left in place with a slight adjustment to the amounts. The adjusted amounts requested are $75,000 and $60,000 respectively. This will ensure that there is a ceiling in the amount for which the authority can lawfully lend in both instances. As amended, change to Section 10, Title 21, Chapter 1 of the VI Code, Section 10, be amended by striking of 4% per annum and inserting in its place interest rate to be determined by the VIHFA's Executive Director under the leadership and mandate of the Board of Directors. The VIHFA, similar to banks, will use the 10-year Treasury as the base rate of creating interest rates, but will need flexibility based on market conditions. Artificially creating a cap can have unforeseen consequences, such as making the program unsustainable if there's a dramatic impact in our market rates. Section 10A should also insert or construction after purchases to read loans for home purchases or construction granted on this program shall be for a period not exceeding 30 years. The VIHFA is also requesting changes to Section 16 of the bill by deleting mobile home house trailer, prefabricated house or manufactured house in both subsection 16.1 and 3 of Title 21, Chapter 1 of the VI Code, and inserting prefabricated house, manufactured house, or any other housing structure that meets the current building code in order to remain consistent with the proposed changes in earlier sections of the bill. Additionally, the authority recommends that land loan levels of veterans under this subsection be raised to a maximum of $75,000 and $60,000 for home improvement loans, which is consistent with earlier requested amounts. The maximum loan amount should also be raised to match $250,000 proposed in Section 9 of the bill. Section 13 of the bill directly affects our sister agency, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and that change should be in consultation with VIHA. As stated earlier on in my testimony, the authority eagerly embraces the proposed legislation that not only provides the authority with some much needed funding, but also makes necessary updates to current law. In closing, I would like to take this time to thank the staff of the authority who continue to work tirelessly of the mission of the VIHFA while simultaneously dealing with the hurricane recovery efforts. I'd also like to thank the VIHFA's Board of Directors for your direction and vision to help keep us on track. And really thank you to the members of the 34th Legislature for this unparalleled support of affordable housing for the citizens of the Virgin Islands. The staff and I stand ready for any questions. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Director Griffith. Did you get the finished version yesterday of the bill?
I got another version just at 10 o'clock this morning too as well.
Okay, because we just got a performance yesterday. I know that there are certain amendments that you spoke about that's already inserted in the bill, but we will proceed on because, and thank you so much for pointing them out. But we'll take a next look to make sure that your recommendations are in there. Let's go to Director O'Neill and then we'll speak back to the bill.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Kurt Violet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to an invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0060, an act to establish the Virgin Islands First-Time Homebuyers Program and to amend Title 21 of the Virgin Islands Code. My testimony today on the proposed bill will focus solely on the appropriation and the availability of funds. The bill, as proposed, seeks to appropriate the sum of $4 million from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund to the Homestead and Home Loan Fund pursuant to Title 21, Section 8, to establish the Virgin Islands First-Time Homebuyers Program, with the funds remaining available until expended. Unfortunately, however, as of April 22nd, 2021, the pending available funds after appropriated obligations from the matching fund was only $1,549,230. Consequently, as this is a worthwhile initiative that is fully supported by Governor Bryan and the administration, we recommend an initial appropriation not to exceed $2 million from the matching fund at this time, as we are still receiving federal funds and may be able to use some of those funds once received instead. I urge the committee to note that other than the $1.5 million mentioned, all of the expected funds due to the matching fund have already been appropriated for fiscal year 2021, and a substantial amount has actually been paid out. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Director O'Neill. So I will begin with you so that we can have clarity as to the balance in the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. I know that we did receive some, 272 million or 274?
From the American Rescue Plan?
No, in the Internal Revenue Matching Fund.
Yes,
I'm trying to do the break. I'm trying to do the breakdown. So, do you want me to give you a minute to get everything together? I'm trying to go from the 272 and work backwards.
Yes, Senator. I'm pulling it up right now, so you can give me 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Griffith. I know that the language in the bill speaks to prefabricated, it's construction loan, but it also has in prefabricated house, manufactured house, or any other housing structure that meets the current building code. You're recommending that we now take that out?
No, we're recommending that you keep that in, but you just add it to another section that also needed to be updated with that language.
Okay, got it. Let me go to my colleagues who are wrong of questioning. Our colleagues are going to join us in St. Thomas. I'm just left to go back to St. Thomas, so they'll be joining us in a few minutes. So the order has changed, and Senator Francis, you know first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the testifiers for presentation on this very, very important bill. I wanted to go to Director Griffith real quick, and in the testimony from the Senior Vice President Roebuck, she mentioned that the opportunity or the funding of $4 million could very well benefit about 80 to 100 new homeowners. Do you concur with that statement?
Yes, sir. And it's really just a matter of math. That 20% of the overall purchase price, and it depends if the purchase price is right around $300,000. But if it's any more, of course, that amount will reduce.
Very well, and of course that falls in line with the amount of applications or that you have seen over the years. You believe that will be suitable above, or how do you classify the opportunity to have 80 to 100 new applications?
We already have over hundreds of mortgage-ready clients already in our portfolio, so we can actually use all that money with our existing clients even before we get new applications in.
You're spending the money before you get it. So
yes, sir.
So because we want to make sure that you're stating that you already have similar applications in, and one of the issue that we have been trying to address through this measure is that we wanted to make sure that those individuals that have been deemed quote unquote middle class, that have been outside of their qualification to submit application before that they'll have a seat at the table. So how do you see this if you have already had use or alignment for the $4 million in total?
Yes, sir. The short answer is yes. We already have the use and we have the clientele to take it. And by broadcasting this, I know we'll get new clients. And the bill also does something even more expanding by also increasing the stamp tax portion from 30% to 50%. This will allow us to construct homes for middle income people too as well. So this bill addresses on both ends, the financing side and also the construction side. So we commend everyone involved with this.
Very well. Thank you for that. And Ms. Roebuck, I know that when we met the last time, both in the committee process as well as the working meeting or session, one of the recommendations that you had at that time is the importance of being able to get the education and the education that Housing Finance Authority provide. Can you just again put on the record why you believe that this is essential and very important?
Thank you, Senator Orrin Roebuck, Banco Popular. We spoke briefly last time and again at the roundtable meeting. The program that the VA Housing Finance Authority has for home ownership preparedness is essential because it's not just owning a building, it's being able to maintain that, to understand the financing that's extended, the terms of that financing, and the upkeep and maintaining that financing. So it's not just about buying a building, it's maintaining that building and ensuring that the asset grows in values, it appreciates. And I think the Housing Finance Authority does a tremendous job. They address things like plumbing and electrical needs. How do you go about evaluating your contractors and what the need is and moving forward? What happens if you don't pay your property tax, if you don't stay up to date on that? What happens if you're underinsured in your insurance? And those are very essential components in not just maintaining your property, but also ensuring that it appreciates over the years. So I endorse it, and we have actually supported the program financially. We bought their workbooks, and Daryl hasn't asked me for workbooks in a while, so I guess he doesn't need, but it's a program that we definitely endorse 100%, and I hope that it can possibly be extended.
1 minute.
And we can start to give that presentation from the high school level.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think it's very important and good for the collaboration. And even the education, I think, is critical as we continue to explore the opportunities for those individuals to qualify. Ms. Director O'Neill, in your testimony, alluded to the fact that there is still some federal funds that may be coming in and may be applicable or put to use. Do you have any specific earmark? Do you believe that we could up the ante here? Have you already heard from Director Griffith is that he could eat up all of this in pending application? Again, this is a critical and very important measure as we continue to talk about home ownership and the lack of the rental inventory. So do you see an opportunity for us to double this?
That's a very good question, Senator Francis. I am looking at the ARP, the American Rescue Plan, to see how we can utilize, if possible, some of the funding that the territory will receive.
Time.
The guidance on that has not been fully issued as yet, so I continue to read through and see what we can do, especially as it relates to capital projects and other uses for the monies that will come to the government as replacement of revenues. So at this point, I can't say yes, that we can use it, but I am hopeful that we would be able to use some of it.
Very well. So I do have a commitment from you that you'll try to make this a priority commitment and do see where there is some additional funding that could really be put towards this very, very important measure. And getting people an American dream is very important. So, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Okay, Ms. O'Neill, let's break it down. We started out with an amount of, what, 272, 274 million?
So what I start with is what we actually received as the overage.
Well, what did we receive?
Okay, wait 1 second. Wrong file. Hold on.
I have my pen.
Okay, so we received in October, we started with 28.9 million, which is the excess. Actually, let me say this, so I won't give each total. 60.5 million, which is the excess revenues coming back from Bank of New York from the after the rum companies have been paid, et cetera.
Okay. So, and I'm doing it for the benefit of the public. The gross amount we started with was what, 272? And then we paid about 105 in debt payment. Debt payments,
and we were left with 60,577,375.
Okay. So after debt payment, and we were left with about 120 million, and then half of that went to the rum companies, right?
Correct.
Okay. Of the 60 million, what are the government obligations? How much did we set aside in the budget? We set aside 40 something. What was it?
Yes, it was 43.
40 million. 43?
43,219.
43,219. 2 million for the Capital Development Fund, the St. Croix Capital Development Fund.
Correct. 2 million for the UVI Medical School.
For debt payment.
Debt payment, yes.
2 million UVI, 2 million St. Croix Capital Development Fund, St. Thomas Capital Development Fund 1.5.
Thank you. Yeah, no.
Okay. No, 1 million for the crisis intervention. St. Thomas Capital, 1.5. Pauli Joseph Stadium, 4.1 for 2021, but we had 4.1 carrying over from 2020.
We didn't pay 2020?
Not yet.
And retirement?
And we paid the GRS, there's $5 million for GRS. The other 5 was paid.
Okay, 5 was paid already, you're saying?
Yes, and remaining 5 to be paid.
For this fiscal year? Or last
fiscal year.
Last fiscal year.
So what happened is that when we had as of October 31st, we had $80,090,406. And then from that, we had the transfers for the PFA, for the PFA's 2021 budget that came out.
How much was the transfer?
$4 million.
Okay.
And then we transferred the 1 million in February for the crisis intervention fund. And then in March, we had a number of transfers, some of which were outstanding from prior years. So we had for Act 8347, the UVI Scholarship Fund and Medical School, that was $4 million combined. That was paid out on March 4th. March 18th, another $4 million was paid to the St. Croix Capital for fiscal year 2020 and 2021, which is $2 million for each year.
Okay, so those monies were not transferred in the particular fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we had 20 million from the 43 that was transferred to the general fund also on March 18th. So we're left with 23 million still to pull from the matching fund.
Okay, so you have already, for the matching fund, transferred 20 million, you're saying?
Yes, we transferred 20 million to the general fund.
Okay. And how are collections?
For the general fund?
Overall, yeah.
Collections are doing good, but at that particular point when we transferred, which was March, we were low. So we did only half, a little less than half of the matching fund money, just to make sure that we could continue to make payrolls. I think we had 3 payrolls in that cycle.
Okay, I'm seeing that just from the internal revenue collection report as of April, overall collection that goes through IRB is 5% above last year.
Correct.
But there's a variance because of the taxes not being paid in April, or the taxes paid in April last year? No, I don't think they were.
No, they were paid in July.
Okay. All right, I will have a conversation with you about how I think we can find the $4 million. I think we need to find it, and I think it's there. There's a mechanism that we can put in place to make sure it's there. So I will definitely have that conversation. Senator, point of inquiry. Before I go to the point of inquiry, I know I read where aid to states and territories are on the verge of being released, correct?
That's correct. It's not released yet.
Right.
We actually have access, I think, to $20 million, but the 20 million is for what would be considered payments to counties, and it's separated by island. Each island has a separate amount. I think St. Croix is a little over 9 million. St. Thomas is 10 million, and St. John is 800 and something thousand dollars.
And those monies are to offset any shortages that we have in the current budget, correct?
From last year, actually, the fiscal year 2020.
Okay, so do you consider the payments that you made this fiscal year for fiscal year 20 from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund, do you consider that as a shortage and therefore we could supplement it to what we're getting now?
We are looking at that now. The guidance gives us some latitude, I would say broad latitude, but we are limited in the percentages that we can use. We have to do a true up based on the formula that they put forward, or or a maximum of 4%. If we can't do the true up based on year over year, the way it's laid out, then they cap us at 4.8%, I think it is. So we are looking to see how we can do the true up based on the guidance they've put forward to give us the biggest bang, and not use 4%, because 4% doesn't give us much.
Okay, so I think that we need to leave the 4 million, and I know your math and accounting brain would come up with that necessary mechanism to make it work. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Director O'Neill, while she have her spreadsheet up, is whether or not there any light at the end of the tunnel for the $10 million retroactive for the over 65 in your spreadsheet. Is there any opportunity for us to be able to pay that out as required by the appropriations?
Yes, Senator Francis, the intent of the administration is to make that $10 million payment in July.
That's July 2021?
July 2021, correct.
Roger that. Thank you very much. We'll be looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Senator, carry on. You ready? You want Senator DeGraff? You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Proceed.
Good afternoon to testifiers this day. This is a much needed piece of legislation. Bill 34-0060, we know that many Virgin Islanders, especially millennials, are struggling. And not only millennials, also single individuals or married couples are struggling to be able to purchase or build a home in a territory, especially as prices have spiked and increased and numbers of individuals have moved to the territory. Having a first-time home buyer program, I believe, is crucial. And not only crucial, but also it's much needed. We have a lot, and I could speak for our young people who unfortunately haven't returned home because how difficult it is not only to find a job, but also to be able to acquire and own a home. So I am glad and in support of this piece of legislation. I commend the whole team and the sponsor who've been working on this. We've met with different stakeholders and got your inputs and recommendations with regards to it. And so I will be supporting. I listened to some of the suggestions presented and recommendations by Director Griffith and also by Ms. Roebuck and others who have shared their concerns or share their thoughts on the bill. I believe such legislation will be very beneficial and potentially serving an incentive to our bright Virgin Islanders who are out of the territory and will encourage them to come back home. Now, this bill, as well as the previous one, which was a bill 340058, fill in the financial gap. One is focusing in the area of corporation, and this one is focusing in the area of home ownership. And we see that the same principle applies to both of these bills. We have a problem with individuals trying to be able to secure a portion after being approved loan, being able to secure the deposit. Now, Director Griffith, you did mention in your testimony, I believe, in Section 13 of the bill should be changed in consultation with the Housing Authority. What changes specifically should be made?
And that portion of the bill speaks to public housing being converted into home ownership, and that's directly affected by the Housing Authority in their public housing units that they're doing the conversion for right now. So I think it would be more apt for them to discuss that because, for example, as you know, they're currently converting some public housing now. So that's why we put it in there. So that bill speaks that portion of the law speaks directly to the Housing Authority and not to the VIHFA.
Gotcha, understood. And Director O'Neill, I saw in your testimony you mentioned what is available as of April 22nd, which is $1.5 million. Let me ask Director Griffith, what can you do with that amount approximately? How many individuals you'll be able to support if granted or appropriated that amount?
2 minutes.
We'll be able to support 60 to 80 individuals initially, but the great thing about a mortgage is that as the funds get repaid, we'll be able to use those funds again to help more individuals. So this fund can go on till infinity as long as we do what we're customary to do in our collections and servicing department and make sure and help our individuals to repay their loans.
60 to 80, but that would be the full 4 million, but the 2 million that is recommended by the administration, would it change your projections?
Yes, sir. It cut it in half, about 30 to 40.
30 to 40. Can you share with us, you said you have some applicants already that are in need of such a program. Do you have a number of how many applicants?
Yes, sir. In each jurisdiction, we have over 100 applicants that are already mortgage ready. In St. Thomas, it's about over 150, and St. Croix over 100 as well. So we have a number of mortgage ready individuals that a program like this, they would be able to jump on it and move post haste.
Ms. Roebuck, given the housing inventory that we have available, and also I think Director Griffith could jump in on this. What amount might be good in order to be able to fulfill the needs that we have on a yearly basis?
I think Director Griffith would be in a better position to answer that.
In the 2015 housing demand study conducted by the VIHFA, we had over 1,500 affordable housing units that study said that we needed in the territory. So it would be great if we had over 100 million to go to this for our moderate income individuals, but we know that's not a reality. But if we can get this 4 to 10 million on an annual basis, we can do a significant help to alleviate the pain that we know in the Virgin Islands for affordable housing.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this is a great bill, and I look forward for us identifying and being able to appropriate fully the amount that we have on the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. The only way that we are going to retain professionals is through home ownership. If individuals can't purchase a home, they're going to leave. They're going to go to another jurisdiction where home ownership is easier to obtain. So it must be a priority that we get this program going and that we get it well funded. If not, we're going to continue to have to import nurses, teachers, and a number of other professionals because our own children will be leaving the Virgin Islands to go to the mainland so that they can be able to own a home. So I'm really, really looking forward to us being able to find a mechanism to fund it, not only this year, definitely when the budget markup comes up, we are going to have some enabling legislation to continue to fund it for next fiscal year. Because if we are going to retain those professionals, it begins with this. I'm hearing too many young individuals, graduates who have really good jobs in the Virgin Islands, but saying that I have the ability to pay back a mortgage, I just don't have the 60 or 70,000 upfront for the down payment. And in many cases, the sad thing is that these individuals are paying more for rent than they would pay for a mortgage. There's rent for $2,000, and think right now you have rent for $1,500, $1,200. And if you look at the mortgage rate now, I'll ask a question to Ms. Roebuck, and if you don't have the answer right now, you could just get it for me. $300,000 at the present rate, 15-year mortgage, 30-year mortgage, what would be the repayment if somebody in your department could work on that for me? Just so I could have the figure for comparison. A $300,000 mortgage, 30-year, and 15-year. What would be the repayment for that? At the current interest rate. Senator James, you're a millennial. I'm sure this is affecting you. You're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it is definitely affecting me, and I love my mother because I must say that she paved the way for my siblings and I to make sure that we got a piece of the rock, and everyone else deserves a piece of the rock. But I will tell you this much. I am not in opposition of the bill. I am heavily relying on the subject matter experts, which are the testifiers that we have before us. I want to say thank you to the chairman of the Committee on Finance and my colleagues. Recently, we met and we discussed the bill that is before us, and we hashed out everything to make sure that when we reach to the Senate floor, that we're not having a tug of war. Because for a piece of legislation of this magnitude, is very important for us to be playing around. This is very important and crucial, so I want to say thank you to the members of the 34 legislature of the Virgin Islands who participated in that conversation and the testifiers who we have before us. Just want to place that on the record. But I went on www.fidelity.com, and it speaks to the 5 key financial factors that determine loan approvals for mortgage, and it mentioned 5 key factors. And the first one I want to make mention of is your work history. And as was discussed with some of my colleagues, the legislation that we heard before this bill that is before this committee speaks to creation of jobs. But as we speak to the creation of jobs, your work history, stability, and that is why I am counting on the division of personnel to get those critical hires and vacancies that we have available to put individuals there. We need to continue to rely on Department of Labor to do their due diligence to make sure that they're fighting in the best interest of Virgin Islands so they can have hardworking young men and women, and regardless of age, to have a job so they can have that work history. We are depending on the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to move swiftly with approving those business licenses so an individual can have a work history, because owning a business contributes to being having work history. We are depending on the Workforce Development Board to continue to do their part and have those discussions so individuals can have a work history. And the reason why I continue to use those three words, your work history, because without no work history, you won't be able to participate in these kind of programs. So he also made mention of your down payment. And if I would like to ask Director Griffith, with this loan program that we're putting in place, the homeowners program, does this serve as a way to help individuals with their down payment based on the nature of the bill? And if so, can you just educate the public on how we are doing that?
Yes, sir, and thank you for that question. Yes, this bill serves to address exactly that, the down payment. For example, if you're in St. Croix and you drive through Bon Esperance, almost all of Bon Esperance was built in partnership with Banco Popular and USDA through our Buy a Lot, Build a Home program, in which the USDA or the bank provided a majority of financing, 80% or better, and VIHFA provided a supplemental financing of the 20% or lower based on what the clientele needs. So this will increase what we're currently doing with these institutions. So it'll allow us to put in an overdrive, a model that is very successful with us. But the only weakness of the model has been the lack of funding.
Thank you for that. And one of the other key financial factors speaks to your debt to income ratio.
2 minutes.
I would like to just get some kind of feedback from one of the individuals who are representing the bank. I think we have one there, Banco Popular. Ms. Roebuck?
Yes.
Can you just give some little education to the public regarding those individuals who will be interested in a sort of program like this, and how debt to income ratio plays a major role in being approved?
Well, thank you, Senator Orrin Roebuck, Banco Popular. There are several factors that we evaluate for determining credit worthiness, credit risk, and definitely a debt to interest ratio is a key component. We are looking for debt to income ratio that is at 35% or lower. So by exception, we can go as high, I think it's 40%. And that is basically just dividing your debt into your income to get and total income from all sources to get what your ratio is. So that is very impactful.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And it also speaks to your credit score. And I know we have a lot of individuals out there who do credit repairs. And the reason why I'm going down the list, because I know individuals are listening, and it's very important that they understand the 5 key financial factors. And last but not least, it speaks to the value and condition of the home. And Mr. Griffith, can you speak to what kind of homes individuals would be approved of, and it speaks to the value and the condition, what individuals will be expected to build? Something brand new, something that's already in the process? Can you just clarify that for the listening and viewing audience?
Time.
Oh, it would be my pleasure, sir. And it's 2 things that we do. All of those things that you mentioned too as well, those 5 factors, we go over them in great detail in our home ownership classes too as well. So we encourage individuals to call HFA 777-4432, sign up for our home ownership classes, and we'll go over all of this in detail and a lot more too as well. And we do it via Zoom, so you still can be socially distanced while doing it. In terms of the type of homes that you build, we build what we call turnkey homes, in terms of that HFA will hire a contractor and build the house for you. If you're in St. Croix, you can go to Mount Pleasant and you'll see turnkey homes being built by different contractors. If you're in St. Thomas, you can go to Whispering Hills and you'll see homes being built by contractors. We also allow you to come with your own plans, and we do buy a lot, build a home as well, in which we partner with the banks. You get financing from the banks, and you do the construction, and you purchase the lot from us. And also, you can buy existing homes. A lot of that is done through a partnership with USDA as well. So it's our three main operations are turnkey homes, in which we build it for you, buy a lot, build a home, in which you construct it with the guidance of our construction management division. And also the last one is purchasing an existing home on the market already.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. And Mr. Chair, if I can just ask one more question. Section 3 of the bill, Section 3, it speaks to inserting a new subsection that reads as follows: individuals who qualify for a rural development loan or a veterans administrative loan are not eligible for programs administered through the Homestead and Home Loan Fund. And I just want to make sure that we place it on the record, so if any individuals want to go back and watch this, that we're not eliminating them, and that you can just give a brief update to the people of the Virgin Islands regarding opportunities available for veterans, if you can just do that. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Definitely, sir. For both, the USDA, for example, the USDA funds a lot of the homes with our home program, and the home program is a federally funded program, so we receive funds for that every single year. So we're able to help those low to moderate income individuals underneath that. This program that you're funding will allow us to help moderate income individuals. We also have a veterans program that we have funds in, and that could use some additional funds. But that program currently is funded, and we are able to help veterans with that program right now. So none of those groups are truly being excluded. What this bill does is help the much needed middle class of the territory.
Thank you for that particular question, because it's important to know that we are not in any way leaving out any subgroup, but we just don't want to duplicate a group that is already receiving benefits. So there are established programs under USDA, there are established programs under veterans that they can specifically apply for. So this is for that middle income or moderate income group that don't qualify for any of those programs. This is to provide them with the necessary assistance. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. You know, veterans I had first on my list, and I just wanted to ask, could you explain then what your program is for veterans before I move on? The short version, because again, I support this bill 100%. I vote yes. And there was a caveat in regards to veterans, so I just wanted again to put what program do you have at VIFHA in regards to veterans? Then I can move on.
We have a veterans program, sir, yes, that has that's funded now.
Okay, so it's open for veterans to come, and do you have backlog of applicants there waiting right now?
No, we do not have a backlog of veterans waiting for this program. So, and we've done quite a bit of outreach with Veterans Affairs and different veterans groups, and we'll continue to do that so we can bring more veterans into the program. I know you're a big advocate for veterans, so always use your broadcast and let them know that they can come to HFA and we'll assist them.
Good, thank you very much. That's exactly where I wanted to start at. Again, thank you to Director Griffith, you and your team. Thank you, Ms. Roebuck, to you and your team. What if I own my own property and I decide to come? Do you have any provisions for that?
No, currently we do not, and that's something that we're working on because of the success of the Buy a Lot, Build a Home program that we had in St. Croix at Bon Esperance. We're looking for that, and we're looking for it especially in, for the entire territory. But we know in St. John, too, as well, there are a lot of people there who own their lots, and the cost is prohibitive for them to build. So that's something that we're looking at aggressively to try to stand up a program in which we can do construction on existing lots that people own.
Okay, thank you again for that. Ms. Roebuck, if someone comes to your bank to obtain a mortgage and they don't fully qualify, is there any collaboration with VIFHA to assist them?
Thank you, Senator. It depends on what the reason for the individual not qualifying, where we would recommend them to seek assistance. We don't just collaborate with VA Housing Finance, we also collaborate with Rural Development, Veterans Administration, and other programs. So it really depends on what the reason for denial is, and we try at every opportunity to educate our borrowers and tell them where they can enhance their ability or their credit worthiness.
Thank you for that. I want to make sure people also hear that, hey, the banks are also assisting. Because again, this is near and dear to me. I could remember the first time I went for a loan to purchase a house, and you know, I really went through the horrors, but hey, I stuck with it and I prevailed. Now, Director Griffith, I understand this is for the middle income, but does a lower income person have a chance coming through this program?
A lower income person has opportunities for our existing program. We have the home program, and also we have the disaster recovery funds, CDBG DR,
2
in
minutes.
which we can assist people making up to 120% of the area median income. And for example, the area median income in the island of St. Thomas is 61,600. So we'll be able to assist people with those other funds that we have. So we have dedicated funds for lower income individuals. This bill does something extraordinary in which we don't have any dedicated funds for moderate income individuals, and this bill addresses that fact.
And again, we are covering all genres. We're covering veterans, we're covering the low income, we're covering the middle income, and we're going to fight hard to find this initial $4 million, and then we're going to go forward from that. And finally, Director, how are you advertising and putting out to the public the great information that we're hearing here, also to the banks? What means are you putting this information out, letting the individuals in the community know what you're providing?
With our lending partners, we have a great relationship. So my staff, Frida Webster and her team reach out to the banks on a regular basis, so they're aware of this. VIHFA, we're currently advertising too as well. If you put on any radio station, I think now you'll hear a homeownership commercial. I just signed a check for a number of radio stations that we're advertising with. So, and we also have a grant to do that too as well through HUD for that. So that's why we haven't come to Ms. Roebuck for the books, because HUD has given us a grant for that.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. And what we're trying to do additionally is we're hearing the conversation just so that we can clarify the intent. The intent of this particular bill is also to allow those individuals who own a property to be able to qualify for a construction loan. In it, it has assisting restriking in Section 8, subsection A, restriking purchasing land in St. Croix, in Damas and St. John for homesteading and for the purpose of assisting qualified applicants. We striking that and we put in assisting qualified applicants with purchasing land for home construction. That's the first. Second, construction costs for building a home, which means they already have an existing lot and they're going for a loan. They already have a lot that's in their name. They don't own a home, but they own a piece of property so they can go in for a construction loan. And last, or to purchase a home to be used as a primary residence, which means they can purchase a home that is already built. So that is the three categories that we have outlined so that we can make it as wide as possible and have various options for individuals to become homeowner. Before I got to your point of inquiry, Senator, Ms. Roebuck sent the information. Thank you so much. A $300,000 loan with 20% down, the interest, a 30-year mortgage payment would be $1,077. 15 years would be $1,715. 20 years would be $1,391. So if you look at a 30-year mortgage at 3.5% interest as presently being offered now, if you factor in insurance at $4,800, it's going to increase the $1,077 by $400, and you factor in property tax, the next $2,000. I mean, your mortgage rate will be somewhere in a range of $1,600 if you're escrowing for insurance and also have an escrow account to pay the property tax. And the individuals are paying more than $1,500, $1,600 now. And I'm sure if you have a loan or you're paying a rent that is $1,200 and you're paying that every single month, it would make really good sense if you could find an additional $100 if it's $1,300 and pay the $1,300 and the home is yours. You know, so we need to begin to look at all the options, and I encourage all individuals in the Virgin Islands who are seeking home ownership to begin taking the classes of the Housing Finance Authority and trying to put the financial affairs in order so that the credit score can raise and they could be able to apply for these particular programs that we're trying to establish. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Griffith, under the CDBG DR, there was some money that was slated to assist with the new construction for homeownership opportunity and first-time home buyer assistance. I see where in tranche number 1 there was $6.5 million, in tranche 2, $63.5 million. How is that funded accessed?
So we're using that for new home construction. So for example, in St. Croix, we're going to build a subdivision, Solitude, which will have 20 homes. So we're in the final stage this month of getting the subdivision plan from the engineer. And then from there, we're going to have to go and, do procurement, get someone, and then go to construction. So that's going to be for new home construction that will build turnkey homes. In St. Thomas, we have in Fortuna 56 homes. That's if you drive down there, you'll see infrastructure being started for the first 12, and we're going to use those funds to build 56 homes in St. Thomas from there.
So this entire amount of money and it's not for single home, it's just is for the multi.
No, these are all single family homes
Within a development.
in a subdivision. Yeah, like what we did in Bon Esperance or in Mount Pleasant.
So none of this apply to outside of that. Those individuals that may have owned their own land and wanted to construct a home.
No, it doesn't apply to that. Correct. This is strictly for creating brand new subdivisions in the territory.
So is there any funding at all available through the CDBG DR for that purpose?
We have not set aside. We have to create an entire program to do that on the CDBG DR for that, and we have not done that.
Is that something you intend to do in the future? Because obviously what I'm looking at is futuristically, because we see that this $4 million, and even if we double that, it's going to somewhat be eaten up real quickly. Also, I wanted to look at the opportunity for us to be able to expand the availability of this funding in the future.
We can look at doing that and we will look at doing it for our CDBG mitigation grant, but not for the disaster recovery. And we're submitting that grant for approval to HUD in June.
Okay. Please add that to your consideration. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. I think we need to just carve out a small portion for those individuals who have their own property so that we can have a mix moving forward. Senator Blyden, I think he has arrived in St. Thomas. Senator Blyden.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues and testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony. And of course, I rise in support of bill number 34-0060. As I am too a sponsor of this landmark piece of legislation. Director Griffith, I'm suggesting that you do put a program together for those individuals. Of course, here in the territory, many folks are land rich, cash poor. So we must include them because they cannot be left out of the loophole. So it is critical that we do pave a way for those individuals moving forward in terms of owning a piece of the rock.
100% agree, sir.
Most of my questions, okay, thank you. Most of my questions are going to be toward the banks, really, because Ms. Roback, thank you so much for the conversation and the meetings we had. And I have some questions for you because you noted in your testimony that within the last 5 years, the USVI banks have experienced a 23% decline in mortgage base. And my question is, does the analysis take into account that mortgages that are originated through mortgage brokers with your analysis? Are mortgage brokers included in that analysis of the 23%? Ms. Roback?
Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, good afternoon, Senator. I don't have any direct analysis as to what the causes are. I can tell you there are various impacts. There are also the impact in 2017 with the hurricanes, the insurance proceeds that entered the market was able to pay off some mortgages. So there are various factors. What I have is the market-based number from the Bankers Association, but it does not include the mortgage lenders outside of the Bankers Association.
Okay, thank you for that, because the reason why I asked that question, because based on sources, it's been known that in the recent years that the largest volume of mortgages here in the territory have been originated by brokers. And national data notes that over the last 10 years, the amount of the market share taken up by mortgage brokers as opposed to traditional banks has grown tremendously. So with that being said, are we seeing that in the Virgin Islands based on your knowledge?
Again, I don't have statistics to back that up. I would say yes, there is a large population that is going to the mortgage lenders. And that carries its own risk. The mortgage lenders do not hold mortgages. Those are mortgages that are going to be sold. And particularly during time of disaster, that servicing is out of state. And a borrower can have some difficulty with managing the insurance and claims on that property. So that is a risk that individuals need to be aware of. The process can be faster. I have to admit that, but it comes at a cost.
And I wish I had an answer, because that was my question, because what is attracting them to those individuals, even as you say, there is a risk, but at the same time, they are attracting way more individuals than our traditional banks, and there must be a reason for that. And it would be nice to know what the reason is and see how we can adjust in terms of basically meeting those needs of the individuals, whether it be the time it takes to get through, whether it be, your credit score, whether it be
2 minutes,
whatever. So I was just interested in that. In closing, Mr. Chair, I don't want to abuse my time. Let me basically state for the record that I believe that home ownership is one of the most important investments anyone can make in their lifetime. And this legislation is a start in terms of fulfilling that much needed obligation for the middle class, those middle income individuals who don't stand a chance of ever getting a loan. I believe this will assist many individuals. And in addition to those who are land rich and cash poor, we need to actually get to that place where we can help our people here in the territory in being able to own their own home. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for your due diligence and all that you have done in this regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I'm getting a number of texts since the question that was just asked in reference to if you own your own. if you own your own land, would you qualify for the construction loan? And there are a number of individuals that are reaching out that they want to make sure that this program is also applicable to them. So I think we might need to carve out a little piece and to make sure that at least 25% should go to individuals who already own their own land and want to build a property. They shouldn't be prohibited from constructing a home if they only have a property that they need to go and purchase the next property that's in a particular development. There are a number of individuals who already own a property and they're just trying to get a construction loan. So we want to create a balance, Mr. Griffith. So we're going to be looking at perhaps some specific language just to make sure that all the proceeds don't necessarily be used for one particular development so that we can be able to have home ownership throughout. In St. Thomas is Senator Sarro. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. I'm a little disheveled. I just came off the plane. So I missed the discussion that happened. So if I ask a question, please forgive me. I didn't, because if I ask a question I was asked before, I ask for your forgiveness. Miss Roebuck, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Oh, okay, you can hear me. So on page 2 of your testimony, you discussed the market analysis shows that 46% of the population, active credit consumers, 69% have a FICO score above 660, but yet less than 19% have a mortgage loan. And then we go on to, you talk about the banks have experienced a 23% decline in the mortgage base, and the banking community is open and has the capacity to lend. That's your concluding remark. But why? Have you done an analysis as to the why? This is the data. These are the facts.
Various reasons. I mean, I think there's a general assumption, particularly amongst our young population, that I'm not going to get a loan. I can't qualify, and they really haven't dived into moving forward in that aspect. I think the bank, we can possibly do a better job in the marketing and promotion of opportunities. So there are various factors. The times have changed where individuals, they get their first job, they are making money, good money now, and the first thing they may think about is getting a nice car versus getting a home. So we're seeing a lot of applicants applying later in life. That's been a shift. So there are numerous factors. We're seeing a lot more individuals coming out of college with very heavy credit card debt, which then impacts their debt income ratio. So times have changed, and that's why I revert back to education, that we really need to educate our younger population on the power of building wealth through real estate. So there are various factors.
Thank you for that. And let's go to the construction loan. Does Banco offer construction loans?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and what's the rate of success when somebody applies for a construction loan? Or are you seeing a trend in construction loans?
No, and I think I do mention in my testimony that construction loans are under 20%. We see a lot more refinance and purchase than we do construction.
Yeah, okay. You did say that on page 3. Only 20% of the mortgage loans were for new construction. So that's an open avenue to that. Let me rephrase that
But
question.
we've seen increase in individuals coming forward for land loans. So more individuals are purchasing land, which will hopefully translate to construction.
Okay. I just asked a question because I know I could give a personal experience just going to First Bank and I own land, but I was denied a construction loan on the basis that I am a property owner, and I couldn't find, where in the book of common sense that was applicable. So I'm happy that I should probably come to Banco. Now,
I invite you.
I appreciate it. Now, Ms. Robach, Ms. Robach, quick question. I know when we this probably wouldn't be for you, but if you could just tell me from your perspective, when you look at the cost of insurance for homes across the nation in comparison to the Virgin Islands, the cost of insurance is exorbitant. Do you have any discussions? I don't know if you're on the banking board. I don't know how it goes, but has there been any discussion?
1 minute.
The issue of closing cost, the high cost of appraisals, and insurance. All of those are contributing factors to why mortgages are high.
Well, the insurance is definitely a significant issue, and I think that discussion would be better served through the Division of Banking and Insurance as to what factors create that disparity in our insurance premiums locally. We also don't have access to federal windstorm insurance. So that's another factor that drives our pricing up. That is very much a tremendous component.
And I know that's for banking and insurance, but I just wanted to know from a banker's perspective if, was that brought up in a discussion with the Division of Banking and Insurance? Do you guys have any advocacy, right? Do you advocate and say, hey, we noticed that mortgages are exorbitant, loans are high, blah, blah, blah. And we realize that these are, because sometimes, as a legislator, people see things in the community and ask if we could sponsor a bill because we're the ones that can affect change. So I was just wondering from the banking perspective if that was a discussion that you were having with banking and insurance.
Time.
I can't say that I've had that discussion with banking and insurance, but the Bankers Association recently had a joint meeting with the Insurance Association, explaining some of the changes in the market. And, the insurance companies locally do not necessarily set the prices. They are just agents or brokers for the larger insurance companies. And now there's some insurance companies that are leaving the market, and that's going to drive up insurance costs. So, I'm not an insurance expert. I can say that the Bankers Association and the Insurance Association do have discussions, and I do understand that they also have challenges in the market.
Okay, my time has been called, but I think that and this is not to the testifiers, but I think that nothing is for naught, but I think that we're looking to appropriate $4 million, and I am in total support of this legislation because my colleagues could tell you I talk about home ownership for those of us that come home and we're relegated to living in our parents' homes, and we have decent jobs that if we could pay a $2,000 rent, could ask how much a 1-bedroom costs in St. Thomas, St. John district roughly. If you could pay that, if we could pay our student loans, our car notes, obviously we could afford a mortgage. We just need the opportunity to have one, but it makes it difficult to the cost of a home, just the overall cost is going to be high unnecessarily until we also have a true and honest discussion with the appraisers, because that's a problem, and insurance is a huge problem, and people's homes are not insured. Many homes after the hurricane were underinsured or not insured at all, and people are now depending on a STEP and an Envision program to fix their homes because that's a big issue in the home ownership sector. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Are you finished with your question, Senator? Or you have any more?
We have a second round? Or we, no? Well, I'll ask a point of inquiry at that time because I need to get my life in order. We literally
Okay.
just ran
Take
out
your
of
time.
plane. Thank you. Okay.
Senator Fred Gregory?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, there's a price you pay for leaving one chamber and coming to the next. We are a little disheveled here, but we're going to figure this out. So I'm going to change the conversation just a little bit. I want to go back to the OMB director. I note that you've noted that the available funds is only some $1.5 million. And that's based on what year of IRM funds? As of
Thank you for the.
what
Sorry,
iteration?
Senator Gregory. It is as of April 2021.
No. I'm talking about the particular year, 2019, 2020.
These are the 2020 funds.
So this is 2020. And we have FY 2021. So we're going to see the 2021 true up when?
In 2 years. True ups usually happen 2 years after the year, the current year. So right
But we
now
see a projection.
we should expect the 2019 true up in around July.
Around July. Okay. All right. So based on the fact that a few months ago we talked about the issue with GRS and the $10 million, have we cut the check to GRS for that $10 million?
No, Senator Fred Gregory. GRS was paid $5 million in the last fiscal year. If you remember, the distribution is $6 million for one and $4 million for the other, and $6 million for outstanding employer obligations, and $5 million was paid for that. The $4 million as a direct contribution has not been paid. Well,
okay, so
it was paid, sorry.
So
The
that's
4 million
remaining
was
1
paid, so there was only 1 million that wasn't paid.
So the remaining $1.5 million that you have here, is that, have you taken the amount from GRS off the top, although you haven't paid it out?
Yes, the remaining amount is inclusive of all obligations. That's after all outstanding obligations, what's left.
So if we were to look at the report, we will see that the funding for GERS is subtracted from the bottom line.
Yes.
All
For
right,
2020.
good. No. So what happened to, that's what I'm trying to understand. So what happened to FY 2021?
Well, so 2021, there was no appropriation for 2021 for GRS.
Does, we have to go back and look at the legislation for the 10 million overall to see whether or not there is a requirement for us to move our legislation on an annual basis. That has been a bone of contention for me for a while. I don't believe that that is a requirement. I think once it is legislated, it is expected that that is a obligation against those funds every year until we say otherwise. I don't believe that we need to be making an appropriation when it is clear. So we're gonna have to battle that one out. I don't believe that you all are correct on that. As it relates to the bill that is in front of us, Mr. Griffith, let me ask you, I know that when we used to have housing, parks, and recreation, and there was a fund that was transferred to
2 minutes.
HFA in the once once we remove housing from Parks and Rec, right? So tell me about that program. Tell me what is the level of default, or if any, that you've had on that program, and how are the collections going around that particular program? Or is that program still in use in earnest? And rather.
Yes, that program is still in use in earnest. This is actually the program that we're funding today. So this program is the Homestead program that we inherited from the Den Housing Park and Recreation. And this is the first time since 2008 when it was brought over that it's actually being funded. So that's why this is such a historic bill, and we're in full support of it. That program has a very good collections rate.
One second. You're sharing with me the default rate? Because my time is almost going to be called. You're sharing with me the default rate, correct? Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, so the default rate on in terms of dollar amounts of our loans is less than 5%.
On that particular loan, I didn't ask you about all your loans. I'm speaking about this particular program.
On this particular program, yes, because it's one of our lower default loans.
Okay, so when it was transferred, you guys were able to clean up all of the default issues that the program had?
It took a while, but my staff, my collections and servicing staff did.
Okay, so I'm in full support of this measure, by the way. But let me ask you, because I am a sponsor of this legislation as well. But let me ask you, based on the applications that you currently have before you, how much of these funds do you anticipate utilizing within the next 6 months to a year?
As we stated earlier, we have close to 300 mortgage-ready clients now that can use these funds almost immediately.
Okay, but you have 300 mortgage-ready clients. However, if my memory serves me correctly, under the CBDGDR program, there is an opportunity for you to grant mortgages or to assist individuals with homes, right? New homes. There's that application process for that as well.
Correct. So, and we discussed this a little bit earlier, but I'll go back. So underneath the CBDGDR program, we're going to do new home construction, and we're going to build new homes using those funds. But those funds can only be used for individuals with income levels up to 120% of the area median income. This program allows us to assist people from 120% above that. So, for example, in St.
Understood.
Croix,
I understand that. Thank you. I understand. I don't want to cut you off, but my time is during me, and I understand. So there is no opportunity for us under the CBDGDR program to fund some of what we're talking about here today.
What we can fund is infrastructure, and which goes a very long way, because infrastructure for every lot is about $50,000 on the island of St. Thomas, and that's before
that is because
you build a house.
And is that because that's what we applied for, or is that because that's the federal requirement?
No, it's just the cost. For example, to put in the roads, to put in the electricity, put in all those things before you get to the house.
So no, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying that the CDBGDR funding that's available to us is to support, let's say, just subdivisions, building new subdivisions and offering those opportunities. But I'm asking, can a portion of those funds be used for some of what we're discussing today? Because of the concerns of one of my colleagues that indicated in particular that, look, they're individuals who have land, who want to build homes but are challenged as well because they fall outside of the threshold. So how can we make this work within the CDBGDR program as well? Because I suspect that we are going to need additional funding, particularly in the Island District of St. Thomas. We know that our landmass doesn't afford us the opportunity to build much more subdivisions, as we call them, right? So we have to be creative in this district. This district does not look like the St. Croix district. So how can we make this work
The short answer is
And that's
yes,
why I
and
asked-
we're doing it under CDBG mitigation.
So explain me the CDBG mitigation, Mr. Chair, if you would allow me. I don't know if my time has been called, but this is very important to us.
I've let you continue because you had a good line of questioning, but your time has been called. But he can go ahead and proceed, and then you can put a closing
Sure.
statement.
Senator Francis asked a similar question, so I'll be happy to elaborate on it. CDBG mitigation is a $774 million grant that we're putting the action plan together now and submitting it to HUD in June. So underneath that program, as the previous senator asked, we will set aside a portion of funds and create a program for individuals who own their own lot to be able to do home construction. And we have to develop it in-house too as well, because there's construction managers and different things that have to go in assisting individuals when it comes to that.
Okay, thank you for your responses, but they still have to fall within the income guidelines, or we could petition for them to be within a different income guideline, within the income guideline that we're looking at for this program.
Those are the federal, those are HUD's income guidelines. We can always petition and see their response. What they did was they did allow us to use the income levels of St. John across the territory, which are the highest income levels.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in full support of this legislation, but we have to look at continuity of this program moving forward. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, and I do totally agree, and that is why we need to carve out some specific funding every year. You know, we got to move away from where we are just out in fires to the point where we're able to create opportunities to attract individuals to remain home. So we definitely have to carve out some monies each fiscal year, and I hope my colleagues make sure that takes place on a regular basis. We are going to put in some language into this for those individuals that own their own land, that they have eligibility also for a construction loan. So they won't have to purchase a land per se. We have some on St. Croix that own a land that's already in a neighborhood that has existing infrastructure, roads, lights, etc. They just need monies to help with a construction loan. So we are going to carefully look at that and how we could word that to make that a reality. Senator Sarro has a point of inquiry, and then Senator Alma Francis Heiliger after.
Thank you. I have like a million more questions, but just this one would be on page 4 of the testimony, Director Griffith, where you are suggesting an amendment to strike 4% per annum and insert interest rate to be determined by the VI HFA Executive Director. Do you think that it should be an arbitrary decision by you or somebody else, or should it be a decision of the board based on the Treasury, the 10-year Treasury, based on the U.S. Treasury?
Yeah, if you read the following sentence, that's exactly what I said in that testimony.
No,
it said the rate will...
Something is one. You're explaining that you intend to use the 10-year Treasury as a base for creating an interest rate, but the legislation is not saying that you are mandated to use the 10-year Treasury as a base. All you're suggesting is to be determined by the executive director. To be determined based on what?
To be determined based on the 10-year Treasury and market conditions at the time. The 10-year Treasury, for example, right now is about 1.6%, and the 10-year Treasury will fluctuate based on world events. So if you just tie to the Treasury alone, for example, the war breaks out and everyone's looking for safety and security, the Treasury can go to almost 0% because people are flocking to the US dollar for strength. So if you just tie to the Treasury, we could be at a point, we were at a point almost 10 years ago where the Treasury had a negative rate because there was so much uncertainty in the marketplace that people just wanted the safety of the US dollar.
Okay. Mr. Chair, can we have a second round just of like 3 minutes, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Okay, so the issue that you have with the Treasury part is a not to exceed?
No, yeah, it's a not to exceed portion. Because, for example, all of the banks use the Treasury as their guide, but they use risk factors, cost, all of those things in there, and we want to make sure that that this fund is able to be self-sustaining with a decent interest rate that's low enough for first-time home buyers, but enough for the authority to make enough of a profit to pay for the collections and servicing people that are doing it. Because what happens on the flip side, if we don't, we come to you for increased allocations to fund the authority for payroll.
Okay, we will think of a wording because at a rate to be determined by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority Executive Director, we're leaving it open and we're hoping that we have somebody who is going to make conscious decisions in that particular position. We might have somebody that come in and just go crazy and say something that's way off the scale. So we'll come up with a wording that does not include exceed, but it's still linked to the Treasury rate.
And Senator, if you don't mind, I think it would make great sense to include the board of directors, because the board of directors of HFA has always been great stewards of guiding the HFA to make sure that it serves its mandate of sustainability and also looking out for the interests of the people of the territory.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Francis Ilaga.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers again. The first set of questioning I want to ask, well, I would say this. I am in support of this piece of legislation. Anything that is potentially going to open doors to allow our residents to have an opportunity to become a homeowner, I am 100% in support of. We just got to make sure it's tweaked to make sure it's a happy balance. The first thing I want to ask, and this goes to Ms. Roebuck or Director Griffith, could you guys share with me any type of data analysis you have as to individuals coming and starting the process for home ownership and never completed? Because that's also something I need to understand, where people do have the desire to own a home, but whether the process is too stringent, they don't fully understand it, it might be a little bit difficult, or dealing with the finances that they completely drop out and never complete it. Do you have any data on that?
We can look into our data for our home ownership class and see what's the completion rate of our home ownership class. I think that would be our best metrics, because it's not simply someone coming in and just getting a mortgage and buying a house. They go through an entire program that makes sure that they're able to sustain and keep that home in the long term. So we can start with
do you
our
have
data
any idea? Do you have any type of idea as to, say, if 100 people applied for a home, but then only 40 people ended up getting a home? Do you have any data such as that?
No, our weakness is not in the data of how many, if 100 people applied. What's our bottleneck that this bill is addressing is that we've never had the funding to build the homes, enough homes, and enough financing to finance as many people as we have.
Well, I fully understand. I fully understand what the bill is doing. My concern is trying to make sure that people that want to apply, that there's not as many barriers there so they could even want to come and apply in the first place. I want to ask another question. One of the things that was discussed here had to do with taking out what it sounds like 2 different loans, because with this program, say for example, at a 20% deposit, say on $300,000 on a $300,000 home, which is about $60,000, what does that look like for the homeowner? Do they have to pay back 2 separate loans where they have to pay back the $60,000 plus the mortgage, or is it going to be integrated into the mortgage as one whole? That's something I need to understand.
It's 2 separate loans. It's something that we currently do with Banco Popular, First Bank, USDA, and it's a very successful program that works very well with the homeowners.
So I need for you to explain that to me, because I'm already doing the math in my head. Because, for example, if you're already trying to get pay a $2,000 mortgage, but then you additionally have to pay a $700 loan, your overall cost for this home potentially, maybe for the next 10 years on a 20-year mortgage or 30, might be $2,800, $2,700. How does that fall into the category of affordability by having two separate loans, as opposed to potentially figuring out how the homeowner can only pay one bill as opposed to two?
So let me clarify. If someone has it's a $300,000 mortgage that's broken out 80 to 20%, it's still the same dollar amount. So for example, if it's a $300,000 loan at an interest rate of 3.6%, that's about a payment of $1,400 principal and interest. So by splitting the loan up, you do not increase the dollar amount. The math still works out exactly the same. So the payment still remains the same. In St. Thomas, people are renting one bedroom for $2,000 or two bedroom for over $2,500. So to get a mortgage of principal and interest of $1,400 would actually be a cost savings for them.
Okay. So at the end of the day, it's balanced out. So it's, even though they're paying two separate loans, it's not an additional burden.
Correct.
Okay. I also want to find out from you, as it relates to, we talked about the average cost of homes and this 20%. And I don't know if I missed it. I'm still trying to understand, and if you could explain to me again, and even the public, why is it when I'm hearing about home ownership nationally, you hear that the deposit is way lower than here in the Virgin Islands? And I listen to things such as insurance and property taxes and all these other things inclusive, but they're also inclusive nationally. Why is it so high here in this territory?
I'll let Mrs. Roebuck explain that, because I think she did a great job explaining PMI and all of those things in the that the United States have that we do not have in the territory.
Well, okay. I'll let her explain it, but a quick version, because I have a couple more questions.
Well, the quick version is the U.S. market has access to PMI, private mortgage insurance, that allows for the lender to have a guarantee backing to be able to offer greater financing. So they can offer financing 95, 98% above the 80% financing that we are offering in conforming loans.
Time.
So that's the short answer.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, could I ask my last question?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you so much. The last thing I want to ask, do you believe that this $4 million that we have to still seek out and find to fund this program, do you think, based on even what Mr. Griffith shared as the amount of potential loan applications are in, and even what you see come through the doors of your bank, to assist this medium income category, do you think $4 million is sufficient?
I think $4 million is a good start. As I indicated in my testimony, I think we can service 80 to 100 applicants, and that's just using a very round figure. Applicants will come in that are requiring a lower copay because they already have some level of equity in the property, or they may have savings. So, you know, that's a moving number. It can be much more than that. It can be less than that. But I think 4 million is a good start. And I'm hopeful that more will be appropriated every year so that we can continue. And also the collection of the interest payment, because it is a loan, it's not a grant, will also lend to this being a revolving program.
Okay, thank you. Well, in closing, I would like to say that I really would love to see this piece of legislation move forward with whatever necessary amendments we need, as well as finding the appropriate funding to do so. Because at the end of the day, the people of this territory, a lot of us want nothing more than to wake up in our own homes when we head home at the end of the evening, have the security and safety of knowing we're putting our key into a door, lock to walk in and say, this is mine. People of this territory would like to own a piece of their home, and whatever we can do as legislators to make sure that happens, I think is a definite plus. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share these thoughts.
Thank you so much, Senator Heiliger. And I want to go back over the scenario again because I'm just getting some text about the 2 loans versus 1. And somebody asked about the 20% that the banks are now requiring. The 20% is the issue for those individuals who are seeking a conforming loan. The 20% is the issue because young homeowners and a number of individuals do not have that lump sum amount of money. They don't have that 50 or 60,000 lying there in order to meet the 20% that the bank requires. And if they go through the class, it's 90%. I mean 10%, because the bank would finance 90. If your estimate, and I mean you could throw whatever estimate there, but if your estimate is 300,000 that you need to construct the home, when you go to the bank, you say, I need 300,000, the bank is saying, I am only going to give you 240, you got to come up with a 20%, which is $60,000. But you have already checked your finances and you're able to pay back a $300,000 mortgage. What this will do now is that the bank will give you the 240, and then you'll go to the Housing Finance Authority, and they would give you the 60. Is at the same interest rate for both institutions, so your overall payment is the same. Whether or not you had just one loan, the overall payment is going to be the same. You might not need 60. You might have 10,000. You might have 15,000. You say, well, I can put on 15. I need 45. The Housing Finance Authority would supplement that 45,000 so that you can get that particular home. So we're looking at being able to meet that gap. This is like gap financing, like what we just stated in for the Catalyst bill. It's like gap financing for young homeowners or young individuals who want to own a home, or individuals who just want to own a home, to be able to meet the threshold that is set by the banks. We have limited options in the Virgin Islands, and we have to be creative as to how we are going to utilize those limited options to make sure that home ownership is a reality. And we are going to amend this particular bill to make sure that those individuals who own property, that we are able to give them the option to apply and be considered under this particular program. You know, we have to find the money. And we have to find substantial money, because we can't give out $1 million contract all over the place, X amount of million, this or that, and we can't find monies for a loan, what is going to be mostly a loan program. And as a former educator and looking at what is happening at the hospitals and in other areas where require these professionals to function, we're losing our young population. Or individuals are saying, I can't come home because I can't afford a home. Sadly, it's bad in St. Croix. It's worse than St. Thomas, like maybe 4 times worse than St. Thomas. And it's horrible in St. John. So that is even going to require some further discussion, because you can't find a home in St. Thomas for 300,000. I think that you said, Mr. Griffith, when we met, that amount is what, like 600,000 in St. Thomas, average?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's absolutely correct. It's over $500,000 for a home in St. Thomas, and over 600,000 in St. John. That's why people wait for so many years for Housing Finance Authority to construct a home, because the prices are just beyond their affordability.
And that's why a lot of the homes in St. Thomas are multiple family homes, because it's so expensive to construct. So we're looking at all of those parameters as to exactly how this branch of government will be able to assist. If we're going to move the Virgin Islands and create a middle class, we have to have opportunities for those middle class individuals. Senator Sarah, you recognize for a question. I know you have a question, so go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. What was our discussion just now?
You can't remember your questions?
Okay, so in this legislation, the loopholes. So there's a lot of, we keep talking about developments and building in different areas, but I know in the St. Thomas, St. John district, the next place to build is in the water. So how do we close the gap of those homes that are on the market that are totally destroyed, or some level of plan where you have a home that has been derelict for 30 plus years? And can we look at, like, I don't know if it's an eminent domain, a land bank, take it by eminent domain, put those funds in an escrow account, and then fix those homes again and allow people the opportunity to go through this program and purchase a home? How do we close the gap on that area of people not wanting to, people who don't own land and a home, but you have derelict homes that are available for purchase? Director Griffith?
I think you'd consider that underneath, infill development, in which you look at existing homes and you want to do exactly what you said. It would be the legislature who would set the rules and have a body that does the eminent domain portion of it. And then we'd be able to go from there. But that is a program that would have to be developed and set. Repairing a damaged home is a lot harder than constructing a new one, and a lot more expensive as well. So those factors would have to be taken into consideration too as well.
Okay, so repairing a damaged home costs a lot more, but the reality of it with our geographic makeup is that we are going to have to repair damaged homes. So you're saying that that would be something that we have to set the parameters for via legislation from the body politic. That's what you're saying?
Especially for the eminent domain portion, because I don't want HFA to be the one that's doing eminent domain on these people's homes. So the legislature would have to set the rules up for eminent domain, and I think there are rules already in place on how that should go, and it would have to be to a body to.
Okay, so what about the damaged homes that are for sale?
Damaged homes that are for sale, it would be. I would phone a friend with Senior Vice President Roebuck and ask her, because at the banks, you would have to go to the bank, you would have to get financing for that, and I think they do an appraisal and they determine how much you would be able to lend. They would be able to lend for that.
Ms. Roebuck?
For purchase of a damaged property, it is a very tricky venture, and so you're actually asking most times for a purchase, a mortgage to purchase the property, and then a construction loan to repair the property, unless you have funding available for the repair. And we do not have a product that we have introduced for that at this time. We are working with a few borrowers to see if we can model a product that will work. But as Director Griffith indicated, it is very risky, complicated, because many times you get a home, you do an evaluation, you get a contractor's estimate, but then when you get into the bones of the home, there are additional costs and significant additional costs that may not have been contemplated in the original financing. So it's a high-risk product. It is a product we're exploring.
Okay, and I understand that it's a high risk, but it's a necessary product, even though it's high risk, because I say for the 100th time again, given our 32 square miles, we definitely can't allow those homes to just sit, especially if they're for purchase. The only people that are purchasing the home, because like you said, it's tricky, are those millionaires who buy them for cash, which is really just pricing us out of the island. So I think that's something that we could work on, colleagues. And lastly, lending history. how does the bank factor in a lending history to offer loans? Do those with no history qualify? Is it harder for them? That's for Ms. Roebuck, sorry.
For a mortgage loan, we definitely want to see at least 3 years of some credit history at the very least. So it does factor in your employment history, factors in. We want to, this is a 30-year risk that we're taking, and we definitely want to evaluate all aspects of that individual's character and credit worthiness.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time. That whole those loans for the damaged homes, we definitely have to look at, and I don't think that we cover that in the legislation, but that's really an open area that we definitely need to look at. So I look forward to your thoughts and your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Saru. Mr. Griffith, the second to last paragraph of your testimony, when you speak of section 13, are you referring to, what was it, 158? Subsection 158?
Let me go there and take a quick look.
Okay, while you're looking, I will go ahead.
Got it. It's that section, I think it speaks mainly of public housing. And I think the intent was at that time, areas like Williams Delight, in which Housing Authority is selling those properties. I think that was the intent of that legislation at that time.
Okay, understood. So we'll deal with that. Okay, thank you so much. Senator Blyden, you had a question?
Yes, hi. Thank you. And when I'm done also, Senator Frederick, we had a point of information also. Director Griffith, so now that we are at this point of dealing with the middle income individuals and those who are land rich and cash poor, let's speak to the process in which, as you stated in your testimony, that once individuals get on a program, so at some point also you have a program where you actually hire a contractor to build the homes. What type of marketing or education or what type of process that's going to be put in place to assist in moving those individuals forward? Because as you know, right now the demand is high, the supply is low. So what do you see moving forward when it comes to having individuals come online in terms of assisting individuals building their homes through your program? Because I know in the past you have tried different stuff like assist with bonding, etc. Can you speak to that, please?
Are you speaking more in terms of on the contractor side, sir, or on the homeowner side?
Definitely. No, the contractor side. We just took care of the homeowner side. Let's talk about the contractor side.
Okay. So on the contractor side, there are a number of things that we have tried. As you know, before the storm, we did a contractor class, a contractor education class, similar to what we did for homeowners. And I think that was very successful, and we have to get back into doing more of that. It's just time and capacity at HFA. We're also looking at programs in which we increase the dollar amount in which they need bonding so that contractors can participate without bonding, and we use retention as a way of making sure that we protect the homeowner. So we never stop in terms of ideas of how to work with the contractors. And I think with the ability to pay them upfront now, with both the dollars that you're allocating for this bill and for our federal partners, I think it'll go a long way. Now we just need the contractors to have a decent rate for construction. Construction prices have been through the roof. So that's going to be our challenge again moving forward, because what ends up happening is that we subsidize heavily the cost of a home. It still costs us close to what it costs a private person in St. Thomas to build a house, close to $500,000, but someone will get a mortgage for $300,000 or less to get into that home.
And in closing, do you have the capacity to basically handle what's coming? Do you have the capacity?
We are constantly in the process of building our capacity. We do not have the capacity for everything that we have out there right now. We have a ton of positions available, and you go to our website, and then we take them down and we put them back up. We are constantly looking for construction managers because that's what it's going to take. If you look at an article today in the VI Consortium, you saw 4 or 6 people swindled by a contractor, someone who claimed to be a contractor but wasn't really a contractor. And that's how we help in terms of that. Our construction managers are in there from the beginning, and we make sure that the contractor is licensed and able to do work in the Virgin Islands. So it's really a hand-holding job, and it's really specific. So that's why we're constantly on the lookout. And we have positions for assistant construction managers, a construction manager 1, and a senior construction manager. We need all of the help we can get to make this happen.
How many construction managers do you have at this point, and what's that number you're looking for to assure that you're doing what you're supposed to do and assure that the customers get what they need?
I see Mr. Richardson counting in his head over there. So I'll let Mr. Richardson say how many construction managers we have, and we'll team up and tell you how many we're looking for. You're on mute, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator. Currently, we have we have 9 construction managers in the territory, and we just brought them on board another assistant construction manager. To be honest, we need to be in the area of about 25 construction managers for the amount of work that we have going on, not only new construction, but a lot of other projects that we have going on. So we easily need another 10 to 15 either construction managers, assistant construction managers, which we just made a position for that, so we could actually grow that talent pool to become construction managers. So yeah, we easily need another 15 people on staff.
Per district right now, and I know probably because my time has been gone. How many do you have per district?
Per district, I have 6. Oh, and I didn't count the DR. So I literally have 6 on St. Thomas and 4 on St. Croix. So I actually have 10.
Okay.
But that's also for the DR Envision program as well, which, as you know, is estimated to be another 1,200 homes. So as you can see, we have a need for those positions, the talent pool.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses. Director Griffiths, and the chair time you can. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Fred Gregory.
Very quickly, let me just ask Ms. Roebuck this quick question. Traditionally, loans that are between $40,000 to $75,000, what is the time on those types of loans? 30 years, 15 years, what?
You're talking about, that would be a land loan, and the maximum term that we offer is 15 years at 90% financing loan to value.
Okay, so Director Griffith, I know that in the legislation we have up to 30 years, but my thought process around that is 30 years seems very excessive to pay back a $40,000 to $75,000 loan. What are your thoughts around that?
I would agree. Mrs. Webster, what's our current limit on land loans and lot loans at the authority in terms of the term?
Currently, we offer 10-year term for land loans.
Terms. Okay, but what about repair loans that are 40 to 75,000?
Home improvement loans, we offer 15-year terms on that.
So 15 years. So the reason why I ask is because I know that like I said, we have up to 30 years, and I just find that to be excessive for this. So that's something that we probably need to discuss and consider revising or amending, rather. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gregory. Many colleagues have any other question, or we have exhausted? Senator, oh, I heard that. Senator Carrion and Senator Francis.
I'm just curious about one thing, Ms. Roebuck, maybe you can assist me. In your testimony, and it's I think on the second page, you give data information from the U.S. Census Bureau. So I have two things. Is this the most current one, or the one
That
before?
is the estimated total. The census that was recently completed has not, as far as I know, have not been
2020.
published. 2020 census numbers have not been published as yet. So this would be the census in between official census. They do estimates. This would be the estimate.
Okay, and then, so you state here our population is 107,000. Also, that the market analysis shows 46% eligible population over 18 years of age are active credit consumers, and 69 have a FICO score above 660. Yet less than 19% have a mortgage loan. Do you know what percentage own a home? Because I was missing there the percentage that maybe own a home and not necessarily have a mortgage loan.
I don't. This information comes from actual analysis we do on consumer spending. We get it from the credit agencies, so it's not on actual demographics in the region.
Okay, I was just inquiring, curious about what that percentage would be that actually own a home in the territory. Thank you.
Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Griffith, in regards to these development that HFA continues to push for, one of the concerns that have been brought to my attention many times is the infrastructure retrofit, such as the certainly the utilities, the roads, and the foundation for these facilities. How do we work to ensure that we're able to validate that in fact we have acceptable work being done so that we could have these homes last for a long period of time versus the falling apart of them so quickly?
I know that for infrastructure work that we have in the territory, it all depends on where. I know in St. Thomas, someone has told us that we have the best looking road in Whispering Hills. So we have very good infrastructure in Mount Pleasant and also in Bon Esperance. I think the only places that have...
do you want me to call some places that don't have such good roads?
Yeah, they have a lot of places that don't have good roads. And the issue with not good roads in subdivisions is because there's a difference between private roads and public roads. And if it's a private subdivision, the HOA is the one who would traditionally be responsible for maintaining the roads. In the Virgin Islands, the Department of Public Works assists in a number of occasions of repairing roads, but there is no road that'll last forever. That's why you have to have a homeowners association that collects dues and works to keep those roads in repair, else they will fall apart like everything else.
Yeah, but some of these are happening right after the development, Director. You know that St. George's, for example, you know, we have had complaints about that road area for immediately after. I've written to you about that. We have certainly set aside money to address that particular issue. But I'm talking about moving forward. You know, how do we address to ensure that at least the infrastructure will be as sound as the finances that we're providing to support these endeavors?
In St. George's, and especially in particular, I'm happy that you mentioned that. Remember, there's underground, basically water going underneath St. George's, and the HFA there was a suit that was brought out, and every single homeowner, I think, was able to receive funds for that, so that St. George's in particular, there is water, river underneath that, so that land, those roads will crack, and you have to have continuous maintenance over there, just based on that topography and what's underneath St. George's.
So then that's not a good area for us to develop on then, if that's the case.
We're not developing any homes under St. George's. The HFA is not building any new homes there, and we own lots there, and we're not developing any new homes there. That was decided even before I got the HFA over a decade ago.
Again, my effort here is in addressing the community's concern that at least we're able to ensure that we have a solid and sound infrastructure for these development. Thank you for your response, but I am still concerned that we make sure that when we spend in $250,000, $300,000 on a home, we want to make sure that the proper infrastructure is in place to support that.
One thing I'd like to add is that we don't pass the cost of infrastructure to the homes, to the residents as well. It costs about $30,000 to $50,000, depending on which island, for the infrastructure per lot to get all of your roads in, your utilities in, your, if it's a sewage hookup, the sewage, and none of that is passed on to the homeowner. HFA uses the stamp tax funds to pay for that. So really, a home that you buy from HFA for $300,000 actually would cost you $350,000 just by adding the infrastructure cost to it alone. So that's why there is hardly any private sector individuals doing what we're doing in the territory. Another thing that I'd like this body to look at with us in the same collaborative manner is how we can incentivize private developers to come to the territory and build affordable housing. Housing Finance Authority should not be the only game in town. We have to make sure that the private sector participates in the development of houses.
That's the next conversation, but I totally agree. And that would help us tremendously. I think we have two more points, Senator DeGraff and then Senator Blighter. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, I just had one question in regards to when the individuals qualify for these loans and they get them, do they have any parameters in terms of them selling the house and
definitely
was selling? Yeah. What is that parameter that's in it?
I'm going to have Mrs. Webster explain to you our first-time home buyer and the things we put in place to ensure that someone does not get a $500,000 house and then for $300,000 and then sell it the next day to make a profit.
Hi,
Okay,
good
good.
afternoon, Senator. At the authority, the purpose of the program is to provide home ownership to first-time home buyers. And in the event that you're fortunate enough to get a home through the authority, we require that you maintain ownership of that home for a minimum period of 25 years. In the event that you decided you're going to sell that home for whatever reason, it requires the approval of the executive director of the authority. And at that time, we will look at the situation. If it falls within acceptable reasons, we go ahead and approve the sale of the home. And if you're under the 25-year period, you would have to pay back the authority based on a prorated basis. What the word is. You have to pay back the authority on a prorated basis the amount that is owed at that time.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Griffith, my colleague on the Big Island, spoke to the integrity of the home once someone has purchased a home and the infrastructure. Whispering Hills, what's the progress with the retaining wall that should have been built for some time now with those homes and Hillside coming down towards the road?
With the retaining walls, we have a FEMA PW, which is reimbursing us for putting in the retaining wall. So we're working through that, and then on all of those homes, as you mentioned, something when we put in a retaining wall, that takes the cost of the infrastructure now from $50,000 to $100,000, and then that's not passed on to the homeowner as well. So someone will be able to get into that home with a retaining wall for extra $50,000, $100,000 in there, and not bear that cost. That's why the stamp tax portion of this bill is so critical and important, because it takes real money for us to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that update. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Ms. O'Neill, I'm still going over the numbers, and I'm still a little bit perplexed. I'm looking at the $272 million average that we received for FY21 last year, early October. And when I take out the debt service of $105 million, we're left with 167. And if you say 50% of that goes to 50% goes to the rum companies, that leaves us with 83.5 million, and not the 60 million figure that we started from. So if you start from that 83.5 million, and you back out capital development, UVI medical schools in Damas, capital development fund, crisis intervention, Parley Joseph, and the 10 million, you still have over 15 million left in there. But we will have a discussion. I will go ahead, put it on the record.
No, I was going to say there are additional payments, and because some payments like the St. Croix Capital were not paid out, and there are a number of things from prior years that have now been paid. So you and I can have the conversation. Okay. I will show you what we have so that you can get a better understanding of where we are.
Okay, not a problem. And because when we doing the markup, we try to make sure that all the obligations are met before we turn what is left over to the general fund. So I'm trying to understand if we literally know what the figure is on a regular basis, and we carve that out as to why those monies weren't paid, and if they weren't paid, then what happened to those particular monies that were specifically earmarked and not obligated to anything else. But I would look forward to having a meeting so we can scrub the numbers, because my numbers I'm coming up with something different.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much. Senator, I think we have exhausted our testimony, and this particular measure, we do have an amendment, and we do have an amendment that is being offered by Senator Donna Fred Gregory. It's a separate amendment that will be offered to this particular bill, so I'm going to recognize her so she can speak to the amendment that she's offering.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This afternoon, I want to offer an amendment to address the situation that we have on the Weymouth-Rama Highway. I believe it's since 2015, we did some work on the Nado Drive, and we have not done any additional work on that particular property.
1 minute, Senator. One minute. I think that we need to, let me go ahead and thank all of the testifiers on that first portion. We have exhausted the questions that we have for them. You have given us a tremendous amount of feedback, so we want to thank you for providing your testimony. No, Ms. O'Neill will stay on, but everybody else, we're going to allow you to go ahead and relax for the afternoon. We're going to vote on this particular measure within the next half hour, and we're going to bring in the Commissioner of Public Works in reference to the bill that is being offered. So, Mr. Griffith and Ms. Roebuck, I'll give you 30 seconds to put a closing statement on the record, and then we're going to vote on it shortly. Mr. Griffith?
Yes, sir. Just want to say thank you for this unparalleled support of affordable housing from this legislature. It's truly appreciated and recognized, and we will work hand in hand with you to unlock the door of affordable housing for the people of the territory.
Ms. Roebuck?
Thank you. I want to say again, thank you to all of your senators and particularly you, Senator Bailey, for bringing this opportunity to the forefront to increase our housing market and for giving me this opportunity to work with you on this proposal. I do want to very quickly add something for our listening audience in way of construction loan, because I think a lot of the time we scare our audience into thinking this is not something achievable. But if you take the example that you gave, Banco Popular provides construction loans up to 80% of the appraised value of the completed project. And I want to emphasize that point because if you take that example you gave of a contractor that says, I can build you this home for $300,000. Well, the appraised value for that project may actually be $350,000 at the end of construction because it also factors in the land value of that project. So the bank will lend you $280,000. Now, and you would only have to then inject $20,000 to make that reality. Also with the construction loan, you pay interest only during the term of construction. And it's interest only on what you have drawn. So if you draw $100,000, you'll only be paying like $300 a month until your next draw. And it goes, and at the conclusion of the project, it's converted to a mortgage for 15 or 30 years. So I'm hopeful some of our audience will hear that and understand it's very doable. A construction loan is very doable, particularly if you already own the land. So Senator, again, thank you for giving me this opportunity and thank you for what you have presented today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roebuck. That is such valuable information because there's equity in your land and the equity is able to reduce your overall down payment or the amount that you have to come up with. So that is really, really good information. I hope that it's played over and over so individuals could understand. I also want to thank the Housing Finance Authority under the leadership of Mr. Griffith and Banco Popular with Ms. Roebuck because we did have a working meeting to put this bill together, and they came equipped with members of their staff that provided us guidance as to the path moving forward, and the members of the Finance Committee to include our honorary member, Senator Noble Francis, I was there in putting and crafting this bill together. So thank all of those individuals who were involved. Now we are going to go to Senator Fred Gregory. So thank you guys. You guys can sign off and relax. We're going to keep Ms. O'Neill for a little bit. And we're going to go to Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so let me start over. This amendment is tied to the Leonardo Trotman Drive roadway project. And of course, for many, many years, the piece that's tied to the old Tutu connection has been a bone of contention. So I want to make myself abundantly clear this afternoon that what we are proposing this afternoon is not tied to the old Tutu connection. What we are trying to do today is to ease the congestion of the traffic on the Weymouth-Rima Highway and provide an easement in phase 2 of this particular project to the Tutu Park Mall pathway, and that's on the the south side of Tutu Park Mall. We will have a pathway that joins from the Leonardo Trotman Drive will join to the right on the south side and come all the way down on the side where the Tire Kingdom is, and you can go all the way out to the main Weymouth-Rima Highway Road and traverse whether it's left or right, left to town, right to town, left towards the Tutu area, or straight forward to the Nada Bavoni area. So this afternoon I'm asking my colleagues to support the appropriation of some $2 million from the Community Facility Trust Fund to the Department of Public Works for this purpose. I'm sure Public Works, did speak with them that to ask them to put it up on the screen so the community could understand that this phase 2 component does not impact the old Tutu community in any way. And on any given day within the St. Thomas, within St. Thomas, if you drive on that roadway, the traffic is backed up for miles, and we have to figure out a way to ease that traffic. And to folks who's going to the mall, to Plaza Extra, etc., they can make that left turn if they're heading from the, most likely, if they're heading east, they can make that left turn and head straight to the mall from that particular pathway or easement. It will significantly reduce the traffic congestion that we have in that area. There is, and Public Works will be able to explain it a little further, there's also a piece that's tied to the entrance to the library. I am not certain that the $2 million can cover that component, but we are really, really interested in providing some ease of the congestion on the Weymouth-Reimer Highway area in particular. So Public Works will take it away and they would give the additional information. But I am very interested in finding out about the Community Facilities Trust Fund account, because again, just like the Internal Revenue Matching Fund, we are hearing a whole lot of misunderstanding around the bottom line numbers, which is a little troubling to me because we've been moving funds around in the IRM for quite some time. And if my memory serves me correctly, for the entire period of the 33rd legislature, I don't recall moving any funds with the governor's request from the Community Facilities Trust Fund. So I look forward to hearing from the OMB director. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Commissioner Gabriel, I allow you to put the testimony that you prepared for this amendment on the record.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Kurt Violet, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, committee members, all other senators in attendance today, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Derek Gabriel, Commissioner Designee of the Department of Public Works. With me today is Highway Program Manager Jomo McLean. Thank you for the invitation to speak on the Leonardo Nardo Trotman Drive project. In January 2005, the government of the Virgin Islands entered into an agreement with members of the Hartman family to rezone parcels number 35 and 36, Estate Charlotte Amalie, for commercial use in exchange for ownership of parcel number 34, Estate Charlotte Amalie, number 3, New Quarter, to be used solely for use as a public road. The agreement stated that if construction of the improved roadway was not completed within 5 years, the land ownership was subject to reversion in favor of the Hartman family. Due to funding constraints, the Leonardo Nardo Trotman Drive project was broken into 2 phases. The department has completed phase 1 of the project, which runs from the middle of the proposed roadway towards the back of the mall at a cost of $4.2 million. Phase 2 of the project was estimated to cost an additional $4.2 million. This portion of the project on the southern end will connect phase 1 to the intersection of Weymouth-Reimer Highway and the Leonardo Trotman Drive. On the northern end, it will entail the completion of the connector road to the Tutu Park Mall. The project scope for phase 2 includes road grading and pavement construction, signage, pavement markings, sidewalks, street lighting, guardrails, and water lines. There is also a need to finalize phase 1, including the installation of sidewalks, street lighting, guardrails, and water lines. This estimate was prepared in 2017, prior to the passing of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The department anticipates this estimate may grow to cover costs associated with storm damages to the roadway. Initially, the department successfully lobbied the governor to include funding for this project in the proposed infrastructure legislation recently approved by this body and funded by the Excess Debt Service Reserves Fund. However, it was removed during the legislative process in favor of other road projects in this district. Nonetheless, we are pleased to be here today to testify on the importance of funding this phase of the project. Simply put, the aim of the Nardo Trotman Drive project was and remains to design and develop a strategy that provides improved traffic flow in the area. Over the past few decades, the number of vehicles traversing the Weymouth-Reimer Highway to access the shopping district has significantly increased, resulting in a highly congested roadway. At this point, it is imperative for us to plan for future growth in this area, and the Nardo Trotman Drive is the first of many such improvements. It was never the intent, nor is it now, to transform the Trotman Drive or any of our other residential streets into superhighways. To the contrary, the completion of the roadway is meant to provide a relief valve, an alternate route to the mall and the library. There is another concern we are addressing, which is the need to provide an alternate route in the event of man-made or natural emergencies that may cause inefficient traffic flow and dangerous congestion. I firmly believe traffic safety and smooth flow will be achieved by allowing the community to alternately access the shopping district. It must be made clear that Governors Charles Turnbull and John DeYoung Jr. were gifted, on behalf of the people of the government, on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands, large portions of land specifically to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. Among the more significant donations made by the Hartman family are the lands needed to build and operate the Charles W. Turnbull Regional Library, access roads to provide public access to the library, and land to build a significant new roadway into Old Tutu area, to which previous administrations legally committed the government. In summary, completion of the Leonardo Nardo Trotman Drive is aimed to accomplish these goals. 1, the road design provides a strategy for accident prevention and hence reduction. 2, lessening the congestion caused by the creation of a shopping district. 3, efficient and reduced traffic flow. 4, secondary emergency access for the Tutu Park Mall and Turnbull Regional Public Library. And 5, increased direct access for the Tutu Park Mall and Turnbull Regional Public Library. As we move forward, and if funded, the department believes this will only enhance the shopping district in this area. It is important for us, as government leaders, to plan for our future. We anticipate the shopping district will continue to grow, and as such, we must make sure we have sustainable transportation infrastructure in place to accommodate this growth. The Leonardo Nardo Trotman Drive accomplishes this task. I thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important measure, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have. Before moving forward, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Jomo McLean to walk you through the map on page 4.
Mr. McLean?
Yes, good afternoon, Senators. Thank you, Commissioner. On page 4, we've attached a map, that a graphical representation of the project as it is now, that's what has been constructed and what is proposed to be constructed. So if you can see what's shaded in white.
Can you share your screen so we can see what you're speaking to?
Certainly. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the turquoise colored area is the wetlands that exist in that area. And just to the right of it, you can see the white shaded area is the constructed roadway that was completed in phase 1 of the project. So it goes from just short of the southwestern side of the mall near to Kmart area, and it ends at the northern section, which is the Charles Wesley Turnbull Regional Library. So in phase 2, what we're proposing to do is to make this connection from the white shaded area down to the bottom of the screen, which is the Weymouth-Reimer Highway, and also connect the final piece of roadway that will actually connect it into the rear of the mall. That is the proposed action of why we're seeking additional funds at this time.
Okay, so say the phase 1 again. 1 minute, Joe. The phase 1 is, Mr. McLean, the phase 1 is from where? From the back of the mall where it says Mall connector, that's the phase one?
Phase one, I don't know if you can see my mouse. This area right here
Yes.
that I'm highlighting. So phase one stopped just short of the rear entrance to the mall.
And where does it
And it
start from?
progressed westerly. Say that again?
Where does phase one start? It ends at the back of the mall, but where was the start point?
It starts in this area right here.
Okay.
Just below the wetlands. So it went toward the mall, and then it went north, and then east towards the Charles Wesley Turnbull, which is there. And so phase two starts from this area right here where phase one started and heads down to the bottom of the screen, which is Waymouth Rima Highway. And then it also makes this little connection right here to make the final connection into the mall.
So the rest of the road that is going towards Tutu Mall is already, that is going towards Charles Turnbull Library is already built? That other white part going to the top of the screen, that's already built?
This road is already completed. The only thing that needs to be added is sidewalk. If we have the additional funds to do sidewalks, street lighting, and we've made provisions to install a water line for future use. But the road is already completed.
But it has never been used.
It hasn't been used because phase two, which is from Waymouth Rima Highway, has not been constructed as yet. So you can't really get to the white shaded area.
Okay, thank you so much. You're finished with the explanation? I think we lost electricity at St. Thomas at the legislature. So we're going to take a 1 minute recess to find out what is going on in St. Thomas. This committee stands in recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Okay, we have everybody back up. Mr. McLean, were you finished with your explanation?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so just for me to be clear, right off of the connector for the mall, all the way to Charles Wesley Turnbull Library has already been built. So the part that is white has already been built.
That's correct.
But it was built in what year?
I think the contract started in 2012, so it's in the 2012, 2013 timeframe.
And the little piece for the connector was never completed, so we have not had any vehicular traffic on this particular road.
That's correct.
So this road have literally just sat there for the last 8 years?
That's correct.
Did somebody ever assess the condition of this road? Are there junk cars back there, overgrown trees? What's the assessment?
The road is actually in pretty good shape. There's no vehicles of any sort in the majority of it. Actually, there's you can't really get to it. So there's
in pretty good condition.
Yeah, there is some damage as a result of the storms. Just in the corner that turns up towards the Tutu Park Mall area, from the overflow of the wetlands area. There's some undermining that I know that we'll have to address. But other than that, the road is in very good condition.
And I know you included guardrails and water line. What is the cost absent the water lines, sidewalk? What's the cost absent the bells and whistle?
I don't have that information readily handy. I just have the total cost. I don't have it itemized. I'd have to get that information.
Okay, because right now, if you look at the map, the road is not currently a feeder for any homes. And we have walkways that are in front of homes that need sidewalk right now. So I won't see how we are going to build sidewalk in an area that has no home when there's so much roads and St. Thomas that need sidewalk and need guardrails. So that's what I'm asking, what is the cost of just the paving? I mean, water lines, a lot of communities in St. Thomas want water lines and don't have water lines. Why would we run water lines to an area that have no homes at all when we have areas that are well populated that don't have water line? I could think about 40 of them in St. Croix and next 40 in St. Thomas. So if we can have the costs backed out, I would like to see what that figure entails. Our colleagues will go to a short run, 2-3 minutes, so that we can ask the requisite question. We'll begin with Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Let me ask, in reference to Phase 2, Mr. McLean or Commissioner nominee Gabriel, once approved, the funding is approved, how long will it take to complete Phase 2? Is that a time frame? Because we know that other portion been there for 8 years because they didn't have any funding, but once the funding is available, how long will it take to complete Phase 2? Because as we know, in this district is needed desperately.
Good afternoon, Senator. We anticipate that it would be around 12 to 16 months to complete.
Okay, very well. Also, I see on a drawing where they have the wetlands and they have the little, for Phase 2, the little piece that goes into Tutu from behind the land laundry. The wetlands basically is crossing over that short piece, are there any impediments to that portion?
That the portion that goes into Old 22 is that's designated as optional. That's not included in the cost that we provided, so we haven't factored that into, and that's just a graphical representation of a proposed route, but it's not included, and we don't have the plans to do it as yet.
Okay, very well. My colleague spoke in reference to water lines, sidewalks, etc. In terms of water lines, what's the plan in terms of water line? Are you putting water lines for future development, etc.? Whereas you're thinking ahead and planning ahead, what's the thought process?
Yes, that's for future development, and it's something that we were approached by WAPA to make sure that if it's possible that it could be included. It's just for future development.
Exactly, and I think it makes sense also because in some instances, as you know, they're trying to utilize mitigation funds to bring water line to certain areas of the community, and if you can bring water line to those areas where they will actually save them money, can assist in other areas by saving those funds, it makes sense. So I appreciate the responses, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I'm 100% support of this amendment. Thank you so much. I want to thank the sponsor for bringing it forward also.
Thank you so much. Before I go on to the next Senator, I forgot to ask Ms. O'Neill to put on the record as to what is the amount in the Community Facilities Trust Fund.
Good afternoon again, Senator Vealie. I knew you were coming to me next. The balance in the Community Facilities Trust Fund as of today's report that I received is $5.2 million.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Sarah, if you're in, you're up next.
Thank you. I feel a little bullied by the president next to me. I'm frightened to ask me a question now. So, Mr. Jomo, the agreement at the time was 5 years to build this road, or the government or the property owners will take back their property in a deed?
Yes, Senator, I think the agreement was that if it was not completed within 5 years, it would revert back to the Heartland.
And that includes the library?
No, I think this is just the roadway.
So if we don't act on this, the library remains ours still? I think you're mute, Mr. Jomo. Hello?
I don't know if he's frozen, Mr. McLean. Okay, you're back up. You're unmute your device.
Hello? Okay, Mr. Gabriel, I think you're mute. We're having some issues today. Mr. Gabriel? Anybody there?
Yeah, can you hear us? We're talking, but I guess you can't hear us.
We're hearing you now.
Okay, you keep talking to me because Mr. Jomo went somewhere.
Can you hear us now?
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
so
I was saying, could you repeat the question? Because you were breaking up on our end.
So not fulfilling the construction of this road, do we risk losing the property like the library, that area, the Charles Tomo Library?
Commissioner.
Yeah, I can handle that one. Thanks, Jomo. I believe so. I think the two deeds are tied together. So I believe we do stand to risk some situation. We do stand to risk the land that the library is on for free if we don't complete the road.
Who look at these deals? That we don't complete the road, we lose the library and the land. I just don't understand. Now, so this is I understand it's economic development. So the government, can you hear me? But that's me have a feedback. The government is going to build all this water line and infrastructure for the road, just not a road. It comes with the infrastructure, correct?
Correct.
And then the wetlands, quote unquote, the land adjacent to the wetlands still belong to the Hartmans?
That's correct.
Okay, so the government is going to put in some infrastructure, and then when we have economic development to the left, and if the Hartmans decide to develop their property, the government already built the infrastructure for them, correct?
Correct. But I think in the spirit of call before you dig on one dig, you would appreciate us at least putting the infrastructure in while we have the road open.
No, I appreciate it, but I'm just saying that we're building infrastructure technically for private. I don't know. I talking. You could hold on. So I'm just stating the obvious, and I usually get in trouble for stating the obvious. And I know the bill sponsor coming for my entire soul in a minute, but you know, it's just. I guess we have to abide by the deed at this point, but I wanted to put on a record that I think that this was a very poor negotiation, and now the 34th legislature is stuck trying to abide by the tenets of the deed, really and truly, that we have 5 years to build this road this way, or else we risk losing the land, and then we build in infrastructure technically for the Hartmans to really have economic development. Or, I mean, of course, it benefits, it benefits the territory. And like I said, the person behind me going to come for my soul, which is okay. But I stand by my thoughts, and I will vote in the affirmative for the amendment. But I really think this was a poorly negotiated deal 10 years ago. And we can't disagree, it's a poorly negotiated deal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Sorrow. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back and clarify. You said that the property that's proposed for the road construction is under the government of the Virgin Islands or under the Hartman property, family property?
Good evening, Senator Francis. So the proposed roadway is property of the government of the Virgin Islands. That's my understanding.
Very well, and we do have the deed and everything in our possession for that roadway.
That's correct.
And the cost of the road construction is what?
So as I testified, the phase 2 is $4.2 million approximately.
Okay. And the amendment seeks $1.8 million. How much work will that be able to accomplish at this time? The $2 million, I'm sorry, $2 million.
I think we'll need to do an assessment, just like we talked about earlier. But I'll turn it over to Mr. McLean.
Good evening, Senator. Yeah, the $4.2 million, we just have the cumulative total. I don't have the amounts broken out. I don't want to speculate on how much of a roadway we would be able to get with 1.8 at this time. We could have it itemized and submitted at a later date.
Seems to me that we're putting the cart before the horse, because same thing that was done some 10 years ago, where we were able to do a partial retrofitting of the roadway and have not been able to utilize that for a number of years because it was incomplete, is what we seek to accomplish here again by doing another portion. The proposal is for what? For us to be able to connect the entire roadway, or to, again, do another portion of it?
1 minute.
So right now, I mean, our proposal is we're going to use the 1.8 million to do as much as we can. As Mr. McLean stated, we are anticipating a 12 to 14 month construction period. So we're hoping that this body is able to work with us to find the additional funds to finish out the project.
What's the distance of the roadway?
I'm going to have to yield to Mr. McLean to answer that, please.
For phase 2, Senator, it's 2,400 feet.
2,400 feet.
Yes.
Okay. And in this 1.8 proposal, a $2 million proposal, it'll be the roadway plus the infrastructure is what you're proposing to do?
Yes, that's correct.
And this would allow for an alternative roadway to get from where to where?
This would allow for alternative to get to the mall and to the library.
Very well. Thank you for your responses. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewers, listening and present. I vote yes. Second, Naro Tratman, I also knew him, and this helps to alleviate a lot of traffic that we get on the Raima Highway going east. You know, so it would help to cut down a lot of. Now, Commissioner, how much did the government pay Hartman for this property?
I don't think. Good evening, Senator DeGraff. My recollection is it was a deed of gift. Of course, it was conditional because there were requirements, but my understanding it was a deed of gift.
Right. It was, to my understanding, to a deed of gift. So we paid zero, and for you to put in the infrastructure, we give you alternate road to help alleviate traffic, and you put in the sidewalks and you put in the infrastructure. I think it's a fair deal for a local person donating property to the territory, and for us to hold up our end so we don't end up going into default. So I do support it, and the $2 million from the Community Facility Trust Fund, as the OMB director stated, is there. And OMB director, again, you said it was in the actual account is how much? 5 million plus?
Good evening, Senator DeGraff. Yes, sir, it's $5.2 million.
Okay, good. And Commissioner, you said the project was 4-point-something million total?
That's correct, 4.2.
Okay, good. No. And again, I wasn't saying to use but
1
definitely
minute.
as it stands, we have the money to cover the project. So again, and we just only asking for 2 million, which is less than half to accomplish this here. And it'd be much needed, especially on a Friday. When you're going east, you're going home on a Friday evening, you could leave, you could be in that traffic for about an hour, 2 hours at certain times, So again, the volume of traffic going into the Fort Milner area becomes heavy, and this helps to alleviate it. So again, I stand in support. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. The length of the roadway, you said, is 2,400 feet?
That's the, Senator, good evening. That's the length of phase 2.
And 1 mile is 5,280 feet?
Yes.
Good. So this is less than a half of a mile?
Yes, Senator.
And $4.2 million for less than half of a mile to be paved?
Well, Senator, it's not just paving. It's a concrete roadway. It's road grading. It's base. It's new construction. So it's a new roadway construction. In addition, it's also the infrastructure that's going in as well. So the street lighting, sidewalks, like guardrail, etc.
Okay, that is where I have some issues, because we're putting in all of this infrastructure into an area that is undeveloped, and we have developed areas on St. Thomas that don't have the water lines, the sidewalk. We have roads that are dark. We don't have that. I don't have an issue at all with providing the funding for the connector, that you provide the funding for that half mile of road, that connector portion. And then we look at down the road, whether it's a Biden infrastructure plan or whatever other mechanism that we can utilize to put in all of the other stuff. But if we are going to fund water lines, there's a lot of communities in St. Thomas that are crowded with homes that are crying out for water lines now. There are a lot of communities that are crying out for sidewalk now. I don't have an issue with the road, but you can't put in all of this infrastructure for an area that don't have homes. Is not fair to the other developed areas in St. Thomas that have waited 25, 30 years for water lines. I would like to see what is a breakout for the half mile and to repair whatever damaged areas of the existing phase 1 road that need to be repaired. What is that cost? Let's do that. Let's get it open. And then moving down the line, we have all of these other avenues that we perhaps could utilize. That is my take. Is Senator Francis Heilaga still over there? Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think there are times that some of us need to understand that we can't control everything, okay? And this particular project is going to alleviate the traffic congestion. Who feels it, knows it, okay? We talked about the infrastructure development. However, we did not speak about the importance of building on commerce. It's important. We continue to talk about creating jobs. We continue to talk about our tax base. While it may cost us to build the infrastructure, it is important that we recognize that if we put on a road, you got to dig it back up to do the infrastructure. If you look at how they do communities in the US of A or any project, they take care of the infrastructure. So I have to disagree with my good friend this afternoon. But when we talk about sidewalks and homes not being in that area, that's not quite so true. We have a couple of developments in that area where people can come and walk on that same sidewalk, similar to how they do it at the bypass in Christiansted. That can occur in this district as well. So I don't understand why we would have an issue with putting in the infrastructure and looking forward to building commerce. Just this morning, we talked about the Catalyst Fund. When I asked the gentleman from the RT Park, he said 5 of the projects that he's looking at right now is in the Island District of St. Croix. I don't have a problem with that. I have no issue with that, because when either district wins, the entire territory wins. So no issue for me. I will vote on whatever benefits
us in the Virgin Islands as a whole. Okay, so this project is a good project. And I think that I made myself abundantly clear that I do agree that the old Tutu connection needs further vetting because I see some challenges with it. If you turn left and you go up the hill, up to where Brownlee Dem House was, the road going up there's a narrow little road. So I see challenges there. Coming towards the right, where Peterson Dem House is, and you make that right, you would make that left, same issue. The road is very narrow where Dr. Ken's mom home is. So I get that. But we have some congestion issues. When you're going home in the afternoon in that area or you're going to shop at Price Mart or Plaza Extra, sometimes you gotta go all the way around. You got to turn back. The traffic is so bad.
Time.
So we gotta do what we got to do. I'm not going to belabor this issue. If the funding is available, I say, colleagues, please support this measure so we could ease the congestion and the frustration of the people who live in the east side in St. Thomas in particular. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. And I totally agree with the statement that we can't control everything. I totally agree with that. But we just have to make sure that when we're making improvement to the infrastructure, that we don't forget about those who are currently impacted by the lack of water lines, the lack of sidewalk, etc. So it's, you move forward and you say, well, let's put in the infrastructure into this particular new area that would be available to for commerce, etc. But I do know that we have existing communities that don't have the infrastructure. And that is just the part that is a bother to me first. And then second, it was 4.2 and we don't have 4.2. So we have identified 2 million. So the question is whether or not the connector road, the half mile, and the repair to the other roads could be done for that $2 million. And if that is the case, then we need to go full force ahead because I want the connector to reopen. But if it's not the case, you don't want to spend the next $2 million and then spend $4 million and we can't open the road. That's why we need to have a breakdown as to whether or not the $2 million will be sufficient to do the grading, etc., and have the connector up and ready to go so that we could alleviate the congestion. But water line, street lights, all the rest, that is a bit much when we have so much needs in other areas of St. Thomas. Have you, Mr. Gabriel, considered if any of that infrastructure, the water lines and the other stuff, could qualify under one of these CBDG areas? Whether it's mitigation, I heard there's some plan area there, whether or not putting in swales and so forth would qualify under the mitigation funds, and we can go ahead and get the connector completed and then move forward with everything else.
Good evening, Senator. That's actually a great question. So we've been deliberating that.
Your voice, it went again. Yeah, we just lost you again. Okay, let's take a 1 minute recess to see if we can get them back. We stand in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Mr. McLean, can you try again, or Mr. Gabriel?
Can you hear me, Senator?
Oh yeah, great. Okay, you were beginning to say something, and then you got cut off.
Yes. So we've been exploring our federal funding source.
We lost you again. Mr. McLean, you try. Let me see if yours is working. Okay, we're still not hearing. We're still not getting anything.
Maybe we should try turning off our cameras and seeing if that help.
Okay, you're back.
Senator Viola, can you hear?
Yes, you're back on now. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So my answer was that we are exploring it. We're trying to be as creative as possible with our federal funding sources, but right now we don't have any definitive answers.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Carrion, I could be the last senator in this particular block.
Good evening, everyone. I don't really have too many questions. I'm hearing my colleagues and the testifiers, and apparently, I guess apart and aside from what negotiations were done in the past, and if it was good, if it was not, or reference to the deed, or reference to the library, I do acknowledge that it would alleviate the traffic in St. Thomas. I think we all have been witness of how congested the traffic gets in St. Thomas, how it affects the flow, and even in case of emergency, to be able to transverse and be able to assist, having another alternative, is always good. I do have a few concerns as I continue to hear my colleagues and the questions being asked. But with regards to, let me ask Commissioner, what's the timeline for this project once it begins? And please, I do apologize if I ask a question that was already asked. I've stepped out.
No problem. So, no problem, Senator. Good evening. So earlier, Mr. McLean stated it would be about 12 to 14 months from commencement.
12 to 14 months. Have you guys also, within the project, is it considered to have a shanty located anywhere within the project?
Meaning a bus shanty, Senator?
I'm sorry?
Meaning a bus
shanty, yeah, bus shanty.
Right now, that's not contemplated, but that's a very good suggestion.
Okay.
1 minute.
And you said part of this project began when? Because there was a first phase to it. There's a road that already is completed or partially completed. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'll yield to Mr. McLean to answer when it started.
Yeah, the first contract for this project was executed in 2012.
2012. And I'm familiar, and I was told that there is Tutu Village and there is an archaeological dig around the area. Are there any concerns about the artifacts around that area? I understand it's not far from it.
Again, thank you. Again, I'll yield to Mr. McLean.
Yeah, I think the Tutu Village was in the Tutu Park Mall location. So I don't think that we've encountered any artifacts in this particular location.
Time.
All right. I will vote appropriately at a given time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Sir Gabriel, Commissioner Designee, in reference to the quitclaim deed and the statement that within 5 years from the date, if we didn't complete the construction, that the heirs have the right to take back the property. If we are supposed to go ahead and have the connector done, does that particular section go away, or does the fact that we did not do it in 5 years, whether or not we build, they still have the right to take it back? Are we going to get an addendum that's saying that we have satisfied this particular portion? And
Good evening again, Senator. So my understanding is that the family and the responsibility is satisfied if we do finish the road. I think the family just wants to see it finished, but again, that's another good suggestion that maybe we seek an addendum to have that taken care of and signed off by both parties.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you provide us a breakdown as to the cost of the road, and then have them in different categories, the sidewalk, the water lines, etc., so we can know exactly whether or not this $2 million would be able to complete the connector? Because the key now is completion of the connector. We got to get it open. So I want to make sure I'm asking questions. I don't want nobody to determine that because I'm asking questions that I'm against this particular project. I am not. But I just want to make sure that we have access to the road, and that if we have additional monies for water lines, etc., that it be placed in areas that are densely populated with homes. And I know in St. Croix I can find a ton load, and in St. Thomas I can find a lot. Colleagues, if anybody...
Yes, Senator, we'll go ahead and submit that to your office.
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, anybody else has a question that they would like, or a concern that they'd like to put on the record before we go to a vote? Okay, if not, I want to thank you guys for the last minute being able to prepare testimony and provide us some insight onto the project. So thank you, Commissioner Designee Gabriel. Thank you, Engineer McLean and Mr. O'Neill. And thank you. You've been with us all day. So thank you so much. Colleagues, we're going to take a 1 minute recess, and then we're going to vote on these measures. Committee stand at recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Do I hear a motion or amendment? So 1 minute, I'm not hearing.
I move amendment.
Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 34-215 to bill number 34-0060. Bill number 34-0060 is amended by adding 2 appropriately numbered sections to read. Section blank, there is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, the sum of $2 million from the Community Facility Trust account to the Department of Public Works for the construction of the Leonardo Nato Tratman Drive, Estate Charlton, Mali, St. Thomas. Section blank, the sum appropriated in section blank, the section number given to the first section of this amendment remains available until expended. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Gregory, amendment made by Senator Gregory, objected to by Senator James. Did I hear a second on St. Thomas?
Second.
Seconded by Senator DeGraff. Roll call on the amendment.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, not voting. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, nay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow.
Yes.
Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 not voting.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The amendment carries. Do I hear a motion?
Motion. Motion.
Motion, Senator DeGraff.
Blyden, not DeGraff. Blyden.
Blyden, sorry.
I don't sound like DeGraff. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move beyond number 21.0450 and act to establish the Virgin Islands First-Time Home Buyers Program and to amend Title 21 of the Virgin Islands Code.
Bill number 34-0060.
I don't have that, man. I don't have that.
Motion, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move bill number 34-0060 as amended, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code Title 21, Chapters 1, 2, 3A, and 4, amending Title 29, subsection 87, 191B, 191J, and 945, amending Title 33, Chapter 7, subsection 130, and repealing Title 21, Chapter 1, subsection 4, and Title 29, Chapter 1, subsection 191F and 191G to enact the First-Time Home Buyers Program Act and making an appropriation of $4 million from the Internal Revenue Management Fund to the Homestead and Home Loan Fund be approved by this committee, and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
As amended?
I said when I said the bill, I said as amended.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Seconded, motion made by Senator Saru, seconded by Senator
Second.
Carrion. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Janelle K. Sarow.
Yes.
Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34, that's 0060. An act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 21, Chapters 1, 2, 3A, and 4, amending Title 29, subsection 87, 191B, 191G, and 945, amending Title 33, Chapter 7, subsection 130, and repealing Title 21, Chapter 1, subsection 4, and Title 29, Chapter 1, subsection 191F and 191G, to enact the First-Time Home Buyers Program Act, and making an appropriation of $4 million and turning a revenue matching fund to the Homestead and Home Loan Fund, as amended, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, thank you so much. It's been a long, long day for 3 bills. It's been a marathon, but they were 3 very important discussions that just took up a lot of time. Central staff and everyone who have been here from 10 o'clock this morning, I want to thank you once again for your service to the people of the Virgin Islands and your service to the legislature. The committee of, it's been a long time. I also want Flag Day is May 17th, Virgin Islands Flag Day. Rep your flag, rep this beautiful Virgin Islands that we're trying to make better. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.